Okay. Da, da, da. Been a little while. It's been a little while. Over the holidays. But I am back online. See you soon. Boom. Okay. Here we are. What am I doing? What was I doing? Oh yeah, I was doing Chronopolis because I was getting tired of... Oh, I'm gonna be so... I'd be lucky if I'm... I know I'm still in this top 3400. I have not played this in a while though. My goodness me. I did... I kind of need a little break though, I suppose. Duyal! Hello! Hello, hello, hello there. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Hot! Traveller, I got my nails done. Woo. Even hotter. What can I say? Ah, diva. Queen of the internet. Ah. I've been missing the thirst. I need to do something awfully filthy again for the internet thirst. I just need the attention. What am I doing? I need the book. The book. No. Hoot. Oh, it's Hoot. Oh man, I'm so vain. Yeah, I'll leave a statement of that. Making OnlyFans. I'll probably get more money. Oh, it's... I painted 2 nails on each hand, Traveller. I didn't actually go out and get them done. I don't actually mistreat my nails. I keep them mostly natural because it tends to be prettier. They tend to look nicer. Get people quite jealous of my nails. Flowery gentleman that I am. Yeah. I started off reading your message a bit vain. I might as well not try to disguise it. How are you doing, Traveller? How are you doing? It's been a little while. Man, it's been... What was it, a week? My goodness. Did everybody have good holidays? Did you guys have a good... good time? I did enjoy my time. It was mixed. We had a lovely Christmas. I had a lovely birthday yesterday. I'm now 19, of course. Forever 19. But our 7-year-old guinea pig, she didn't make it. She made it through Christmas, but on my birthday, she passed away. Which is quite tragic. She was holding on quite strongly, to be honest. So yeah, being in this room, because she lived in this room where we keep the computers, is a little tough. I'd meant to stream a bit earlier in the day, but we were sitting downstairs lounging in the living room, and Laura was even asking me, "Are you wanting to stream today? You want to go up?" I'm like, "Yeah, I do." But a part of me that I didn't really know, but was there, was like, I don't know. Cheese shop? I don't remember where that is. I'll take it and try to find out, but... Is the cheese? No, the cheese is way out, isn't it? Oh, no, absolutely not yet. Not unless we're getting all the badges and stuff. No. No, 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 no. The grind is real. Have you still been keeping it up, Traveller? Oh, you've managed to get quite ahead of me. Even though I was catching. Oh, I took over. I've passed King Canadia. Oh my goodness. I got more levels than I thought. You have managed to get a little bit further away from me though, Traveller. Although you're grinding one thing, I suppose. They are delicate animals, but she was 7 years old. It's like for a guinea pig, that's not bad going. She did ever so well. But yeah, it's never nice. It's never nice. She hated me. She absolutely hated me. She was Laura's best friend. Absolutely despised me. It's amazing how much character such a little animal can have. But she had a lot of character. A lot of character. Steady, hello. Absolutely steady. It's lovely to see you. We spent some time fixing our sleep as well to make sure that we could actually have people over and play Twilight Imperium yesterday from morning to night. Actually saw the daylight. Well, what little daylight we have in Scotland this time of year. We got to see some of it, so good to see you though. Twisty! Christmas was good. I've already said my sub story for Christmas. I don't know if I'll go through it again. Maybe if there's more people, I'll go through it again. Only one little sad tale over Christmas. But other than that, we had a good crimble. I had a good birthday. I won the game of Twilight Imperium. First time I've ever won a game of Twilight Imperium. So that was good. I enjoyed that. We were playing it for 14 hours. We were playing that game. So 14 hours round the table. Competing for my Catal Rex. Yesterday was my birthday. Yes. Yes. Yesterday was my birthday. I'm 19. 19 years old. I promise. Congrats, old man. No! I'm forever young. I'm not getting old. I promised myself. Peter Pan. It can't happen. But what about yourselves? How was everybody else's Crimble Bimbles and holidays? If at all they had. Very merry. Glad it's over. Long story. Oh my. You know, I don't mind long stories to Yal, but if you don't need or want to share it right now, I fully understand. I fully understand. Especially because I have a proclivity of reading out the chat live, so. But we made it through. We've got New Year as well. Traveller had a very merry one. You'll spare me the details. That's fair. That's fair. I think I know what the long story is. You were hoping to open up a parcel and it was like a free subscription to My OnlyFans, and it turns out it didn't exist. I'm sorry. Grod Trodden, soot stain, arrows. Ta-da! Beautiful. Pure one. Oh, it's changed. Hallway, Ratmore Road, Servant's House. Yeah, we can do that because we might pick up. Actually, we'll check the merchants again. And. You found a bunch of nice pictures of me, but found it was all AI. Ah, it'll need to be AI to make me nice. Although, actually, no, I did get some of the pictures of the photo shoot through. I haven't actually seen any of the adverts of the photo shoot for my little modelling stint yet. But I did get some of the pictures. A lot of them are of me eating, admittedly, or drinking. But pictures nonetheless. Okay, we can do all these. These aren't too bad. That takes us to Ratmore Road as well. This works. This works. Steady, dropping off now. Might jump back in later depending if I can get sleep or not. Have a great rest of the stream. Thanks for dropping by, Steady. Thanks for saying hello. I know I've been away for a little while. Should be more regular now, though. Should be more regular now. So it'll be good. We'll be back in action. I'll be reading books and all sorts. I need to pin up my message and stuff, but we're still warming up, I suppose. And we'll read more of 1984. I'll have to give everybody a little recap as well, I suppose, as well. But I will keep on keeping on with that. But yes. Yeah. Because I can't not do that. Where did the soap go to again? Butcher stall. Go into the servant's house before I forget. Excellent. So yeah, nice, quiet. It was just myself and my partner on Christmas Day. Must admit, it was very nice, very quiet. Just a couple of prezzies between ourselves. And a nice meal. Watched some films. In fact, we watched a whole day of Christmas films. And I'm not going to lie, I went through the world of nostalgia. Just nothing new, just all the old films that I loved most. And it was largely me choosing. I don't know if Laura appreciated all of the Christmas films we ended up going through, but we did get through a lot. Oh, and I got a crochet Pikachu kit, which I left downstairs. I've been crocheting a Pikachu, which was fun. But I had to pull it all out and start again because I made a drastic mistake at the very beginning. I was getting about halfway through what it said around you need to go through for stitching Pikachu's head, and I noticed it was very pointy and very long. It was my first time crocheting as well. So I started counting how many stitches were in this round, and it was only like half of what it should be. So I'd been making this like sausage Pikachu. It was the ugliest thing you'd ever seen. My goodness me. But I pulled the stitches out and I got it sorted proper, and now it's starting to look the correct width. It's only the very top of Pikachu's head again after I had to start again, but you should have seen it. I should have taken pictures of it actually. I completely forgotten. It was absolutely hideous. So I had to put it down and spare it that life of misery. Poor Pikachu. I'm almost at the stage I can do these completely without potions. I still need to be a bit careful though. But rest in peace, Pika. Yeah, it was one of those bad stat ones. You know, the egg hatched. I checked its IVs, and it just wasn't good to go into the trash pile. It's not much call for a sausage Pikachu, you know. Do you think about it? Pokemon is such a dark game. Like, cockfighting in an odd world. Caught one without light ball, so in the trash it goes. Yeah, it had even worse than that. But it's okay. It's dead now. The world does not have to fear it any longer. It's amazing. Like, I'd never done crochet before. Always wanted to do it. There's some fun things you can make with crochet. It's fun things I want to do with it. But it didn't occur to me how one missed stitch at the very beginning, and you start building off of that, creates the most horrific entities. So I started looking up other people's crocheting mistakes. It's quite funny. If anybody wants to deep dive down that route of the internet. But we get some very, very interesting crochet mishaps. I don't think I had to use a single potion there. Sweet. All I had to do was be 9 levels higher. Amazing. So yeah, I will... I'll need to post it up soon. I'll pin the message up about reading 1984. I don't know how busy it'll be tonight anyway. I've been away a little while. Oh, there's Baddocks. Oh, Baddocks. Oh, it's not Pier 1, it's Ratmore Road. And I need to sell the plates. Oops. So I'll sell these plates, I'll pin the message up, although the cost hasn't changed. It's still 300 for a page. And we might be able to get that started. Oh, I did say to Kells I would... I don't know if they're online still. I think they are. I think I saw they were online before I came online, so... I told them I would trade them some hats. Where are they? Yep, there we go. Would you still like the hats? To Ratmore Road. This isn't Ratmore Road. Wrong way. Oh my goodness, I've only been away a few days. And here we are. Completely lost. How is the tannery now? It's been a while since a lot of people have reached so far. Oh, only one green name. Only Baddocks. Oh my goodness. Magical. Okay. There we go. Arboret. Here we are. Yes, please. F5 fuchsia. Okay. We will get the last clue in investigation and then we'll do a little stop off at Hopeport. Oh, there's Rat Splat. Oh, Rat Splat. Take this for now. Can always do the meat while we run past. Bumpa. Ba-ba. Pineapple Tours. Oh, there's Graggle. Ooh. Are they actually doing a pineapple tour? They're standing in the right place. Looking the wrong way, but... Oh! Oh, and I've spoiled it. My bad. There. Oh, you need me to dance. Okay. Oh my goodness, this will be like another advertisement shoot I've done. There's probably 2 this year. I think this makes me a star. Perfect. One take actor me. Ah. Oh, perfect. Lovely. Can't wait. Has to be better than the cult chant. Oh yeah, and I never actually did manage to ask Graggle. I think Graggle went offline before I put the redeem the pineapple tour advert. Up on stream. Up on stream. Sweet. Sweet. Because I love it. Sea Potato! Hello, hello! How are you doing? Yeah, just in case anybody doesn't know who Graggle is, this is the Pineapple Tours. So if you ever hear this song, yeah. The cat, tap tap on your way back. Pineapple City. It's a journey so pretty, so pretty. Look at yours now. So I'm good. I'm no longer a fellow vegetable, though. Did you have to change your name in game? You're still a vegetable. On Twitch, it seems. Did you change your name in game? I mean, if you've changed your name in game, I don't know what I'm looking for because I wouldn't know it. It's you, that's Dumpy Smith. I thought I saw Dumpy Smith in the market exchange, and I was like, Dumpy Smith? I don't remember adding Dumpy Smith, but there's been a few bouts where we added a lot of people all at once. So that's yourself. Okay. I mean, you get Smith apples. You could still be a fruit to my vegetable. Dumpy Smith, no, I don't think I do know what it's from. It's one of those ones that I think sounds familiar, but I don't actually think I know it. Ooh. Pizzas and bananas. I could actually quickly do that before we go pick up the hats as well. This is always what happens. I need to go to Hopeport quickly, and I'm getting stuck in the chain for grinding immediately. It's the first wanted poster for the Detective Ventures. Of course it is! I think this is twice somebody has said Dumpy Smith to me. It's been about the wanted posters and I've forgotten it. And I need to collect this stuff. Oh, things are a mess. Oh, this has been a mess. I didn't pick up the pizzas either. Okay, pick up the pizzas. Deliver the bananas. Hand in the detective. Collect the grapes. And then go see Kells to pick up the hats. Don't know why I've suddenly joined in the game of collecting hats. Let's try and collect the fuchsia ones. Especially because I'm way behind most of the other hats I haven't. I've got more red hats. I think we just like seeing more and more numbers go up. Here we go. So you must be... Oh, how are you doing, Detective? Then... Sea Potato. Or Dumpy Smith, should I say. Oh, look at me. I'm nearly in the top 2,000 for Detective. Beautiful. Friends. 83. King Canada is still leveling it away. So, Grasstane, Arborane, Sam. It all adds up. Okay, private road, Pier 1, Hellfire's Gate, council office. Yeah, Rita. Quickly do that. Or quickly do Rita, anyway. Lovely. Book reading page. Okay, I do have the book ready. I need to do a recap for people as well. But we will get to reading the book. I am still doing that. I've just forgotten to pin up the message, but we are still going for it. But I will do a recap before I read your page as well. Lovely. Ba-da-ba-da-da-da. You're training merchant right now. Oh, okay. How are you doing on merchant? Ooh, over the 100 yet. Nice. Very nice. I'm way behind now because I stopped for so long. And I even... I even forgot a few times to go online just to change the passives. I did do it. I wasn't completely terrible, but there was a few moments when I was just busy. Yesterday I was busy as well, so... Where were we in the book as well? We had started a new chapter, remember that? Yeah, I think we got 2 pages into the new chapter. Oh! If you are still in the kitchen, I will come to you. My NPC ass doesn't... I probably can't say ass, can I? My NPC bottom can skip the grind a bit. There we go. Do. You know what bothers me about Merchant? The Grapes Venture goes over 100 levels without getting an upgrade. Then it's only 20 more levels till it gets upgraded again. Yeah, but that's the same with it. It's not just the ventures, but a lot of the passives and certain things as well, isn't it? And like some of the passive things that you want or need just don't match up with the other skills for you to use them either, I find as well. So you can end up with inventories filled with stuff that you're never going to use and you're probably never going to sell because people have been passively collecting it as well. So, oh, we got a level. Nice. It just doesn't seem to match up on a lot of skills over these things. It's even worse because those tier 2 ventures aren't released yet. Oh. I didn't even check how much experience it gave me. Okay, we've done this venture. I will put the grapes away and we'll head over to Cal's. I was going to say I come to the tannery. Not in the tannery. I am more an adopted tannery. I'm more adopted into the tannery family. My leatherworking level sucks. I'm not even lying. It's only like 64. I don't know if Twisty and Co or Losaline or any of you guys that are in the chat there, but like some of the other streamers associate me with the tannery and they think I'm a leather worker. Like they think I'm among you, like high level leatherworking and stuff. I just sit there silently. I don't actually tell them that I've got nothing. I was like this, just like this stooge that was hanging around with the cool cats while they were all in their dashing high-level capes. I'm working on leatherworking discounts. I'm not even doing that. The merchant thing I'm kind of doing passively. Sure thing. Oh, deals in the kitchen. Naughty. Right. I don't know where I ran back here. Let's head to Hopeport. Let's go. Some fuchsia hats. I have 13 spare. Ah, that is a shame. Ha. Hello. How do I get nearby? There we go. The kitchen attacked the tannery while I was gone. Oh! Didn't even get through the doors. What happened? I did read in Discord that the tannery was ready to attack the kitchen again. Oh, no, meow. No, that one. I've forgotten how many we've swapped now at this point. Beautiful. Thank you. Well, thank you works. Thank you. There we go. The counterattack didn't happen yet. Oh, did it not? It wasn't waiting for me, I hope. Don't stall for my account. Everybody's charging into the kitchen and I'm busy reading a book. That's, okay. Speaking of which, actually, we should maybe get doing... So, what was I doing? I was fishing whilst doing it, wasn't I? But let's do the rhombic brimstone. Then we'll go do something where I can actually read at the same time. And we'll get that pages in that we've promised. Oh boy. I don't know why I'm doing this one instead of detective. I think it's just because I know I've got a lot to do in the mines for its quests as well. That's the thing I'm bummed out about having done the Chronopolis quests. Everything's tearing me away from Chronopolis. That thing's so cool. It's so cool. Boop, 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 boop. Yes, please. It's so nice being done with all the quests and being able to train what I want now. Yeah, I really do want to get through them all. The only reason I'm doing Hopeport first is it'll make the mines a bit easier having that extra space in the Quartermaster. But I'm almost there. We almost have the... It's only 4 more levels of alchemy. I could just do them, just do the fishing. It's just expensive and I don't want to waste the money. We'll do the fishing, because I can do the fishing. I managed the fishing whilst reading last time, so... We'll do that, because I did want the fishing venture as well, just in case. Yeah, it's definitely a good idea. Yeah. So, first things first. There we go. Now, I think, am I still fishing the same stuff? Have I changed? It's 2 more levels. 2 more levels until we change from the Placid Bass. Okay. I must have so much Placid Bass. It's unreal. Okay. I hope all that want to hear 1984 are ready to hear some 1984, because we are about to start. I'll post a message up soon about what it costs, but I'm sure you know it now already. So here we go. Lovely. So, redeem 300 turnips for page. Follow for 1 page, or subscribe for 5 pages of George Orwell's 1984. Boom. Pin. Done. Lovely. See Potato in for a 2nd page as well. Lovely. Sorry it took a little while there, See Potato. I was just getting the errands done. Oh, I managed to get it all done within the first hour of the stream as well. Golden. Beautiful. Edge of the seat. Okay, so the recap first. The last chapter, we had Winston, who was having a rather unpleasant time in the Ministry of Love at the hands of O'Brien. But the torture was ongoing. He was becoming emaciated, starved, losing his hair, his teeth. All manners of nasty changes were happening to his body. But O'Brien hadn't yet been able to make him betray Julia, the one he loved. And where we left off, we read a couple of pages of chapter 4, and Winston was being fed and actually starting to work out in his cell and looking a little bit healthier despite losing some of his hair and all sorts. So he was very, very proud of that. So that's where we caught up to. That's where we are. He's in the Ministry of Love still. And we're going to find out what more is going to be happening to him. So what I'll do is I'll actually start like a paragraph back, I think. So it might be a few familiar words, if you can remember 7 days back. But if not, here we go. Back to 1984. By degrees, he came to spend less time in sleep, but he still felt no impulse to get off the bed. All he cared for was to lie quiet and feel the strength gathering in his body. He would finger himself here and there, trying to make sure that it was all not an illusion, that his muscles were growing rounder and his skin tauter. Finally, it was established beyond a doubt that he was growing fatter. His thighs were now definitely thicker than his knees. After that, reluctantly at first, he began exercising himself regularly. In a little while, he could walk 3 kilometers, measured by pacing the cell, and his bowed shoulders were growing straighter. He attempted more elaborate exercises, and was astonished and humiliated to find that things he could not do. He could not move out of a walk. He could not hold his stool out at arm's length. He could not stand on one leg without falling over. He squatted down on his heels and found that with agonizing pains in his thighs and calf, he could just lift himself to a standing position. He lay flat on his belly and tried to lift his weight by his hands, but it was hopeless. He could not raise himself even a centimeter. But after a few more days, a few more meal times, even that feat was accomplished. A time came when he could do it 6 times running. He began to grow actually proud of his body, and to cherish an intermittent belief that his face was also growing back to normal. Only when he chanced to put his hand on his bald scalp did he remember the seamed, ruined face that had looked back at him out of the mirror. His mind grew more active. He sat down on the plank bed, his back against the wall, and the slate on his knees, and set to work deliberately at the task of re-educating himself. He had capitulated. That was agreed. In reality, as he saw now, he had been ready to capitulate long before he had taken the decision. From the moment when he was inside the Ministry of Love. And yes, even during those minutes when he and Julia had stood helpless while the iron voice from the telescreen told them what to do. He had grasped the frivolity of the shallowness of his attempt to set himself up against the power of the party. He knew now that for 7 years the thought police had watched him, like a beetle under a magnifying glass. There was no physical act, no word spoken aloud that they had not noticed, no train of thought that they had not been able to infer. Even the speck of whitish dust on the cover of his diary they had carefully replaced. They had played soundtracks to him, shown him photographs. Some of them were photographs of Julia and himself. Yes, even he could not fight against the party any longer. Besides, the party was in the right. It must be so. How could the immortal collective brain be mistaken? By what external standard could you check its judgments? Sanity was statistical. It was merely a question of learning to think as they thought. Only the pencil felt thick and awkward in his fingers. He began to write down the thoughts that came into his head. He wrote first in large, clumsy capitals. Freedom is slavery. Then, almost without a pause, he wrote beneath it, 2 and 2 make 5. But then there came a sort of check. His mind, as though shying away from something, seemed unable to concentrate. He knew that he knew what came next, but for the moment he could not recall it. When he did recall it, it was only by consciously reasoning out what it must be. It did not come of its own accord. He wrote, God is power. He accepted everything. The past was alterable. The past never had been altered. Oceania was at war with East Asia. Oceania had always been at war with East Asia. Jones, Aronson, and Rutherford were guilty of the crimes they were charged with. He had never seen the photograph that disproved their guilt. It had never existed. He had invented it. He remembered remembering contrary things, but those were false memories, products of self-deception. How easy it all was. Only surrender, and everything else followed. It was like swimming against a current that swept you backwards, however hard you struggled, and then suddenly decided to turn round and go with the current instead of opposing it. Nothing had changed except your own attitude. The predestined thing happened in any case. He hardly knew why he had ever rebelled. Everything was easy. Except anything could be true. The so-called laws of nature were nonsense. The law of gravity was nonsense. If I wished, O'Brien had said, I could float off this floor like a soap bubble. Winston worked it out. If he thinks he floats off the floor, and if I simultaneously think I see him do it, then the thing happens. Suddenly, like a lump of submerged wreckage breaking off the surface of water, the thought burst into his mind. It doesn't really happen. We imagine it. It is a hallucination. He pushed the thought under instantly. The fallacy was obvious. It presupposed that somewhere or other, outside oneself, there was a real world where real things happened. But how could there be such a world? What knowledge have we of anything, save through our own minds? All happenings are in the mind. Whatever happens in all minds truly happens. Here we go. No problem like hearing multiple at a time anyway. Good. Good. Not a bad little start. So Winston's being convinced. I must admit, I wasn't expecting it to go that way. Oh. I'd had a friend tell me yesterday that she has the book from which this book was inspired. I was telling a few people that I was reading this book online. Apparently George Orwell gained inspiration from a different book on this that I might need to look up. I think it's called We or something. Go. Okay. 681. What's yeah, still the top 3400. Okay. Okay, let's see how we do today. Although the fishing, if I remember, was particularly slow. Wabba wah! Wabba wabba wow. Add with video on the business Discord. Oh! Permission to show on stream is granted, but I don't know about making this public yet without trading, or we'll lose out on millions of gold. Oh, yeah. I mean, there is that, isn't there? We could lose out on millions of gold. I'm happy to show the advert on stream, though, if you'd like to see it. Duyal, thank you for the page. I will mark that down before I forget about it. But we've got the Pineapple Tours advert. Let's... Oh, I need it on YouTube to grab it, because... Okay. I need to put it here. How did I do this last time? Oh yeah, I captured the mini player. I think. Nope, that's not how I did it. How did I do it? Back. Is my voice in it somehow? It's just when it begins, it seems like it. Sorry, it'll be just a moment while I remember how I did this. Yep. Add. Oh, did I do it? I think. Oh yeah, it's window capture. YouTube, that works. Haha! Oh, here we go. Do you want it full screen? So pretty. Hey! That's all me. Was I in the guest appearance of the credits there? Hold on. I was. I love that. Oh, brilliant. Perfect. Can't even say book your tours now in game. No, I noticed that as well. Man, there's so many things that gets blocked out from it. It's beautiful though. I love my voice. How did my voice end up getting in the... Oh! Actually, yeah. Was the music being recorded while I was chatting away or something in the background? Pick your tools now. I was recording in your stream, I was on the second monitor, forgot to mute the clip. Oh, but at least I know I was there. Leave it in. It's great. That way I've got two guest appearances on the ad. When Pineapple Tours becomes super famous and you're super wealthy, there'll be one of those videos which breaks down the Easter eggs of the Pineapple Tour advert. And they'll say, did you know the odd voice clip you hear at the very beginning of the Pineapple Tours advert is actually the infinitely famous Wondrous Turnip. Millions of subscribers, streamer and YouTube star that you all know and love in the advert. That's what it'll be. I can envision that in, oh, I don't know, the next couple of months. 100%, yep. I can't wait. Just super fame. Not just people recognizing me in Brighter Shores, but people recognizing me in the mountains of Scotland. I would have said walking down the streets, but there's not many streets that I get to walk down. But okay. We do have a page from Duyal to read. We've nearly got a full inventory, so what I'll do is I'll drop off the fish first. And we'll do another page read. We'll get to that as well. Journey around the city. It's so pretty. Look at tours now. $35. Oh, one more level and we can change fish. Whew. I can't remember. What was it? Oh no, I don't need that. What was the venture? 39? Yeah, 39. Okay, so we're pretty close. So what's the next stop, Graggle? Or the next step of the Pineapple Tours? Okay, and whilst we hear about that, we will get back to Winston, shall we? So, 2 pages I owe you now. Thank you, Duyal. Thank you, thank you. Oh my goodness. And I will be working on the YouTube read chapters, by the way. I shouldn't have the time to do that. Bit busy in the run-up to the holidays, but I will get them read soon so people can hear this as and when they please. So if I take breaks like this, you can still hear it. I need to come up with a new book soon as well. I think we're actually getting close to the end of this. How are we doing? Yes, very close. We got through this much quicker than I thought we would. So, here we go. Back to Winston. Get yourselves comfy. Anything could be true. The so-called laws of nature were nonsense. Oh, I've already read that part. Sorry. So, all happenings in the mind. Whatever happens in all minds truly happens. He had no difficulty in disposing of the fallacy, and he was in no danger of succumbing to it. He realized, nevertheless, that it ought never to have even occurred to him. The mind should develop a blind spot whenever a dangerous thought presented itself. The process should be automatic, instinctive. Crime stop, they called it in Newspeak. He set to work to exercise himself in Crime Stop. He presented himself with propositions. The party says the earth is flat. The party says that ice is heavier than water. And trained himself in not seeing or not understanding the arguments that contradicted them. It was not easy. It needed great powers of reasoning and improvisation. The arithmetical problems raised, for instance, by such a statement as 2 and 2 make 5 were beyond his intellectual grasp. It needed also a sort of athleticism of mind, an ability at one moment to make the most delicate use of logic and at the next to be unconscious of the crudest logical errors. Stupidity was as necessary as intelligence, and as difficult to attain. All the while, with one part of his mind, he wondered how soon they would shoot him. Everything depends on yourself, O'Brien had said. But he knew that there was no conscious act by which he could bring it nearer. It might be 10 minutes hence, or 10 years. They might keep him for years in solitary confinement. They might send him to a labour camp. They might release him for a while, as they sometimes did. It was perfectly possible that before he was shot, the whole drama of his arrest and interrogation would be enacted all over again. The one certain thing that was that death never came at an expected moment. The tradition, the unspoken tradition, somehow you knew it, though you had never heard it, said was that they shot you from behind, always in the back of the head without warning, as you walked down a corridor from cell to cell. One day. But one day was not the right expression, just as probably it was in the middle of the night. Once, he fell to a strange, blissful reverie. He was walking down the corridor, waiting for the bullet. He knew that it was coming in another moment. Everything was settled, smoothed out, reconciled. There were no more doubts, no more arguments, no more pain, no more fear. His body was healthy and strong. He walked easily, with a joy of movement and with a feeling of walking in sunlight. He was not any longer in the narrow white corridors in the Ministry of Love. He was in the enormous sunlit passage, a kilometre wide, down with which he had seemed to walk in the delirium induced by drugs. He was in the Golden Country, following the foot tracks across the old rabbit crop pasture. He could feel the short springy turf under his feet and the gentle sunshine on his face. At the edge of the field were the elm trees, faintly stirring, and somewhere beyond that there was the stream, where the dace lay in the green pools under the willows. Suddenly, he started up with a shock of horror. The sweat broke out of his backbone. He had heard himself cry aloud. "Julia! Julia! Julia! My love! Julia!" For a moment, he had had an overwhelming hallucination of her presence. She had seemed to be not merely with him, but inside him. It was as though she had got into the texture of his skin. In that moment, he had loved her far more than he had ever done when they were together and free. Also, he knew that somewhere or other, She was still alive and needed his help. He lay back on the bed and tried to compose himself. What had he done? How many years had he added to his servitude by that moment of weakness? In another moment, he would hear the tramp of boots outside. They could not let such an outburst go unpunished. They would know now, if they had not known before, that he was breaking the agreement he had made with them. He obeyed the party, but he still hated the party. In the old days, he had hidden a heretical mind beneath an appearance of conformity. Now he had retreated a step further. In the mind, he had surrendered, but he had hoped to keep the inner heart inviolate. He knew that he was in the wrong, but he preferred to be in the wrong. They would understand that. O'Brien would understand it. It was all confessed in that single foolish cry. See you later, GL. It's good to see you. It's good to see you. I like all kinds of genres of book. I am always interested in reading new things, so always happy with new things. Probably got to plan out the tours a bit more and have different routes with something interesting in each of them. Ooh. We'll need to... then I'll need to learn new tours. Tours, come see the sights. Yeah, you need something to draw and repeat customers. Because the Pineapple Tours is so good. You're going to want people... You're going to have people wanting more. They'll be crying more. Do people actually do that anymore? Do people type more? More? Exactly. Okay, here we go. That's another road. Perfect. Okay, nearly got... Oh, we leveled up. Oh yeah, I remember we leveled up fishing a little bit. How are we looking? Oh, levels are racing. People are fearing my encroach upon their levels. I can tell. I can feel it. I can feel the fear. But yeah, I need to look up some of some fresh books soon. I think we're almost through this one. The problem is, how do you go up from 1984? Now that I've read it, I don't know what. I don't know what else else might be? Well, I can think of a few more contemporary books, but they're definitely not in public domain. Pasticcio is shaking in his boots. Most definitely. Is Pasticcio still... Like, are they far out in front? Oh. By a good margin, actually. I don't think I've actually ever spoken to Pasticcio. I tend to miss their streams. And such as well. They're like they're the one... Because I've spoken to... I've spoken to Vorbal and Umbe. No, I've not met Yips or Irksome as well. I've not met the top three. It's quite strange. It's because as we get down, I have spoken to most of the others, despite my despite the way I play this game, where I'm clearly not racing any of them. Probably need to focus on classics if you need public domain. Yeah, I need to keep to the classics. The Sherlock Holmes ones was a good idea. The Cthulhu books might be fun. But when I was looking them up, people were saying they are particularly difficult reads. And not as in they are... Well, I mean, the world is disturbing, but in quite an outlandish way, but apparently they're very just difficult to read in general. I don't know how true that is, though. Again, they're another set of books which I have never read myself, so... Oh! Cooked Pages has changed there. Wow, that's daring. Sam Vimes is one I was competing for. I don't want to steal it from them, though. Right. How is... It's 46. I wonder if I just go do Apothecary. I find the fishing very difficult, but having the fishing venture would actually help just move it along. I don't really need to do the marketplace or the merchant venture when I'm happy to actually train it. Whereas the fishing and the mining, I'm kind of happy to just let it go passively and with ventures. Okay, and back again. Oh, Joys of the grind. Marvellous. Goodness, I am getting some of that serious lag that a lot of people were talking about before. Oh, Sea Potato, you redeemed a page. Sorry. I was trying to get it to make a tone or something when that happened, but it's not working. I thought I had sussed when I got the jingles working, but I guess not. Okay, Sea Potato, thank you very much. We shall read another page, so sit yourselves comfortably, get yourselves cozy, favourite drinks in hand. Perhaps you are grinding to brighter shores as well. Marvellous. Here we go, Winston. There we go. So O'Brien would understand it. It was all confessed in that single foolish cry. Winston had just cried out Julia's name during his sleep. He would have to start all over again. It might take years. He ran a hand over his face, trying to familiarize himself with the new shape. There were deep furrows in the cheeks. His cheekbones felt sharp. The nose flattened. Besides, since last seeing himself in the glass, he had been given a complete new set of teeth. It was not easy to preserve inscrutability when you did not know what your face looked like. In any case, mere control of the features was not enough. For the first time, he perceived that if you want to keep a secret, you must also hide it from yourself. You must know all the while that it is there. But until it is needed, you must never let it emerge into your consciousness in any shape that could be given a name. From now onwards, he must not only think right, he must feel right, dream right. And all the while, he must keep his hatred locked up inside him like a ball of matter, which was part of himself and yet unconnected with the rest of him. A kind of cyst. One day, they would decide to shoot him. You could not tell when it would happen, but a few seconds beforehand, it should be possible to guess. It was always from behind, walking down a corridor. 10 seconds would be enough. In that time, the world inside him could turn over, and then suddenly, without a word uttered, without a check in his step, without the changing of a line in his face, suddenly the camouflage would be down and bang would go the batteries of his hatred. Hatred would fill him like an enormous roaring flame, and almost in the same instant, bang, would go the bullet, too late or too early. They would have blown his brain to pieces before they could reclaim it. The heretical thought would be unpunished, unrepented, out of their reach forever. They would have blown a hole in their own perfection. To die hating them, that was freedom. He shut his eyes. It was more difficult than accepting an intellectual discipline. It was a question of degrading himself, mutilating himself. He had got to plunge into the filthiest of filth. What was the most horrible, sickening thing of all? He thought about Big Brother. The enormous face. Because of constantly seeing it on posters, he always thought of it as being a meter wide, with its heavy black mustache and the eyes that followed you to and fro. It seemed to float into his mind of its own accord. What were his true feelings towards Big Brother? There was a heavy tramp of boots in the passage. The steel door swung open with a clang. O'Brien walked into the cell. Behind him were the waxen-faced officer and the black-uniformed guards. "Get up," said O'Brien. "Come here." Winston stood up opposite him. O'Brien took Winston's shoulders between his strong hands and looked at him closely. "You have had thoughts of deceiving me," he said. "That was stupid. Stand up straighter. Look me in the face." He paused and went on in a gentler tone. "You are improving. Intellectually, there is very little wrong with you. It is only emotionally that you have failed to make progress. Tell me, Winston, and remember, no lies. You know that I am always able to detect a lie. Tell me, what are your true feelings towards Big Brother?" "I hate him," said Winston. "You hate him. Good. Then the time has come for you to take the last step. You must love Big Brother. It is not enough to obey him, you must love him." He released Winston with a little push towards the guards. "Room 101, he said. Lovely. We will be going on to part 3, chapter 5 next. We all good, traveller? Ah. We will be moving on to part 3, chapter 5 very quickly, then, it seems. Okay. George Orwell's 1984, part 3, chapter 5. At each stage of his imprisonment, he had known, or seemed to know, whereabouts he was in the windowless building. Possibly, there were slight differences in the air pressure. The cells where the guards had beaten him were below ground level. The room where he had been interrogated by O'Brien was high up near the roof. This place was many meters underground, as deep down as it was possible to go. It was bigger than most of the cells he had been in, but he hardly noticed his surroundings. All he noticed was that there were 2 small tables straight in front of him, each covered with green baize. One was only a meter or 2 in front of him. The other was further away, near the door. He was strapped upright in a chair, so tightly that he could move nothing, not even his head. A sort of pad gripped his head from behind, forcing him to look straight in front of him. For a moment, he was alone. Then the door opened and O'Brien came in. "You asked me once," said O'Brien, what was in room 101. I told you that you knew the answer already. Everyone knows it. The thing that is in room 101 is the worst thing in the world. The door opened again. A guard came in carrying something made of wire, a box or basket of some kind. He set it down on the further table. Because of the position in which O'Brien was standing, Winston could not see what the thing was. The worst thing in the world, repeated O'Brien, varies from individual to individual. It may be burial alive, or death by fire, by drowning, by impalement, or 50 other deaths. There are cases where it is some quite trivial thing, not even fatal. He had moved a little to one side so that Winston had a better view of the thing on the table. It was an oblong wire cage with a handle on top for carrying it by. Fixed to the front of it was something that looked like a fencing mask, with the concave side outwards. Although it was 3 or 4 meters away from him, he could see that the cage was divided lengthways into 2 compartments, and there was some kind of creature in each. They were rats. In your case, said O'Brien, the worst thing in the world happens to be rats. A sort of premonitory terror. A fear, he was not certain what, had passed through Winston as soon as he caught his first glimpse of the cage. But at this moment, the meaning of the mask-like attachment in front of it suddenly sank into him. His bowels seemed to turn to water. You can't do that, he cried out in a high-creaked voice. You couldn't, it's impossible. Do you remember, said O'Brien, the moment of panic that used to occur in your dreams? There was a wall of blackness in front of you, and a roaring sound in your ears. There was something terrible on the other side of the wall. You knew that you knew what it was, but you dared not drag it into the open. It was the rats that were on the other side of the wall. O'Brien, said Winston, making an effort to control his voice, you know this is not necessary. What is it that you want me to do? O'Brien made no direct answer. When he spoke, it was in the schoolmasterish manner that he sometimes affected. He looked thoughtfully into the distance as though he were addressing an audience, somewhere behind Winston's back. Lovely. Thank you, Traveller. Pardon me. That's actually a bit extra than a page. As it's getting closer to the end of the book, I'm getting a bit carried away and I'm breaking my own rules. I am really keen to see what happens as well. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, fishy, fishies. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, it's nice to be back. I must admit, it's nice to be streaming again. Although I must admit I enjoyed my time from it. Yesterday was quite fun. Don't know if anybody's into their tabletop games or board games or tabletop RPGs or anything like that. But it was very, very nice to have a full day enjoying the hobby. Okay, another filled inventory. I have no idea how many of these fish I actually have now. Probably much fewer than many other people. Let's come see the sights. Fishy, fishy, fishy. We're so close. We're so close. I did actually start making some of the potent potions. There is absolutely no way I could read and do the potent potions as well, though. That's kind of the... I don't know how people can be grinding alchemy. Just making a few of those potent potions was enough for me to say, nope, I hate this. Like, I never made a mistake, but I was starting to understand why people were saying that you get it's so annoying if something little happens and that's it, you lose the whole lot. I think I'll only ever be doing alchemy passively, which means it's going to be a lot slower for us to get the 50 that we need. I should see if I can find out if I need combat levels. That didn't occur to me. Oh, I never actually made the Gurnard soup. The guy Gurnard soup. I didn't actually make it for the guy. I might just do that, take a little break from this and progress that a bit and see if I can find out anything more about it. Although I don't think there's anything I can do until I've gotten them all. I wonder if it might just be worth, when it's quiet like this, when I'm not reading, to just level up guard while I'm here as well. Because most of the quests I've been doing have needed some kind of combat at some point. Fishy, 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 fishy. Well, what I'll do is I'll finish up to level 36, because then at least it's a change of fish after that. Oh! Silly me. Okay. Let's put this on. Marvelous. Okay, okay. How are we doing? Toasty. Oh, there we go. A little bit cooler. Lovely. Mmm, marvelous. Oh boy. Reading. Let's change the title a little bit. There we go. Books while questing. There we go. Change it up a little bit. Change it up a little bit. Let's see how we get on. I'll tell people I'm actually reading books. Okay. Lovely. Commute a little closer. Oh, we should get the fishing level soon as well. Perfect. Then I'll make the food that I needed to make for the quest. And then maybe... Oh, we'll be doing a different fish at that point, so I can do that a little bit. Twisty, how many pages to go? And has the next book been decided yet? There is it says there's 10% of the book left. It's difficult for me to tell how many pages are left because for some reason, Twisty, Amazon does not like 1984, and the way it's broken down the pages, I have to read 2 of its pages to get approximately 1 of the original pages. I cannot seem to get it into a format where it's displaying an actual book page for this book, and it's a little bit off. But it says there's about 10% left. There's about 10% left, and it's finished. The next book has not been decided. I like the idea of Sherlock Holmes. I haven't looked up any of them. I've had suggestions of some things like Dante's Inferno. I think it was yourself who was talking about maybe doing something Cthulhu-esque, you know? But I have been told that those books can be difficult to read, but I guess that would be all the more interesting hearing me try to read it. So it's not decided. So I might wait till, a busier time to hold a poll and find out what people would like to hear me read. I'd be more interested to hear what people would like to hear me read, because I always enjoy reading new books, and it seems to be better than... And there's always Moby Dick. There's always Moby Dick as well. Although that one was swiftly voted out last time. But against 1984, maybe not. Maybe it'll be another George Orwell book as well. I don't know what people think about maybe doing Animal Farm or... well, Animal Farm was the one that was brought up, so it's probably on the top of it, unless people have another favourite George Orwell book they'd rather. I was reading... It was the one for the soup, so... Big Eye. I think I only need one Big Eye garnered soup. I imagine it's just like the other soup. I just need the broth or something like that. Which I might already have in storage, but I do not remember, so let's... Oh, we're 683. What rank are we? Oh, 3320. Very close. Very close. 50 Shades of Feet is a good one. I mean, Sanhai, hilarious. I love it. But somebody was suggesting that I read Chuck Tingle books. But I think Chuck Tingle hasn't left. I think he actually hasn't released his books for public domain, despite the fact that he knows that he did it to get his name popular, and then do it. But if we want to get in the more hilarious things, because I do put, well, I sometimes put an 18 rating on my streams and my videos anyway. So War of the Worlds was another good one, Twisty. And that's one I haven't read either. I have not read War of the Worlds. That could be quite good. But 50 Shades of Feet. See, I don't want to Google it, but I do kind of want to know, Sanhai. And how are you doing, Sanhai? Always good to... I don't see 50 Shades of Feet, but I see 50 Shades of Foot. No, it says 50 Shades of Feet. What? Okay, this doesn't enlighten me any further. Maybe I shouldn't have looked it up. Google it on your wife's phone. I'm not afraid of my browser history. In general, it's not actually that bad, my browser history, so I'm not too worried about it. Glad to be home. What about yourself? It had some search results, by the way, Sanhai. So there you go. You know, there's always something. Always something. Oliver Twist. Actually, Dickens isn't a bad shout. The thing is, we all know the stories, don't we? I wonder if sticking to the ones that maybe are... Although 1984 isn't obscure, but I know the stories, the Dickens stories, I think is probably more the point. I don't know if it's more exciting if I don't know it, but... Or I don't know how people feel on that, but... yes, that's good. Feels like I'm connecting to my roots with each mouthful. Okay, a deal is a deal. I'll tell you about my clue. I have this piece of paper with a picture of a fish and the text, connect the fish to the falcon. What's more, I found the same image of a fish right here in this restaurant. Up there on the wall. I have no idea what it all means, though. That's interesting, though. Maybe everyone's clue links to a place somewhere in Hopeport. Here, take the clue. Maybe you can figure out a bit about the falcon, too. Do I do anything with this? No. Okay. So... Need to decipher the fish clue. Need to decipher the falcon clue. Investigate. On the back you find an inscription which says, opposite the falcon. What does this one say? On the back an inscription which says, plot the symbols, X marks the spot. Opposite the geometric shapes. Okay. So I'm not going to find out anymore until we get the alchemist. Okay, shall we carry on? We might as well carry on with the fishing a bit, because if people buy pages, I can read while fishing. Where's the combat? Oh, the combat's not too bad, I suppose. I just fancy something different from fishing, to be honest. If I am honest. What can we fight? If I fight something 2 levels below. So the thief. If we go to the thieves. There we go. It shouldn't be too bad. There we go. Okay, say less. Be right back. Googling. Yeah. Yeah. There was some things there. It was also wildly confusing. And did bring up 50 Shades of Grey as well, but yeah. Google at your own risk. There we go. But yeah, Oliver Twist. You know what? I should actually write these down. So we had Oliver Twist. I'll put Moby Dick in just because it was mentioned before, and it is one I haven't read before. We had Dante's Inferno. I will double check which ones are public domain or not as well, but it's not too difficult to figure out. Either. Twisty, you love Moby Dick. I do want to read Moby Dick. I do want to read it. But I will be good. I will put it up to a vote. You'll probably be lucky. Like, how many have we got today? There's 5 of us. There's 5 of us today. So if we get through the book and we hold a vote, you're not going to be voting in among many other people. So your odds of keeping it in are probably greater. Let's see if the thieves on this side's a bit quieter. Here we go. Let's check out HP Lovecraft. A lot of options there. Yeah. There was the Lovecraft books as well. That was there. Lovecraft. And I also did have somebody saying Sherlock Holmes, which is another large selection. And again, Lovecraft, Sherlock Holmes, they're books that I have not read. So, yep, go with that. But yeah, no, there's plenty that we can do. Wait, what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How big is a pole? So that's 5. I think the pole handles up to 5, is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. So if I look up Lovecraft and one of the Sherlock Holmes books, then we have a good selection to go through. Hamlet. Like, is Hamlet not a script? Is Hamlet actually a book? Wuthering Heights. Oh. Wuthering Heights has been something I have wanted to read. I'm gonna die if I don't do something quick. Here we go. Yeah. Yeah, we'll put Wuthering Heights in. Hamlet, it's a play, yeah. I mean, I don't know what my voice acting... Like, I realize people enjoy hearing me reading. I don't think I'd be... I would love to do voice acting. I don't know if I'm a good actor, though, if I could actually do voice acting. I'd give it a go, but if you're doing a play, you'd need to be on the ball for it, I'm sure. Do I not think sticking with relatively shorter books works better for the stream? Well, yes, except we've been ripping through the books quite quickly. Much more quickly than I was expecting. Because it's... technically, I've had a week off. And we have the potential to finish this book that we're currently on today or tomorrow. Depending on how... Like, sometimes we get it where a page is purchased almost every 5 minutes that it comes out. So... I actually get through the books quite quickly. So I don't mind if the book's a bit longer, really. I don't go back to work until April. So we've got plenty of time to get through a few books as well. It depends how long it takes for people to get bored of it as well, I suppose as well. I don't know how long... it would kind of last either. Sea potato, page. Thank you very much. We'll get right on that. What I'll do is, it's what I forgot to do. Turn off the music. Probably want to turn off the sound effects from combat as well. I don't know how well 1984 goes down with "yeah, yeah" in the background, so I can turn it all back up when we're enjoying it as well. But yeah, I'm not too worried about longer books. Because technically, I don't think I have been as accurate as I hoped, because 1984, according to this, is about 106 pages long, but like I said, it was impossible to tell with the... I've been generous, I thought, but I think it's been well redeemed far beyond that 106 pages, but maybe I've just read a lot slower than I thought as well. So I might have to rethink the half-page thing that we were going to do with Moby Dick as well. When I actually get a proper book and we can see the whole page, if at all, maybe it will be a bit quicker. And maybe I will need to extend the time limit or the cost of a page, depending on how that works out on a different book. We'll need to see if and when for that. But yeah, Shadow Point reward where you sing a Kate Bush song for 300 turnips. I cannot sing. I so cannot sing. Although, well, I get mixed messages with my singing, which I find is more frustrating. I think I could cut it if everybody told me my singing was awful, but I get a mixed bag. I get some people who think my singing is good. Not like I'm not going to be the next record label hit or anything like that. But, and then I get others that say, oh, please stop singing. So... come on. I'm pretty sure the reason I sound bad singing sometimes is I get stage fright for singing, because I enjoy singing, and it's so... It would break my heart if I went all out to find out it was awful. I am terrified to find out I'm awful at singing, Twisty. I really, really am. I love singing. Expect you to do the high pitch she does too. I don't know if I can do her high pitch, but I can almost do Take On Me by Aha. I can get very close there. I can keep relatively on key when I sing. It's just my voice doesn't suit singing, I think, rather. But Kate Bush, that's a little beyond my vocal cords. Although I keep practicing. I do actually practice singing. That's another thing as well. I do all the fun little exercises that come along with trying to stretch your vocal range. I do try it. Privately. It's not professionally. But yeah. Oh, guys. Please spare me. Please. We have a page. Let's change the subject, shall we? Let's get back to Winston. We love Winston, don't we? Here we go. So, O'Brien looked thoughtfully in the distance as though he were addressing an audience somewhere by Winston's back. By itself, he said, pain is not always enough. There are occasions when a human being will stand out against pain, even to the point of death. But for everyone, there is something unendurable, something that cannot be contemplated. Courage and cowardice are not involved. If you are falling from a height, it is not cowardly to clutch at a rope. If you have come up from deep water, it is not cowardly to fill your lungs with air. It is merely an instinct which cannot be destroyed. It is the same with rats. For you, they are unendurable. They are a form of pressure that you cannot withstand even if you wish to. You will do what is required of you. But what is it? What is it? How can I do it if I don't know what it is? Cried out Winston. O'Brien picked up the cage and brought it across to the nearer table. He set it down carefully on the baize cloth. Winston could hear the blood singing in his ears. He had the feeling of sitting in utter loneliness. He was in the middle of a great empty plain, a flat desert drenched with sunlight, across which all sounds came to him out of immense distances. Yet the cage with the rats was not 2 meters away from him. They were enormous rats. They were at the age when a rat's muzzle grows blunt and fierce, and its fur brown instead of grey. The rat, said O'Brien, still addressing his invisible audience. Although a rodent is carnivorous, you are aware of that. You will have heard of the things that happen in the poor quarters of this town. In some streets, a woman dare not leave her baby alone in the house, even for 5 minutes. The rats are certain to attack it. Within quite a small time, they will strip it to the bones. They also attack sick or dying people. They show astonishing intelligence in knowing when a human being is helpless. There was an outburst of squeals from the cage. It seemed to reach Winston from far away. The rats were fighting. They were trying to get at each other through the partitions. He also heard a deep groan of despair. That too seemed to come from outside himself. O'Brien picked up the cage, and as he did so, pressed something within it. There was a sharp click. Winston made a frantic effort to tear himself loose from the chair. It was hopeless. Every part of him, even his head, was held immovably. O'Brien moved the cage nearer. It was less than a meter away from Winston's face. "I have pressed the first lever," said O'Brien. "You understand the construction of this cage. The mask will fit over your head, leaving no exit. When I press this other lever, the door of the cage will slide up. These starving brutes will shoot out like bullets. Have you ever seen a rat leap through the air? They will leap onto your face and bore straight into it. Sometimes they attack the eyes first. Sometimes they burrow through the cheeks and devour the tongue." The cage was nearer. It was closing in. Winston heard a succession of shrill cries which appeared to be occurring in the air above his head, but he fought furiously against his panic. To think even with a split second left, to think was the only hope. Suddenly, the foul, musty odour of the brutes struck his nostrils. There was a violent convulsion of nausea inside him, and he almost lost consciousness. Everything had gone black. For an instant, he was insane. A screaming animal, yet he came out of the blackening, clutching an idea. There was one and only one way to save himself. He must interpose another human being, the body of another human being, between himself and the rats. The circle of the mask was large enough now to shut out the vision of anything else. The wired door was a couple of handspans from his face. The rats knew what was coming now. One of them was leaping up and down. The other, an old, scaly grandfather of the sewers, stood up with his pink hands against the bars and fiercely sniffed the air. Winston could see the whiskers and the yellow teeth. Again, the black panic took hold of him. He was blind, helpless, and mindless. "It was a common punishment in Imperial China," said O'Brien, as didactically as ever. The mask was closing on his face. The wire brushed his cheek, and then... No, it was not relief. Only hope. A tiny fragment of hope. Too late, perhaps too late. But he had suddenly understood that in the whole world there was just one person to whom he could transfer his punishment. One body that he could thrust between himself and the rats. And he was shouting frantically over and over. "Do it to Julia! Do it to Julia! Not me! Julia! I don't care what you do to her! Tear her face off! Strip her to the bones! Not me! Julia! Not me!" He was falling backwards, into enormous depths, away from the rats. He was still strapped in the chair, but he had fallen through the floor, through the walls of the building, through the earth, through the oceans, through the atmosphere, into outer space, into the gulfs between the stars. Always away, away, away from the rats. He was light years distant, but O'Brien was still standing at his side. There was still the cold touch of wire against his cheek, but through the darkness that enveloped him, he heard another metallic click, and knew that the cage door had clicked shut and not open. Thank you for the page, Sea Potato. I'll change the subject for 2 pages. Oh, that's a little cruel. Boo, 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 boo. Graggle made a pineapple tour ad. You got to see it. I've watched it, Twisty. We put it on stream. Graggle came into the stream and showed us it. So, we did get to see the ad. Oh, that went straight into combat. We might be okay. I realized I did die. I had to put some of the sound back on when we're not reading because unnerves me otherwise, but... Oh, we did it. Nice. Sing me a sweet song, baby. Baby! Graggle, yeah. So, singing? Oh, I cannot sing. But I wish I could. Singing is the scariest thing for me to do in front of other people, even though I do it all the time in front of the people I love. I was actually about to say, I'll sing if I can be in the shower when I do it, and then I realized that was an even worse idea. Or if I could sit in my car and put the microphone outside it. How many turnips for shower singing? Well, I mean, the value of that changes. Is it with or without soapy suds? I don't know what people are after. What would be worth more, soapy suds or without soapy suds? I don't know what the going rate is for softcore porn these days. Or its exchange rate into turnips, for that matter. If I did have to sing, there's no way I could manage Kate Bush. Like I would need to at least make it something I could achieve. Although, well, actually, it's something I do find easier to sing is Tenacious D. Like if people, I'm now convincing myself to sing. But I can actually keep up with Jack Black a little bit better than most singers. Even though his vocal range is quite grand in scale as well. I find Tenacious D quite easy to sing along to. Ooh. I was gonna say game. Don't do this to me. Oh, I need to pop this back. And that will be us moving on to chapter 6, by the way, guys. Like, see what I mean? We're actually getting through this very, very quickly. We are very close to the end, I think, actually. And where are we going? There we are. The night with the 15 subs helped a lot. It did. That one got to about 80 pages, but a subsequent night where it just was steady sea potato, when I counted what people had cashed in with the pages alone, it got into about 50 there as well. So it was kept quite steady. We had a couple of quieter days like today, you know, where it wasn't. You're gonna get days like that though. You get quiet reading days and quiet days streaming. I'm quite used to the drop, to be honest. Believe it or not, I have been streaming on Twitch and had doing so for like 9 years, but I had like a huge 7-year gap. But then I came on and came back. But I used to get like quite big groups in streams, but I was never reading to them or anything like that. It was, although now that I look back on it, it was games that had a lot of reading. Long Journey Home was really popular for me. That had a lot of reading in it. A lot of reading. Now it kind of makes sense. So, yeah. The big days where you get a lot of things happening definitely sped it up, but quite a day like this will probably slow down. It might be tomorrow then. I think the weekdays get a bit busier for me because the bigger streamers are at work and such. So on the days that I'm streaming the weekdays, I get a few more people on Brighter Shores. Although I've noticed there's a lot more people streaming on Brighter Shores as well. And they are more focused on the leveling, the grind, the racing and stuff. So, yeah. It'll probably get a bit quieter for me. Yeah, that's what makes you unique. Yeah, like, I'm more unique than most, but, like, I do have to ask myself at the same time, are people that are watching Brighter Shores or RuneScape or anything like that, something of this kind of game's nature, looking for something like me mostly? So, being unique means you have to fall upon people clicking on it and liking it, so I get used to days like these. I'm being good now, though. I've left the viewer counter on, and I must admit, it's not bothering me. I thought it might do. Because it was busy when we first came on it. I was sitting at like 10, and then it's kind of settled at 5, and I thought it would bother me, but it hasn't. I don't know what I was so nervous about, because in my heart of hearts, I already kind of knew, and so I don't know what I was getting myself off with. But I must admit, it's making me quite more comfortable than I was before, because having the view counter turned off also had me in that I don't know if there's a word for it, but not knowing. I don't know if there's a word for it, that not knowing sort of thing of what was going on or happening around you. But yeah, I don't know. I'll keep up the reading thing though, and we'll dart around, see who joins in, and see how much further it goes. So I enjoy the reading part of it, and if anything, there's a few people that come to enjoy that. I'm happy with that, because I must admit, it's a lot of fun. And I prefer it. It's making it easier for me to pick games as well, because I also had that fuss. I was like, oh, what game should I play? What will people like me seeing? At this point, as long as it's a game that's kind of quiet, like this, where you can just piddle about and it doesn't really matter what you're doing, and you can read, it should be good. Ignorant or unaware. Yes! Yeah. That's, it gets rid of that kind of feeling that I was having. Because it is something I should be thinking of, and something I should be taking steps of changing, because I enjoy this and I'd like to keep it up, and I really should actually be taking part in what Twitch actually is a bit more, instead of just hoping that people will invest their time in me, even though I'm not giving the investment back. So I am actually going to stick with the book thing. I have already set up the format of how I want to do the chapter reads for YouTube as well. And I think I will put it separate from my streaming YouTube channel, because it's just going to get cluttered. So I have that set up. Now I just have to do the recordings and actually get them up. I did it that way because I am the kind of person who procrastinates, and I know that if I did the recordings of the book first and then had to go through the process of uploading them and sorting them out somewhere, that's the bit I would procrastinate on. If I... just the filing task is the bit I wouldn't be excited about, so I've done it first. I'm so proud of myself that I've done that. So there was a second YouTube channel that I'd had a while ago, and it's been doing nothing, so I've spruced it up a bit. It's empty of other videos and stuff, so it's all set for it. I'll just put them there. Nice and sorted. And once everything's up, I'll let people know. I'll put it in Discord and stuff. And that's good. So I do think the Brighter Shores RPG idea could help you stick out too, but I'm obviously biased because I want to play in it. That is an idea that I did write down, but I must admit I have not looked at further. But I think it would be easy to incorporate into one of the big games. I would need to see what people would like. Either Pathfinder or D&D. What format they would like. I would prefer Pathfinder, I must admit, at this point. I'm getting a bit tired of Wizards of the Coast, to be honest. Like, I don't want to say Dungeons and Dragons. Dungeons and Dragons has fueled many a delightful game for myself and my friends. But Wizards of the Coast are getting... like, I'm getting tired of being upset with companies that I feel are ruining IPs that I enjoy. But they really are ruining IPs that I enjoy. To be honest, I'm out of the loop for both, so I'd prefer Pathfinder. Pathfinder have kind of remained true to themselves. Like, never say never. Who knows what might happen with the company if it changed or something. But they've seemed to have been genuine through and through and not changed from that. Wizards of the Coast, of course, owned by Hasbro as well. So it's got too many arms and legs. And that D&D Beyond is absolute ass. And I'm happy to say it's absolute ass because we used the ComCon for Lancer, which is just an itch.io RPG, or it started off that. It's a bit bigger now. They have a book and everything like that because it is really, really popular. They have their own little working online player assisted tool, shall we say, or digitally assisted tool. And it's brilliant. It's absolutely fantastic. It works so well. I've only had one game with it, and everybody took to it within 5 minutes. I remembered, I thought, oh, I'll break it down for people to build a character, because nobody had built a character or a mech, and so in Lancer you build mechs. So I thought, you know, I'll break it into stages, I'll get people to go through different stages of building their character, which is already simpler than most other TTRPG character creators anyway, because the complicated part tends to be more towards the mech. I thought, oh, break it down in bits. People had already done it. People had sifted through it and created their character in the time that I finished talking about it. That's how quickly they took to this thing. And by comparison, when I've watched people using D&D and Beyond, and when I've had a look at it myself, it just makes it slower. Everything seems to be so much slower. It's unreal. To the point where there was quite a few... I like listening to things like Legends of Avantris and stuff like that. I think it's really funny. And I know they joke about D&D Beyond wasting their time and they're waiting on things just to roll a dice and whatnot, but I must admit it infuriates me when I'm listening alongside it as well. So I've stopped listening to a few things because of these kinds of pieces. There's a RuneScape RPG apparently. Oh! Sorry, I don't know when you posted that message. I've been blabbing for Lord knows how long now. Oh, it comes up instantly. RuneScape Kingdoms. No way. It's not rated very highly. This is the thing. It might not be rated very highly among the tabletop RPG community, but it's probably quite well appreciated by fans of RuneScape, which I think would be more fair. But you're absolutely correct. There is one. Oh. It's a subset of a subset. To be honest, I'm quite good at You what? You told me about the RuneScape RPG? Did we? Yeah. Oh, apparently I knew about this game. I've just been told that I know about the RuneScape, and Laura's probably right. Apparently, we've actually seen a copy of it in Glasgow as well when we were visiting. Okay. Yeah, I know about that game, Sea Potato. It's very interesting. Apparently it's a subset of a subset, I've heard. So... I'm going to eat some chocolate to cheer myself up from how good I am at remembering things. Collab. Oh, Zan. Yeah, absolutely. I do have my reading thing on at the moment, but I'm sure people don't mind pausing it for a little bit, or if you don't mind me reading. Hold on, guys. I did say I would. It doesn't need to be paused. Depends how frequent it happens, and sometimes it can be. Yeah.
Hey, did that work out?
I'll notify followers. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Hello.
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Hey, it's good to see you, Turnip.
It's good to see you.
If somebody does your points or whatever, that's fine. Um, yeah, I don't mind. To be honest, everybody probably would like to hear it.
We're almost at the end of the book. We're it's very spoilery to anybody that's in your own chat there. It's
Oh shoot.
Yeah, it's the very end of the. It raced on very, very quickly. We got to the end of this book very quickly.
Well, so people really like hearing the book, huh?
It's a good book. Well, I've been told people like hearing me read the book as well. That I am really good at reading it, but it is a really good book. Dalton, it's 1984. It's George Orwell's 1984, and I'd never read it before. It was one of those. It's on my to-do list, you know, that never-ending pile of books that grows on anybody's to-do list. But yeah,
that's really smart. You can play Brighter Shores and read a book that you've been wanting to read.
Brighter Shores is a good book for that. It has definitely given me enough free time to do it. Some skills are a little bit more active than others. I really need to be doing alchemy, but there's no way I'm doing the potent potions whilst trying to read a book, because that is a nightmare. The potent potions are... Yeah, the potent potions are just... Actually, I just don't enjoy it. I don't know if you like doing alchemy yourself, but the potent potions I don't enjoy.
Yeah, I did the potent potions because it was allegedly the fastest way, so I did that, and I KP'd a little bit of it as well. But yeah, the alchemy grind wasn't awful, but it was still pretty slow.
Yeah. Yeah, hold on. I pop you up on my... Sorry if you hear...
I think it's pretty glitchy, the talking thing. Like, your microphone's perfect, but sometimes it doesn't let me adjust people either.
No, I'm just making sure people can hear you on my stream. I just need to stay quiet until you spoke so I could see the audio levels go up, and it seemed fine. Thank you very much for the follow, Greybeard. Thank you. Thank you. And Kimchi, yeah, I do... It's not an audiobook stream per se. I just read pages of a book to people. They can use, you know, you gather that currency in somebody's stream. They pay that. I'll read them pages of books. It's fun. Oh, Sea Potato. It's cheating on you, Zan.
Wait, Sea Potato?
Oh, Sea Potato has been the biggest backer alongside Steady Prism and Duyal on... Oh, Traveller as well. The three of them have been really the biggest backers of these book reads. Twisty comes in quite a lot and curveballs me when I feel like I'm alone and quiet. I'm sure you've heard of Twisty.
Oh yeah, no, it's nice hearing the excitement.
Yeah.
Mr. Twisty, he's definitely a character, Mr. Twisty.
I love him. But then I'm part Dutch as well, so we stick together. Mostly Scottish, but
you're both Dutch.
Yeah, een klein beetje. My mother's side. So, yeah.
Oh. Yeah, you sound Australian.
I get that a lot because my Scottish accent isn't the typical Scottish accent everybody knows of. People from Britain know exactly which part of Scotland I'm from. But outside of Britain, a lot of people can't tell too much. I am also a little bit, I've been told, quite well spoken for Scots as well, so that also...
Yeah, very eloquent.
I get that frequently.
Well, me being American, I can't really differentiate between UK, Scottish, Australian.
Well, I get from a lot of people from America, they'll tell me that I sound very Australian or Canadian. And a lot of Canadians think I sound like I'm from New York. I get that quite a lot as well.
What?
Yeah, this has actually happened. My partner's from the same area of Scotland, and they have had this as well. They've had people thinking that they're from New York. But if I meet people from New York, it's not even close.
No,
not even close.
No, New York, dude. I know a plumber who lives in Rhode Island, and they travel to New York to do plumbing, and they sound like a pissed off Mario.
Yeah, guys, I agree with everybody saying I don't sound like any of them. I totally agree. I don't sound. To me, I sound Scottish.
Yeah, you sound Scottish now that you said it. Yeah.
Yeah, when I hear myself back, I think I cannot determine anything else but Scottish. The royalty one that somebody says sounds like royalty, very posh. Yeah, I get that even from my friends, even the people I know. I get that a lot.
That's a word of the day. Posh.
Posh. Rather.
I don't hear that word too often. Yeah.
Yes.
Wait.
You've got to enunciate those vowels, darling. That's posh.
So posh. Is that you said synonym to rather?
Rather.
I have no idea.
New York. Posh is a British term. Posh is so. Yeah. The best way I could describe this. Oh, I don't know if I can actually. Do you know of, like, the affluent British accent? You've probably seen them in film. They're usually the villain in films. The British...
Like James Bond?
Yes. Very well spoken, ma'am. James Bond is proper English. Posh is the cut above that. Like, if you were to hear the royal family... It's, so... An example of how they would speak is, you and I, we would say golf ball. You're describing the little ball that you play the sport golf with. They would say golf ball, darling. Golf. They get rid of the L. And they get rid of the L in ball as well. It's golf ball. Yeah, it's very flamboyant. Very affluent. Very I'm better than you kind of snooty-nosed. That's posh. That's
that explains a lot. My ex-fiance's mother talks that way, and she was a huge fan of the Queen, so maybe that's where she got it from.
It's mimicry at its finest.
Yeah,
no else. Mimicry. Take the best one is when they have to say lion, Dalton. It's a lion. It's a lion, darling. A lion.
I don't fit in anywhere.
Neither do I.
Well, that's how you know you get along with people, because it's the people that are super judgmental are the ones that you gotta stay away from.
Yeah, exactly. Very much so. It's always fun.
It's hard to find good people these days, but yeah, no. If anybody redemption? If anybody redeems your book, absolutely, you don't have to stop. I don't know if anybody in my chat will have issues with.
Well, Greybeard technically.
I'm illiterate and.
No, carry on. Sorry, I have a habit of interrupting. I really should stop.
No, I love it. I love it when because sometimes I don't know what I'm saying, so it's nice that I get cut off. I don't even remember what I was saying. I don't know. Oh, I don't think people will have issues because I'm illiterate and dyslexic, and I'm pretty sure my followers are the same. I think we're all just very, very uneducated, and I'm just kidding. You guys are uneducated. Yeah, so
you should have kept it going. You're saying I can say this as well. They don't know what I'm saying. That's keep the joke rolling.
Yeah, most of my viewers, they don't know how to speak proper English, so some of the words I'm saying right now, they don't understand what I'm saying. So it's okay that I'm saying it right now.
Zan's audience could use some books in their lives. Technically, Greybeard did redeem a page, because a follow redeems a page as well. So there's a page banked. So I usually do read out a page, follows and stuff. But I'll wait till there's a quiet and people are ready to hear a page before I do that.
Oh wait, so there's already a page ready to be read?
Greybeard followed me. Followed gives a page as well. So it's 300 turnips for a page, follow
Yeah.
for a page, and then I do 5
All right, we'll
pages
we'll
for a
be quiet.
subscribble.
We'll be quiet while you read for the subscription.
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah.
To turn the fighting off on my side because trying to read 1984 with and splat is rough. So,
Yeah, I listen to Goblin ASMR when I'm trying to sleep.
Goblin ASMR. Is that really a thing?
Yeah, yeah. You ever fight the goblins? The noises
Oh,
the goblins make? It's very
that sort of stuff.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, the sound effects in this game are brilliant. I could fall asleep to the stonemasons.
They actually did a really, really good job with the music tracks. Very not surprised, but they did a good job.
Yeah, no, I agree. And the sound effects are brilliant. Brilliant.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But whenever you're ready, let me know. We are starting chapter 6 of part 3.
I'm ready to go.
You're good? You're good? Okay.
I'm ready. Yeah, I'm ready when you're ready.
Sit comfy. Sit comfy. Have a nice drink. So, George Orwell's 1984, part 3, chapter 6. The chestnut tree was almost empty. A ray of sunlight slanting through a window fell on dusty tabletops. It was the lonely hour of 15. A tinny music trickled down from the telescreens. Winston sat in his usual corner, gazing into an empty glass. Now and again, he glanced up at a vast face which eyed him from the opposite wall. "Big Brother is watching you," the caption said. Unbidden, a waiter came and filled his glass up with Victory gin, shaking it into it a few drops from another bottle with a quill through the cork. It was saccharine flavoured with cloves, the specialty of the cafe. Winston was listening to the telescreen. At present, only music was coming out of it, but there was a possibility that at any moment there might be a special bulletin from the Ministry of Peace. The news from the African front was disquieting in the extreme. On and off, he had been worrying about it all day. A Eurasian army. Oceania was at war with Eurasia. Oceania had always been at war with Eurasia. And it was moving southward at terrifying speed. The midday bulletin had not mentioned any definite area, but it was probable that already the mouth of the Congo was a battlefield. Brazzaville, the Leopoldville were in danger. One did not have to look at the map to see what it meant. It was not merely a question of losing Central Africa. For the first time in the whole war, the territory of Oceania itself was menaced. A violent emotion, not fear exactly, but a sort of undifferentiated excitement flared up in him, then faded again. He stopped thinking about the war. In these days, he could never fix his mind on any one subject for more than a few moments at a time. He picked up his glass and drained it at a gulp. As always, the gin made him shudder and even retch slightly. The stuff was horrible. The cloves and saccharin themselves, disgusting enough in their sickly way, would not disguise the flat, oily smell. And what was worst of all was that smell of gin, which dwelt with him night and day, was inextricably mixed up in his mind with the smell of those... He never named them. Even in his thoughts, and so far as it was possible, he never visualized them. They were something that he had half an awareness of, hovering close to his face, a smell that clung to his nostrils. As the gin rose in him, he belched through purple lips. He had grown fatter since they released him, and had regained his old colour. Indeed, more than regained it. His features had thickened, the skin on nose and cheekbones was coarsely red, even the bald scalp was too deep a pink. A waiter again, unbidden, brought the chessboard and the current issue of The Times, with the page turned down at the chess problem. Then, seeing that Winston's glass was empty, he brought the gin bottle and filled it. There was no need to give orders. They knew his habits. The chessboard was always waiting for him. His corner table was always reserved. Even when the place was full, he had it to himself. Since nobody cared to be seen sitting too close to him, he never even bothered to count his drinks. At irregular intervals, they presented him with a dirty slip of paper, which they said was the bill. But he had the impression that they always undercharged him. It would have made no difference if it had been the other way about. He had always plenty of money nowadays. He even had a job, a sinecure, more highly paid than his old job had been. Lovely. Thank you, Greybeard, for the follow.
So was that one of the pages?
That's one page. Yeah. Yeah. That's it.
Ooh. Nice.
I hope you enjoyed it.
Yeah, you have a very good reading voice. I'm guessing you just got a follow?
It was Greybeard who gave me the follow, and I give a page for a follow as well.
Ooh.
Yeah. It's been nice, actually. I've done it I've only done it a couple of weeks. It only came up when playing Brighter Shores. I was collabing with many others, and they had a little AI bot that made poems in the stream out of what people were typing in the chat. And they got me to read it out like news bulletins. It was quite fun.
Ooh. No, that's awesome. I think that's a really good I guess everybody has their own little thing that they do on their stream, and I think that's definitely very unique. I know Catman was praising some of the things you do.
Who was praising it? Sorry. Oh, Captain.
Olerin.
Yeah.
Captain.
Yeah, Captain. The pirate. Yeah, I've actually.
Yeah, no, he's a pirate.
Yeah, I've collabed with Olerin a couple of times. Lovely gentleman. Very much so.
Yeah, he's very intelligent, very smart guy. Also, Moldy Samuel's in here. He's Finn Samuel, the community moderator. Community manager's in here.
Oh, in your stream.
Yeah. He says, I'm hearing you guys are being bad boys, and I'm here to get you.
Oh, I missed that. Oh, he's investigating a report on me.
Here.
Oh, it's probably true, whatever it is.
On us. He said that he doesn't appreciate that we've been talking about his dump truck, and there's going to be repercussions for our actions.
I'm innocent.
Yeah, you weren't in. Hey, Samuel, it's okay. He wasn't involved in me saying you had a dump truck.
Zan can defend himself, I'm sure. I'll run for the hills. That's fine.
Yeah, I put it in the go live notifications as well. I said Samuel has a dumpy truck. I don't know if you can see that, Samuel, but I put it in the description of the Brighter Shores that you have a dumpy truck. People kept coming to me, Sam. I don't know if Sam's still in here, but people were coming to me, and they're saying, Sam, he has legs like Ice Spice, and we need to give him recognition. They said they saw him when he had his camera on, like, dang, he's got a dumpy. But no, Sam's a great guy. He's been doing a good job. I'm curious to see. I don't think he goes in the office till Monday, but I'm definitely curious to see how everybody's holidays went from the office.
Yeah. I must admit, I took a bit of a holiday as well. I took a week off from streaming over there.
You took how long?
I was off for about 7 days from streaming to enjoy the holidays.
Really?
Yeah. I
Did you just get back?
Yeah, today is my first day back streaming since last Monday or something like that. Sunday or Monday, I believe.
Well, hopefully the collabing will have a positive effect on you, like a little kickstart.
Oh, I always appreciate it. To be honest, I just enjoy chatting to other people. I find it fun. I love the collab.
To be honest, me too.
Yeah, I'm just not good at instigating it.
I mean, I'm definitely I'm happy like to instigate it. I guess sometimes I'm a little intimidated by it because I'm like, okay, well, I don't want to like ruin somebody's stream and ask if they want to collab because I know it's sort of out of nowhere. But it's nice, especially when I get tired. I'm like, it's nice to sort of be
Have
able to
another, yeah,
hold a conversation.
yeah,
Yeah, instead of like talking to yourself, because eventually not just you gets tired, but everybody gets tired. And when
yeah.
everybody gets tired, the chat is dead.
Oh,
And
maybe I'm an
that's
exception to the
hard for
rule
me.
then. I talk incessantly.
Well, that's good.
It
That's good.
so rarely
I talking
stops.
has been good, good. Well, hopefully if you enjoy collabing, I'm willing to collab with you more often just to hang out because it's fun. It's
Yeah,
fun.
no, it definitely is fun. Hello, Crimson. Thank you for the call to my nerddom.
A derogatory nerd.
Oh yeah,
Okay, so
so
he's
like
okay.
nerd. That's what Crimson says to me, or that's how I read Crimson saying
Oh,
that to me.
so Crimson is a bad boy.
Oh no,
Or
Crimson is my. It was sent to me to help me through this game. I cannot say a cruel word about Crimson. They have every right to call me a whatever they want because I do so much bad. Crimson came in and even showed me how to get everything to work on a single left click. That's how bad I am going into new games, especially because I love to go into them blind. So no, Crimson's actually lovely and helpful, uh, but has earned the right to call me a nerd. Most definitely.
no, that's good. That's good. I
'Cause
mean, we all are sort of nerds to a certain extent, I'm sure.
I absolutely am. Like, it was my birthday yesterday, and we spent 14 hours playing Twilight Imperium, which is a board game.
Ooh, that sounds fun. Happy birthday, by the way. But that sounds
Thank you
amazing.
very much.
Tell me more.
Twilight Imperium. It's like if you play board games, you will know of it. It is often regarded as the daddy of board games, but
Yeah.
it's a political board game set in space. So
Ooh.
there's the main government's collapsed. You're playing as a race that is trying to vie for control of the galaxy. That's the gist of it. But it's immense.
Dude,
The
that sounds
game,
amazing already.
yeah, the game has grandeur out of its behind. It's got so many beautiful little bits, so much beautiful pieces of artwork. They went all out on blurb, like what you get on the backs of books. So if you pick a race and you flip the card over, there's a whole backstory to them, even though it doesn't add to the actual mechanics of the game. But if people want to, play their race out a bit, they've got some
Like lore.
flavor text to go with it. Yeah. And
Yeah.
they keep the rules abundant but simple. So where it starts to get complicated is the human element, the negotiation between human beings for grips on different territory and space and such. And it lasts a full day. We started at 9 a.m. We finished the game at about half 11 p.m. So
So
11:30
you said
p.m.
18 hours?
14, I think that is. 14, 14 and a half.
Oh my god.
And even then, we
So you
didn't
just
actually
like
fully
got on a
complete it. We
comfy.
just ended because people were getting tired. It was. Thank you for the happy birthday, Crimson.
Oh no, you probably would have done it if you could not. If you guys didn't feel the pain of being tired, you probably
Well,
would
I
have
won the
2
game, so
days.
I don't complain. I'm not going to complain. It ended a bit early, and I
Oh,
won. So, and I'd never won the game before. We've played a game a few times, and I've never won it before. So, but that is my
I well, it sounds like
corner
a
of nerd.
really well, it sounds like it's really difficult to win because it's so prolonged.
It's difficult to win because people naturally distrust me as well. I look like a friendly goof wearing my Pokemon toys and clothes and all sorts when you see me on camera. But the people that know me know that I'm very good at holding a straight face when lying, and I am not to be trusted. We had new players at the table yesterday, and I even told them, I was like, look, when you sit down at the table for this, they're going to tell you the first rule of playing these games is to not trust me. And sure enough, when it came to the day, the
Yeah,
first thing everybody says, like, the first thing you need to know about this game is don't trust murder.
oh geez.
Mm.
Well, that's fun though. It's fun. You have a little bit of a handicap.
It's fun. It makes it a nicer challenge. The game turns out a bit friendlier in the end when people suddenly realize they do need to be friendly with you to gain something for themselves. It's impossible to not be friendly in the game, but it's also impossible to not stab someone in the back in the game. It's
Oh,
yeah, it's placed in a way where you're sharing a tight amount of resources spread among up to 8 players around this table. So it's it's very push and pull. Very,
that
very
sounds
push
like
and pull.
something I would want to play.
It's good. It's really, really good. If I don't know if you played many board games, if any at all, but it's worth
I've
looking
played
up.
a few.
It's worth looking up.
I don't really have a lot of people in my life that like to play board games. That's the issue.
Well, things like
Yeah.
Twilight Imperium plays well in Tabletop Simulator. It's one of those games that can play well in it.
Really?
Yeah, because
So what?
as long as you've got like a Discord chat or something where you can verbally chat to people, that's all. You don't need to see their faces. In fact, you probably get tired of each other's face through the day. So no,
Maybe.
I know there's a lot of people that play it on Tabletop Simulator a lot.
Real? Kimchi said he could see if a boardroom cafe. Let me see.
Oh yeah,
Board
yeah. There's that as well. We even have that in little low population Scotland. We've got some board game cafes and clubs and
cafe at the crossing. Okay, so I typed in boardroom cafe and it's food places.
they tend to serve food and drink, and then you can play games. They I don't know how it may be on your side of the Atlantic, but here they like charge a little fee for you to have the table for a couple of hours. But I don't know. I've heard that they sometimes make exceptions for games like Twilight Imperium because even they are just excited to see this monstrosity come out on the table because it's just immense.
Interesting.
It's like a barcade. Yeah, Dalton. Exactly like that. You're in Vancouver, you pay a flat fee to have a table for unlimited time. Yeah. Yeah, that's about similar. Yeah.
I'm looking up places right now for. I guess there's a place that just opened called D20 Dungeon.
That sounds pretty bang on as being the name of a place where this happens. Yeah.
D220, invite your dungeon about the dungeon. Book your space. Okay, so it's a place where you book. Damn it. It's not a place where you gather.
Where you gather.
It's a place you can book Dungeons and Dragons. Sorry, I'm trying. When you book your event, you'll be sent to the key entry morning event. Look. Oh, I wish there was a collab where I could just. Oh, that's so cool. Oh my god, that's actually sick.
What were you looking at?
No way. I'm looking up this place that just opened up that's near me. It looks all medieval in the
Yeah, they go all out. Like you're talking about people that love this kind of stuff. So you've probably seen streamers and YouTubers and they'll show you these massive grand tables with chairs that look like thrones and they've got mug holders with mead in them and they're drinking from tankards instead of cups and all kinds of things.
Oh, dude!
Like they'll go all out. They go all out. There is one in Glasgow, and because Scotland has a lot of Viking influence in it from its history, you're drinking out of horns. Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, they really go all out on it when you go to these kinds of places. I must admit, I've not experienced them too much myself because we kind of have a big gaming group which I'm lucky. We've got a gaming group that we managed to get together quite regularly, but I do know of the places, and I do go in. Like Kimchi said there as well, Kimchi Feast. You go in and you'll just meet people like yourself who are just interested in this stuff. And
Yeah, I think that's what I need to do. I need to get into the community because I don't have any real life friends.
I'm real.
I don't have any friends in real life.
I exist. There you
What's
go.
that?
I am real. I exist.
But
You have one real life friend. There we
you're
go.
a virtual friend. Well, I mean, you're in Scotland. I mean,
That's
I'll
true.
come visit you after a few years of hanging out with you. Absolutely.
Oh man,
But in
yeah.
the
Come to
meantime,
Scotland. It's beautiful.
yeah, I would love to. Yeah. I mean, I think I'm going to go to the UK, Cambridge, and hang out with Samuel. I think that's one of my upcoming things is I'm going to go hang out with Samuel in the UK, and we're going to play video games and stuff with him and Ethan.
Man, they're just down the road from me,
Yeah.
or a day's
Who,
drive.
Sam?
I live in.
Samuel?
Well, if they're in Cambridge, like you can drive anywhere in Britain in a day.
Yeah. No way.
Of course, yeah,
So
absolutely.
I can Oh my god, I could kill two birds with one stone.
Yeah, a,
Oh
a,
shit.
a plane flight. So if you were to take a plane flight from Cambridge to the Highlands of Scotland, it is less than 15 minutes.
Oh yeah, but that sounds expensive. I might just ride a bicycle.
Well, no, the internal flights aren't too expensive. If you fly out to Europe, yeah, that gets a bit more expensive. Um,
Wait, it's not too expensive?
no, no, people do it here all the time. It's
Oh my god.
yeah, like Infinite Tech
That's
said,
remarkable.
UK is tiny. Scotland's a bit trickier because the further north you get in Scotland, yes, it's a small country. Getting to different places is a nightmare because logistically the roads, rails, and stuff just don't exist because Scotland's still quite wild. But to get
Yeah,
to the
yeah.
main cities all over the UK is nothing. To get rid of those thoughts of like 3 to 12 day drives that you've got across Canada and the United States or Australia or these large countries. It doesn't exist here.
That's
Doesn't
crazy.
exist.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I used to drive 16 hours just to go to Texas to work on my second house.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
That's amazing.
yeah, yeah. Sam, the whole Brighter Shores team is a day's travel away from me. If they ever had an inkling to invite me at all, I could be there tomorrow.
I'm gonna save up money in my piggy bank, and we're gonna start our own little Bradger Shores Fest, and it'll be fan made. It won't be official unless they ever come out with an official one. But there's no current plans for that. But I will 100% set something up. I'll set something up here in the states if people are willing to drive to Indiana. We can have like a fun little shindig with all us nerdies.
I'll bring
It'd
the
be a lot
whiskey.
of fun.
There we go.
Yeah, I'll bring the whistle. So if things get a little too out of control, we can whistle. We can blow the whistle. I'll bring the oil. Like we could do some rustling.
I mean, I look
It's
like
an
a pampered sort,
American
but I am quite a
it's
large
American.
Scotsman, so.
It's good. It's good. I mean, yeah. Here in America, it's a common formality to oil up and wrestle with your
Peers.
yeah with your friends. Yeah, your peers. Yeah, yeah. Well, it's only a did well a vegan Splecker can. It's only a Diddy party if there's ecstasy in the loop, which we're not planning on doing. I don't believe at least.
Ah.
I would
Well,
hope
but
not.
believe it or not,
I mean, I've
Scotland
never
is the
issued
drug
no.
capital of the UK, so That's
Really? Like in a good, like in the gangster drugs or like legal drugs?
illegal drugs. Because
Illegal drugs. Okay.
yeah, because Scotland's coastline is so difficult to police. It's a whole lot of nothing. All it requires is that people are brave. The amount of dead people we find with drugs on them because they've died in Scotland's peat bogs and stuff is unreal as well.
That's
But
really sad to hear, though.
it's risky, but this is
It's a
where it
good way
comes
to make
in. This
friends.
is where it all comes in, and then they shuttle it down to England from up here. That's how it gets into the UK, and we're
That's very
very
important.
much well aware of it.
I've never done most of the. I haven't done any drugs before. I heard Well, I probably shouldn't talk about drugs on stream, but no, I've yet to try Diddy Lube.
Diddy loop.
If that tells you anything. I've yet to try the Diddy Lube.
I don't even know
I've
what
only
that
done
is.
bodybuilding
I'm
anabolics. I haven't done any
so out
like
of it.
like crazy
No,
stuff.
I am a relatively clean person. My addictions are sugar and greasy foods. It's
Yeah, mine too.
yeah, it's
Yeah, the only drug I'm addicted to is caffeine, which is categorized as a psychoactive drug.
is it?
If those of you who yeah, caffeine is categorized as a psychoactive drug.
And I know we categorize
Yeah, when
it
I was
as a poison and a,
really
a dangerous poison. Yeah, you don't actually need much caffeine to kill a person. So we regard it as
really
something you can take. So if you're caught refining caffeine in
yeah
any way in the UK, yeah, you'll get done heavily for it.
yeah.
But selling
Well, it's
coffee is fine. You're not exactly refining
yeah.
caffeine
Well,
by selling coffee. It's
people are weird about it though because um unfortunately, so in America, and if you're under oath and you need to go before a judge to speak on behalf, you have to. Sometimes the judge will be like, "Are you under the influence of any drugs?" And I know it sounds cliche, but I don't want to violate the oath. So every time I go to court, if I have to go to court for something, obviously I usually don't. But if there has been a situation where I have, they'll ask, are you under the influence of anything right now? And I said, yes. And like, what? And I said, caffeine. And then the judge is like, that's not a drug. And I'm like, well, I'm under oath. And yeah, it's categorized as psychoactive drug.
yeah.
So
I'm
yeah,
under oath. I've been told it is a drug,
it's not a
so I'm
good time.
telling you, I'm under the influence of caffeine. Judge,
Yeah, that's
judge,
literally
judge me
I was
if you will.
like, I'm not. Everybody in the in the room was like laughing, and I'm like, well, I'm not trying to be funny. I'm just trying to. I'm under oath, right? Isn't it illegal to lie,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, exactly.
Like I know I seem like a smart ass, but I'm like, well, technically I am under the influence. I've had some coffee. And then they're like, they continue, they follow up and like, okay, well, will it impede you in court today? I'm like, oh no, no, absolutely not.
Well, it'll
So
impede me if I don't get a second
yeah,
cup soon. So,
yeah, yeah.
I do drink.
Honesty is key, man.
I actually drink both. I do drink the typical British
You drink tea and
teas.
coffee.
I drink teas, but in the morning I have to. I like my coffee. Like there's nothing like the
Well,
morning coffee.
tea
It's
has caffeine too, right?
yeah. I mean, I tend to drink green teas now and such. Its caffeine is quite limited, but
Okay.
it's
Wait, does green tea not have caffeine? I don't know much about that.
it has some, but not nearly as much as any black teas kind of do. But yeah, I more enjoy my hot drinks because Scotland is an uncomfortable country. Our weather makes it terribly
Is it?
uncomfortable. Yeah, so
Oh, gotcha.
a hot drink
I feel like I would
is
love to go to
hot
Scotland.
drinks, hot soups, hot broths, stews. Just even a baked potato is
Is
it's just the
d-
what you need to keep happy.
oh yeah, absolutely.
Mm.
Is Dublin a part of Scotland,
Dublin
or
is
is
the no,
Dublin
it's capital of the Republic of Ireland. That's Dublin. So
okay? Because I've never when I was going from Fort Bliss, Texas, we landed in Dublin to refuel so we could go to Kuwait and then go to Afghanistan.
yeah,
But
Dublin's
we
got a big
landed in
airport. So.
Dublin for Yeah, we landed there for about an hour, and that's where I bought some nudie mags, which I found out later were again like illegal in the Middle Eastern.
Yes, they will
But
be.
yeah,
Yes. Yep.
yeah, it's crazy. Nudie mags are illegal in Middle Eastern.
Nothing above the
It's
ankle. They
crazy.
still have those laws. Yeah.
Really? Yeah,
Hmm.
that just blew my mind for a
A
second.
lot of
But
them are
yeah, no,
still
I mean,
are dry countries as well, so no alcohols.
oh yeah.
Yeah, yeah, very
Oh
much
yeah, we
so.
were tearing down a building once in Afghanistan, and there was a Cosmo Magnus magazine, and it had a bunch of like giblets on it,
Oh, is that your
and like,
job?
uh-oh.
Are you
So,
demolitions? Do you?
well, we were combat engineers, but
Okay,
we were pretty much assigned to demolish
yeah,
things.
because I know you like you
So
often
we
put in your
so
streams
when
you're a veteran, but I never did ask
yeah, yeah,
what
we the
part of the military you
when I
were in.
deployed to Afghanistan, that was my second deployment. I was re-enlisted as a engineer, right? So I was a part of the 3 or 4th engineer company, and our job was to tear down as many installations as possible, in Bagram. So this way, when we did, when we gave, I guess we are allegedly going to. This was back in 2014, 2015, right? So
Hmm.
obviously a lot of things change, whatever. But at the time, they're planning on downsizing Bagram, and then giving it to NATO forces to take over, and then pull our troops out of it. But we'd still have a foothold there with NATO. That was the game plan.
Hmm.
Granted, I don't know what the hell's going on now. I know we no longer have it, but yeah, yeah. That was sort of the goal at the time. So when we went there, we tore down a crap ton of installations. So this way, if we ever did leave, it'd be harder for. Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, we left a lot of concrete structures. We didn't touch any of the concrete structures. We were demolishing all of the wooden structures. So that was sort of the goal there. When I joined the military, I was 11 Bravo, which was infantry, but yeah, later down the road I reclassed my military occupation specialty. So yeah, we back to the reason why I was just talking about that to begin with was yeah, we stopped at Dublin, and I got some nudie mags, and yeah, I had illegal contraband on me for quite some time.
Dirty boy. Dirty,
But I
dirty
didn't
boy.
know. I made it to customs with it too. I don't even know how.
It depends on how
I
strict they are being as well. It's one of those things where can it be an overlooked law in
they
certain
certainly didn't
cases?
seem like our unit certainly didn't seem like it really cared that much, to
No,
be honest.
no,
Like, not
it's
that they were gonna shake us down for every little inappropriate thing we had. A lot of people had worse.
yeah, yeah. I was actually just about to say your little dirty magazine is probably a very small dusting of the snow on the iceberg compared to what some other people might have been infinitely bringing in. That was far
Oh
worse.
yeah,
So
no,
yeah.
people brought in. Yeah, we had a kid. His name was Hood Rat. Was his nickname? His name was
Oh, brilliant.
Thaxton, but we called him Hood Rat. He brought in something called I don't know if I'm allowed to say it on stream, but it's something that you stick something into, and he was very proud of it, and he would flaunt it, and it actually motivated other
Oh,
people.
yes. Okay. I
Yeah,
think I.
it's a
Yep.
pocket something or another,
Mm-hmm. I
and
get what
yeah,
you're talking about.
he, yeah,
One knows of
but
these
you know,
things even though one hasn't partaken in it oneself.
yeah, yes, yes, yes. No, no, absolutely not. It is the forbidden. It is my precious.
Yes.
My
I do
precious. Does
have.
it fit?
I do.
does, does precious
I
fit?
thought it was supposed to
Does
change
precious
sizes.
fit? It's supposed to be. It's supposed to be universal. See, the issue is he
uh,
got the Ling Ling special.
like I I would love. I know people say they would hate these kind of jobs. I would love to be the types of doctors or surgeons that have to deal with the people that are dealing with these kinds of instruments that don't fit.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yep.
want to hear people's excuses. Like, I know you can hear them from doctors, and they'll tell you if they can. Of course, there's confidentiality in it as well. But
I would say the
oh,
most common issue that you would present itself to you is somebody getting their nut stuck in a zipper. I feel like that's the most common.
oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, that's no, yeah, no, we've all
That's
experienced that,
yeah.
right?
No,
Unless
that's. Oh,
you re-
there's
you really want
no.
to torture a prisoner of war, that's what you got to do.
Yeah, there's no comfort food that fixes that. That's
No.
no.
Oh, dude, that. Oh no, no. Well, at least I know I'm not the only one. But you learn real quick. You adapt.
Yeah, it's always great when you talk about those kinds of things and the whole room winces and you know you're not alone. It's
Yeah, yeah. Oh, we
it's
had some
beautiful.
people. Oh, you. So there's a way to know if somebody's bullshitting, right? We had like probably like 2,000 pounds of apple juice donated to us, and I didn't realize apple juice was a laxative if you drank too much of it.
It
And
depends on
so
the
I
apple
drink
juice. If it's the one that looks like
green. It was green
urine
apple.
color, then yeah, it's a laxative. If it's the cloudy actual pulped apple juice, it's fine.
Really? Yeah, so
Yes.
it was green apple. We are
Yeah.
donated green apple juice, and it like our whole unit we had like tons of it, limitless. And I remember I drank probably like 30 of them within like a few hours,
Oh yeah.
and
I don't
then
think it matters what
I
apple juice it is. Any fruit juice at that amount is gonna.
yeah, no, they somebody were like, I don't know why you're doing that, and I'm like, I don't know why not, dude. This stuff is amazing. And I realized real quickly that you can't fart.
I mean, you can. Uh...
Well, well, I made the mistake of doing such, as such, and then obviously I was sent back to the barracks because I had to clean myself. But I remember these guys. Um, People were comforting me. Well, I mean, I wasn't the only one that happened to, by the way, because there was other people that didn't know that apple juice was a laxative, and we hadn't had apple juice in so long that we had probably a handful of people have to be sent back to the barracks, which was sort of a disgrace, right? But so people were like, I don't know, people were making jokes or whatever, and we had this one guy, and he's like, I've never shit myself in my entire life, and then people are like, really? Even when you're a baby? No, no. Like this guy was like so full of himself. Like, how can you have never crapped yourself? Come on, we've all crapped ourselves. That's how you know somebody's bullshit.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
that's how you know somebody's bullshit. But yeah, man, we had a guy. He's like, yeah, I've never crapped myself
Everybody's
ever.
um pooped themselves. Everybody's had to do
Yeah.
that decision. Do I sit or kneel in front of the toilet? Everybody's had that kind of virus
Well,
or
I mean,
illness. It's
sometimes. Well, sometimes you get a fart and you don't know that you're messed up, and you're like, oh, I'm gonna make this one loud, but well, you're gonna have a problem. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Especially when you've been having competitions with your fellow soldiers, and then you're like, oh, you're about to hear a big one. So
Man.
you put in all your psi into that one shot, and man, yeah, and you didn't know that you had it. That's a problem, man.
I
But
don't
yeah,
think I
no,
have what it takes to be in the military. I
no, you probably do. It's not as bad as you
Oh
think.
my
I
good,
mean, well, I
like
guess it
I
depends.
know exactly what
It dep-
I would be the one, like it would actually be like school again for me, and I would be expecting it, so I don't actually get upset about it. But man, people would be ripping me apart. Most definitely.
No, people. I
Twisty.
think I feel like the camaraderie is pretty strong. I think they overhype the Metal Jacket series,
Oh, like I've
Full
no,
Metal
yeah,
Jacket. Or whatever.
yeah. I'm not expecting that kind of brutality, but I would be the butt end of jokes. Like, you cannot sound like me in as one of the grunts in the military. There's no way, no
Well, a sense
way.
of humor goes a long way.
Yeah, yeah.
It's
Forever
gold
and
because
always.
people are miserable when they're overseas. So it just takes one guy who has a really up like a silly attitude to make everything every day better. It's usually how it goes. You make good out of a shitty situation.
Mm-hmm. Well, you have to.
Like
You have
sometimes
to.
you can make yeah, you can make suffering fun. Because if you suffer with some people that are hilarious, then the suffering actually becomes hilariously fun.
Oh,
But if
you'd love
you're suffering
Scotland.
with somebody who's constantly belly aching, what's that?
You would love Scotland. If you love that
I
kind of
would love
mentality and the
Scott.
people that have that kind of camaraderie where the butts of jokes and the banter is just to get you through the weather.
Oh, good. I would love it. Well,
Yeah,
it takes.
yeah, I think you would
Well,
love
the
it here.
issue we have here in America is everybody's pampered and pampered and pampered, and they never go through hardship, and hardship creates thick skin, right?
Yeah.
So it creates good people. Hardship creates good people. But I'm
Oh,
not saying
we have the
hardship is a
pampered as well.
pamper.
Like, don't worry, you'd get them as
Yeah.
well, but they are deeply, deeply scorned, so they don't come out much.
I don't know.
It's
Shoot. Sorry, my dog's breathing in my face. Yeah, well, I feel like your pampered's probably not as bad as our pampered. Have you ever watched
oh, you'd be
like Netflix
surprised.
with the
You'd be surprised.
oh god, what's that show? You know that really popular show that all the girls want to watch
Oh, it's
the Married at First Sight.
married. Yeah, I know the types of shows because we have our own versions. We like The Only Way is Essex is probably the most popular one that we have here. Call it Towie for short, but it has. Although it's saying that that's more down in England, but yeah, it's the glammed up, um, shoveled makeup, dress, pampered, spoiled, and such. Which I must admit, I actually kind of enjoy seeing. I know people tend to get to gripes with saying these people with no personality. They have a personality. They just don't have a personality that we like. That's the
Yeah, no, they're very self-centered. You see,
yeah.
like even the
We've
dudes,
got them.
man, the
We
dudes on the show are
absolutely have them, and we do get the
like they cry over their
Karens
shoot
and
game stuff.
all these kinds of things in Scotland as well. They do
Yeah,
exist here.
I think it's
I'm not going to
disgusting.
sell Scotland to you as we are all Highlanders braving the winds and rains, arm in arm with our
Well,
fellow man, because there are some that are just
it's better than
not on
America
that.
though.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a little bit more than America. I don't know, man. America's crazy.
I think you probably wouldn't notice it so much in Scotland because our population density is so low. Like
Yeah,
the whole population of London is more than what's in the whole of Scotland, and Scotland's actually a
yeah,
larger country than England, so uh,
yeah,
it's you
yeah. No,
probably
and I'm
don't
not hating
notice
on
it as much.
America, but I'm not. Well, I'm not hating on America. I'm not saying America is the worst place on earth, but I think I, I do think that we have a lot of entitlement these days, and something that we were talking about earlier about the 90s and the 2000s were such a good time, and even though I love cell phone innovation, I think cell phones have disconnected us, and I miss just hanging out with people without everybody on their phone, or like you go out in public and there's people running around hanging out having a good time. Now I mean, like, I love technology, I love
Hmm.
virtual reality, but I feel like cell phones have made things way more harder on just having a good time with people, some randos.
Yeah, but then time and time again, human history is replete with those moments. If you go back to when they first printed newspapers, you will have had people like ourselves that say, "Oh, those people are sitting in their parks with their face in a newspaper and they're not talking to anybody." Like
True.
you're always
True.
going to get that because they're the people that you see, but you don't see the people like yourself who are in groups chatting to each other, playing games, and all manners of things like that.
Yes. Yes.
I think where you might see it more in America is America has or is quite very much so the heart of a lot of social media that a
Yes.
lot of people end up seeing. It's very popular, and despite what other countries will say about America, they can't deny that they don't like seeing it. Like, it's our
Oh yeah.
responsibility very much as well because it is interesting. But America's just going
Yeah.
through its
No, it is.
boom. Like every country's done it, and every nation's been through it. It goes through its boom. It has a bit of a tight moment. It buckles a bit here and there, and then it stands back up again. It happens over and over again. A lot of people are afraid. A lot of people think it's just the type of people that they're seeing around them is going to destroy everything. But you just have to tell them, it's like, look, you've seen one person who did this. The way I like to say it to people, like, imagine this is how I always sold people at working in. I've worked with the public a lot. All of my jobs have been
Yeah.
like in retail, or now I'm a tour guide. I'm always working with the public. And people will say, "Oh, I had this really nasty person. This person like wanted a refund and blah blah blah." We all know the story. We've all met and seen those people. What I say to them is like, "Yeah, you remember that one person, but you've forgotten the other 100 that you served before them. That were
Oh yeah.
lovely. They came in, they asked for what they wanted, you served them, they said thank you very much, maybe even praised you at how helpful you were, and they left. You just forgot about them because this one person was particularly an ass." So
Yeah. And the toxic the toxicity speaks louder than non-toxicity.
yeah, it always does. And I can't say I'm not guilty of those moments as well where I've come home and
Oh.
spoken to my nearest and dearest and said, "Oh, this person was a nightmare." And I've forgotten about the
Yeah.
100 people that were actually very lovely to me through the whole day. It's
Yeah. No. Sometimes it does get the best of you. Yeah. I think I dwell too much on the past of just spending time with people, going camping, having a good time. Like my girlfriend's daughter's 17, and like if I ever be like, hey, you want to go to IHOP and like go out to eat, like just she'll be on her phone the entire time and like not want to make conversation. But I suppose that could just be a teenager thing too. Maybe it's not just
yeah,
the
I
phones
don't know how
and
much
the
I wanted to spend time with my parents when I was 17. Not
yeah.
much, I don't
That's
think.
actually a pretty good point. They're
Yeah,
just using the phone as an escape,
yeah,
like a shield.
yeah,
While they're talking to their Snapchat friends.
yeah. I think it's just because they have the access out, whereas previously, if I was having a meal with my parents, I would have to roll my eyes and try to find anything more interesting in the restaurant at the time. It's
That's a very good point. Yeah.
yeah,
I guess I'm not used to being like the uncool adult. It's so weird not being like this the goofball teenager. Now I'm the uncool adult that you know like, oh my god, Austin, you embarrass me. Oh my god, you're so embarrassing.
oh jeez. Everybody eats with
Like,
chopsticks now. Stop. Put down that fork. Oh my
yeah. It's
god.
like, did you get chopsticks with this sushi? I'm like,
Yeah,
no, I didn't get the
yeah.
chopsticks.
It's lovely.
It's like, oh my god, I'm gonna.
I get to hear these things all the time. So I used to drive public service buses, and
Hmm.
I actually loved the job. It started to turn pretty nasty. There was a lot of nasty knife crime that started coming onto the routes that I was on and such. So I ended up
Yeah.
changing over. Oh my goodness, you got a raid before I get into a story. You might want to.
Oh shoot! Wait,
Yeah,
are you
yeah.
me or you? Oh,
You.
Oh snap! Hey, Shoreline Chronicles, thank you so much. Wait,
No, it's Naroda.
Naroda.
Naroda. Yeah, I was watching Naroda the other
Naroda.
day. Yeah, they're really nice. They've
Oh,
got
wait,
excellent taste in
wait,
music.
what's their? Hey, Naroda, is that the one who has what's their picture look like? Like a doll?
It's the guy with the long ponytailed hair. Olerin. Hello, Olerin.
Yeah, yeah. Naroda, were you streaming with Aurelian yesterday? Maybe 2 days ago. Because I was thinking about collabing with them. Oh, yeah, I didn't want to just pop in and be like, "Hey, you want to collab?" because I didn't want to, be, weird. But yeah, I was thinking about collabing with you.
Yeah, no,
Oh,
I was in Naroda's stream just before Christmas or something like that. I think it was for a while, chatting to them.
oh,
Yeah.
dude, that's amazing. I have never sat in the cafe listening. Couple of friends, two different provinces arguing which one real shit should be kind of on anonymity. Oh my goodness, sorry, I was reading the. Yeah, there's a lot of controversy going on today. Thank you, Naroda, for raiding. And I see Aurelian's here, or Captain.
Yeah, I
Captain,
saw
I decided to
Olerin.
collab with Turnip. Alarin, so I don't even think you're around. Actually, I don't. Yeah, you weren't around. Alarin talks a lot about you behind your back, but in a good way. Like he's
No,
like
I
Turnip.
was
He's like
there.
Turnip's one of my. Oh yeah, he's like Turnip
Yeah.
is one of my favorites.
Yeah,
I'm
I
like I
like
don't even know who
collabing with
Turnip
Olerin.
is.
Yeah. Yeah. Done it a couple of times.
Oh, yeah, I'm not like that. Okay, wait. Oh wait. No, Rhoda said I'm not. I'm a lot like that, man. I'll hit you up. We'll never collab other. We can hit each other. We can knock up each other. I think that'd be good.
We've just had a brief
Yeah.
conversation of the types of implements that can be used in such things.
Yeah. Oh, don't go to bed, Naroda. Come on, let's do an all nighter again. Wait, you haven't been in bed actually, have you?
Naroda's
Sorry, I
on
didn't mean
the
to cut
same
you off.
time as me, and it is very much. Although I'm a night owl, I go sometimes into
Good.
3 or 4 in the morning. So it's.
Dude, I don't know what I'm gonna do without talking with you guys. Like sometimes it's a lot easier just to collab and talk with you guys and hang out. Like to be honest, it's nice. Like I feel like I'm learning about or not Captain, but Turnip was talking about why he was transitioning out of being a bus
Twisty.
driver because there's something another about knife gangs.
Oh yeah, yeah. The bus driver thing. So the story wasn't about the knife crime, although that is why I left for my current job. I see the hoot owl, Twisty. Thank you very much. The so the story I was getting to, because we were talking about the teenagers that talk like, oh my god, it's so awful, that kind of thing. So I had an instance with that. Bus drivers, by the way, if anybody is ever on a bus, just remember the bus driver can hear you all the way to the back of the bus, just to let you know.
Oh
that.
my god, yes.
Yes.
So like,
especially if it's a coach. Coaches are nice and quiet inside. If you're doing things on the back of the bus, we know.
So
just
like a homeless man,
yeah,
so like a homeless man beating their meat off.
Yeah, we can hear it. Oh, worse. Oh, worse. Yeah, if you use bus travel, coach travel,
okay, so not just self. So not one-on-one, like
just
2-on-1.
Yeah, all manners of things.
Single player, multiplayer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you'd be surprised, and they have cameras on them as well. People don't even take that heed of that, and the camera feed goes straight to the driver's cab. So
dude, you don't need to activate the hub. You got your own personal hub.
Yeah, exactly. So we can hear everything. But a young couple of girls, they got onto the bus, they purchased their tickets, sat down, as you are typically up to do on this coach. They only sat a couple of chairs behind me, and one of them started talking to the other, saying, "Oh my goodness, my mother is useless." And her friend just kept chiming in with, I know, right? So this girl goes on to say that she left this morning because she told me she had a little emergency with work or something that she had to take care of. So I had to feed Stephen's breakfast. Now, I'm assuming that Stephen is her little brother. This is whom she was talking about. And because she started to go on to say that he's
Yeah.
like 8 years old and he couldn't even pour his cereal himself. So this poor girl had to give her younger brother a bowl of cereal for breakfast. Now, okay, as a teenager, you can find that annoying, but what really got me was afterwards she said, "We literally call her mum. It's her only job, and she can't even do that."
What?
And I was about to slam the brakes of that bus. I was ready to toss
What a
her out the
frick.
door and leave her in the wilds of Scotland to fend for
What
herself.
a
Because,
what
yeah,
a degenerate. What a
yeah,
degenerate, man.
yeah, that it was absolutely horrendous. And then friends just like, I know the struggle is real.
Oh my god.
I know.
Dude, and that's how you know her mom loves her too much because a good mom would beat the shit out of her. And she'd be like, "Yes, mama, I love you, mama."
Mm-hmm. But yeah,
See,
so
sometimes tough love is nice. I don't believe in child abuse, but I believe in like brats need to learn. Well, I
I,
don't know. I
I,
just put her in
my
timeout. Take away her cell phone. Put her
to
in
be honest,
timeout. You don't need
yeah,
to lay hands on her.
my parents were quite good at the firm hand. You know, the take away the
Yeah.
game console because that's what I was like, nerdy geeks.
Well, that's
Actually,
why I have.
my
That's why
parents
I have
knew
the
that they
thick
could even take
cheeks.
away
I got
books
dump
from me.
truck on me.
Yeah, they could take away books and
Yeah.
stuff from
Well,
me
see,
to.
I think I have a hypothesis. The reason why I have such thick cheeks is like a natural adaptation of my ass being beat so much. So
So your punishment from your parents has actually made you a fine catch for passers-by.
yeah,
Is so
maybe my
it
mom used to beat me at the metal part of the belt.
Oh wow. I don't think it was actually supposed to be legal in school, but I actually used to get this strap across the palms at school. They still did that
My
if
dad
you were
told
about
me
in
they
school.
did that for him.
Yeah,
They had like
I don't think it was actually
paddle or
legal
something.
in Britain then, but I think some schools still got away with it, especially when you're a
They
kid. You don't really know what's happening, and you're being told by a
yeah,
teacher that
they
this
probably didn't
is,
fully.
yeah. So I think some got away
They're still through the
for a
getting the
while.
process. Usually, it takes a long time to fully implement like that kind of crap out.
Well, to be honest, I'm pretty sure it was taken away in like the 60s or the 70s. I definitely wasn't even alive then.
Yeah, my dad told
So,
me he used to get beat every day by his
mm,
teachers.
yeah. Yeah, it happened to my father as well. It was still happening. I can't say I speak for every school, but it happened in my school a couple of times. And it wasn't just happening, it was happening to other boys in the school as well. So,
Yeah.
um,
Do you think they should bring it back or no?
I don't think it's absolutely like my parents never had to do anything of the like, and I must admit I was still more afraid of my parents' opinion than my teachers. So I don't think it's necessary,
True.
but you
No,
know
it's
that you
not.
like some punishment of some sort. Like consequence is an important lesson. So a consequence for an
Yeah,
action done wrong is still an important lesson. What that consequence is, yeah,
very much so.
that's the heavy debate. But how harsh
And,
it needs to be.
and what's even worse is if there is action and there is no consequence. That's really bad because then you're like, okay,
Yeah.
well, I can disrespect them. Like I get into fights with my girlfriend's daughter, and I'm like, you're grounded. Go to your room. And she's like, you're not my dad. You can't ground me. And then her mom doesn't ground her, and like nothing came out of it. So she pretty much won in her head, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's yeah. It's I've never been a parent. Like I have nibblings. I have niece and nephew that I sometimes have to deal with in that manner. But I don't have first-hand experience, so I don't want to be the person giving an opinion of which I don't have full understanding of. I don't understand the difficulty of parenting as much as many others. But yeah, I do believe
Yeah,
there needs
yeah.
to be a consequence for bad actions. I think that goes without most saying. It's
I think the issues with the kids that go crazy, I think is because their parents are crazy and they'll just punish them for no reasons. Like there's a difference between, being funny, loving your kids, being a fun loving parent, but also saying, hey, you can't do that. I gotta discipline you just because I want you to turn out to be a good kid.
mm-hmm.
And then a parent that gets home after work because they had a bad day at the club, and then they come and they start hitting their kids.
Yeah,
Like those are the bad.
that's different. That's not actually that's not a consequence of the kids' actions. That's a consequence of the parents' actions.
Well,
And
let's say the
that's
kid like ignores them, like they go in their room, they ignore them, and the mom says, "Did you clean something?" And you're like, "No, I didn't." And then they just get out the belt and start going
oh
to
right,
town.
yeah.
It's like extreme, like extremism.
Like I know, like I can
Like
imagine
that's
it still exists. Like we have social services and such. I'm sure the states has similar. But
yeah, we
it's
do, but
you know it's slipping the net. Like if there's strain in other systems that you have in your country, and you understand that these are really important systems, like healthcare is always a big one. So if there's strains on
yeah.
something like the healthcare, if you're looking at the social care and you're thinking, okay, where are they cutting budgets? You know it's going to be further down the line.
Hmm.
They're not going to cut budgets from like critical surgery when
Yeah.
they can cut it from something which they would deem is less immediately life threatening. So I have no doubt events like it does happen and it slips the net, even if it is illegal. You know it
I
must
feel like,
happen, and
yeah,
it's
with
always
the child
horrible when you hear
services.
about it because I do read it in the news. People get caught eventually, and they do get caught eventually. It's nice to know that some of them don't get
Yeah.
away with it, but
Yeah.
it
Well,
does make
it's
you
not.
wonder. Well,
The
how
right.
many more is it happening to that have not been caught? It's
Yeah. Yeah, well, there's some that they get away with more, especially rich families that are abusive. From outside perspective, they're like they look they're like, okay, well, they have food, they have this, they have that, but they're physically abusive to their children, not to the point where they leave marks. So I mean, there's some, I guess there's a big spectrum of child abuse, right? And you only
mm-hmm.
can catch some of it. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think being a parent is inherently probably a very difficult thing to do for a lot of people, and who knows the best meta, right? I feel like a gamer parents probably would be the best parents because they're good at doing research and metas and like looking up on the parent wiki for like proper nutrients and yeah,
Just to give you a heads up,
maybe not.
I have
Yeah.
had a book page paid for as well at some point.
Okay,
If,
well, let's do it.
oh, you want it right now?
Well, whenever you prefer, I don't mind. I don't mind stopping for the pages because that's your thing, right? We don't want to mess with your algorithm.
No, no. To be honest, sometimes I bank the pages and read them later as well. I don't want to interrupt a conversation if you're enjoying it
Well,
because
do they? It's whatever
it's.
they prefer that you prefer. Whatever
Oh,
you
they
prefer, maybe
prefer.
they
I
prefer.
think that I never stop and just read the entire book, but then uh, then I lose the
But then it's not a
interaction.
tease anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to keep the tease.
Mm, definitely. I am good at
Maybe
teasing.
maybe you could do. Oh, see, Twisted Nips. Twisted
Yeah,
Nips said book now.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Okay, okay. Back to Winston. Get yourselves comfy and enjoy whatever grind you happen to be in at the time. So, the music from the telescreen stopped and a voice took over. Winston raised his head to listen. No bulletins from the front, however. It was merely a brief announcement from the Ministry of Plenty. In the preceding quarter, it appeared, the 10th three-year plan's quota for bootlaces had been overfulfilled by 98%. He examined the chess problem and set out the pieces. It was a tricky ending involving a couple of knights. White to play and mate in 2 moves. Winston looked up at the portrait of Big Brother. White always mates, he thought, with a sort of cloudy mysticism. Always, without exception. It is so arranged. In no chess problem since the beginning of the world has black ever won. Did it not symbolize the eternal, unvarying triumph of good over evil? The huge face gazed back at him, full of calm power. White always mates. The voice from the telescreen paused and added in a different and much graver tone. You are warned to stand by for an important announcement at 15:30. 15:30. This is news of the highest importance. Take care not to miss it. 15:30. The tinkling music struck up again. Winston's heart stirred. That was the bulletin from the front. Instinct told him that it was bad news that was coming. All day, with little spurts of excitement, he thought of a smashing defeat in Africa had been and out of his mind. He seemed actually to see the Eurasian army swarming across the never-broken frontier and pouring down into the tip of Africa like a column of ants. Why had it not been possible to outflank them in some way? The outline of the West African coast stood out vividly in his mind. He picked up the white knight and moved it across the board. There was the proper spot. Even while he saw the black horde racing southward, he saw another force, mysteriously assembled, suddenly planted in their rear, cutting their communications by land and sea. He felt that by willing it, he was bringing that other force into existence. But it was necessary to act quickly. If they could get control of the whole of Africa, they had airfields and submarine bases at the Cape. It would cut Oceania in 2. It might mean anything. Defeat, breakdown, the redivision of the world, the destruction of the party. He drew a deep breath, an extraordinary medley of feelings. But it was not a medley, exactly. Rather, it was successive layers of feeling, in which one could not say which layer was undermost, struggling inside him. The spasm passed. He put the white knight back in its place, but for the moment he could not settle down to serious study of the chess problem. His thoughts wandered again. Almost unconsciously, he traced with his fingers in the dust on the table. 2 + 2 = 5. They can't get inside you, he had said. But they could get inside you. What happens to you here is forever, O'Brien had said. That was a true word. There were things, your own acts, from which you could never recover. Out. Thank you very much.
Nice.
I love it.
See? That was great, guys. That was great. That was beautiful. It's a Mona Lisa.
Oh, thank you.
Good. It's good. I like that, you have you're building a cool little thingamabobber with
with the reading.
Unique.
Actually, I've already prepped I have a YouTube channel that I kind of just put these. I didn't want to put book readings on that though because it'll just get cluttered. I've got hours of footage of this, which it's mostly just for referencing and stuff. Yeah. So I'm using another one, and I promised people that when we finish chapters, I would do a full chapter read on the first chapter. So, somebody was saying, "Is this an audiobook?" No, it is me. It is me reading it, but I will upload it in some way, somehow. I'll figure it out.
Yeah, that's a compliment. Yeah,
it's a compliment. I definitely do take it as a compliment.
Yeah, I've never been a good reader because I'm super dyslexic, so that's why people joke and they said Me read a page, dude. It would you'd cringe so hard, man. I guarantee you'd cringe so hard.
I
I mean, I don't even know how to read.
only kind of discovered that I had a lovely reading voice, as people have told me. Can say it about myself.
Oh
It's
shit,
difficult to say about myself. Playing Brighter Shores.
Casey's bolt.
I know people
Yeah, yeah,
watched me
no,
playing games, but people didn't actually bring it up that it was the reading in the games that they enjoyed until I was playing Brighter
oh,
Shores. But then I have
that's
had
true. That's
people
true.
talking about me in my tours and such, and they just like
Yeah,
listening to me speak. So take advantage of it, I
it's
suppose.
beautiful.
Thank you.
No, you need to. You figure out what people want from you, and then you provide it. You know. Casey's bullying me because they know I can't read. They said you're looking Pterodactylodinosaurus today, Zan.
Pulchritudinous or pulchritudinous,
Oh,
depending on your
it looked like a
pronunciation.
Dinosus. It looked like a type of dinosaur. It has the Poltrodinosaurus. Oh, it
It's
means
like,
beautiful. How do you know that?
yeah, I was going to say it's like looking wonderful, like glowing,
You'd have bags
like
under
you're
my
looking
eyes.
at
How
your
do I look
best.
beautiful? I haven't slept in years. Like my eyes are so baggy. Twisted Nips said would never cringe when someone's stepping out of their comfort zone, Zan. Oh dude.
Well, they were so
Yeah, well,
Twisty and Co in my chat were trying to get me to sing earlier. That's what they.
oh.
I do. I I don't know if I can sing. I've had mixed messages from people, so I'd err towards the ones that don't enjoy my singing. So
Yeah, yeah, same.
yeah.
Yeah, my cousins made a few me and my cousins made a few raps. Some really cringe raps. And like I even made a rap of me pretending to be Smeagol from Lord of the Rings. I was rapping as Smeagol. Um
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
but yeah, no, I some of my clan members heard it and they left the clan. That it was that traumatizing.
I think Jace said thinks you'd sing like Michael Bublé.
Michael Blue Michael Booby. Uh, Malimba said I
Do
used
do
to
you
read
sing
the
like Michael
dictionary for
Bublé? Is
light
that correct?
reading. Casey said XP gains show on your face. That's true beauty. Oh, you can tell that I look tired, don't I? Oh man, I'm gonna get left. That's that. I bet you sing like Michael Booby. And then Casey said, "I'm just being silly though. Hope you're what? No, no, no. You're not. It's okay. No, no. You can tell me how it is. I look like I look like Jeffrey Dahmer after he ate somebody's face.
Oh,
Maybe Zan wants to sing us a tune. I don't know, man. I Nope,
I mean, there's nothing wrong with a
because
bit of
that's a good way
Bublé,
to
and if
lose
that's how
viewers.
they think you'll sound, I think we'll be in for a treat.
Me, well, probably you. They probably think
I've already told
I
people
did
the
some
only way I
smoothing.
can sing is like Jack Black. I'm actually more
Yeah,
comfortable singing Tenacious D songs. It seems to be actually
yeah,
easier for me
yeah.
to
Like
achieve.
we have Peach on here, but
Not a
I
good
have my
Jack Black, but
no, it's okay. All Jack Black is good.
no, I mean I don't sound as good as Jack Black, is what I'm saying. But it's the closest I
I
can
could
get
to be
to.
honest when you joined the collab, I thought you were Jack Black.
Really?
Like you sounded identical to Jack Black.
Now I would take that as a
I was
compliment. I
very
love Jack Black's voice, but
Me too.
yeah.
He's a goober, and I love my cousin's favorite movie is Nacho Libre.
Oh, I do like Nacho Libre, but I like I actually like the Pick of Destiny. I know it's become more of a cult liking to enjoy Pick a Destiny, but I actually really enjoyed Pick a Destiny.
I don't even know what that is.
Jack Black isn't Scottish, but he's actually very good at doing a Scottish accent, which is a very big compliment for a Scots person to give someone, because normally people cannot do a
Who else
Scottish
sounds
accent.
like Jack Black? The Kung Fu Panda. That guy sounds like Jack Black.
Does a perfect impression of Jack Black. That panda.
He really does.
Yeah, he nails it.
It's like when I close my eyes, I visualize Jack Black as the main character. So Kung Fu Panda sounds a lot like Jack Black too. So kudos to him.
I sometimes think they actually get that panda to voice over Jack Black parts. It's,
I think that's what they do. Yeah. Yeah, especially like there's like Jack Black video games, and Kung Fu Panda goes into the studio and does voiceovers for him. Wait, Twisted Nip said, "Bro, didn't Jack Black voice that panda? I'm slow, aren't I?
You're so confused.
Wait, I thought the panda voiced Jack Black.
Black.
I'm sort of confused here. Yeah, I could have sworn. What's his name? Momo. I don't know, but I could have sworn the panda. That he's the one who voiced Jack Black. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the panda does voiceover for Jumanji as well, and they got a really good likeness of Jack Black in their place in Jumanji. It was really quite clever, I must admit.
Yeah,
really good.
Yeah, if you have toddlers running around that love Kung Fu Panda, just be like, yeah, Kung Fu Panda is the one who's also voice acted for this cartoon as well. The panda voiced Jack Black. Oh. Yeah.
Sorry, Traveller, I missed your page purchase, but I have banked it, so we've got a banked page, just so we know.
Even before Kung Fu Panda, before he was known, when he was a nobody, he used to voice act for Jack Black and Nacho Libre. So, what weren't they also in Shark Tales?
Yeah, the shark that didn't want to be a shark, I think was it?
That might have been him.
Man, it's been so long since I've seen that film.
I thought he was the mean older brother.
I really don't remember. You could be right. Don't go with...
Wait, Shark Tales voice actors. I'm going to look. I really like Shark Tales. So Will Smith. Oh my God, Will Smith was in there. Oh yeah.
Yeah, Will Smith was the lead. Yeah. Will Smith was the lead.
Why is Will Smith wearing a do-rag in this picture? I've never seen him wear a do-rag before. That's so crazy. I'm sorry. Wait, what? Wait, he got an Oscar for this? Oh no, the character's name was Oscar.
Oscar, I was gonna say, I doubt it. It wasn't like, that great.
I thought he. I was like, wait, he got an Oscar for this? It says Oscar underneath Will Smith's picture, like right here, guys. Oscar, but it's actually who he voice acted.
I've not seen that film in ages.
Oscar.
Mm.
To be honest, yeah, he deserves it. He deserves it.
I don't think.
Has Eddie Murphy ever got an Oscar?
I really don't know. I don't know.
I guess the awards, the Oscar awards are dumb anyway.
Got Lenny for this. Lenny.
Got Jack Black. Yeah, I just got it. Eddie Murphy, one of the goats. Yeah, Eddie Murphy was crazy good when I was a little kid. Like Donkey from Shrek, I used to listen to Donkey voice ASMR to go to sleep at night.
I like Donkey. Do you want my favorite character is Mushu that he does though, from Mulan.
Oh, with the
I
dragon?
love the animation Mulan, and I really, really did like Mushu in it.
I'm a big fan of old American animation, like old Disney animation before it was all AI, or I mean,
Oh, before
computer
the
animated.
3D animation. Yeah. Yeah, I know I'm a big fan of it. I
Yeah,
love the 3D animation as well, but I do miss the more classic Disney animation. I do.
they've yeah because they've never gone back. They've never gone back. That's the
Well, they
thing. It's
did
like I loved
for
it.
the what was it, the Frog Princess, or what was it called? It was actually quite a good one as well. Oh man, I can't remember the name of it. I think it's the Frog Princess or the Princess and the Frog or something like that.
It might be because that one was definitely big fan too, Zan. I feel you. One of my favorite movies growing up, and the reason why I'm biased to this is because, well, first I'll tell you what it is. The Goofy movie. I thought the Goofy movie was amazing. The first one. The second one is whatever, but the first Goofy movie, it just touched me in all the right places because it was a father son story, and I think the reason why I liked it so much is because my dad was dying in the nursing home, so it's like I think it just hit me in all the right places, seeing the father son relationship dynamic. Yeah, the first Goofy movie was freaking awesome, dude. Yeah, the Goofy movie, and like I love the animation, I
That is
love
the
the
one where
art
he's with his
style, I
son
love it.
Max, isn't it? Is that is
Yeah, his
that?
son Max,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
then
okay.
like they
No,
had
I
the
do
Michael
like that movie as
Jackson
well.
rip off.
Yeah.
Oh, what was the name? Spark Lightning or something?
I think I've only
Whatever
ever
they
seen it
want, like
once.
Max.
Yeah.
It was really good, man. It was really, really good. And then Bigfoot was like humping the car that they were in, and they're scaring. And then he did like the sock puppets, and like they're about to shit themselves.
Ah,
What YouTube? Uh, Goofy movie.
man, like I wish I could be. I'm so envious. I cannot be casually crass. I'm so envious. I love it.
I'm playing a scene from it. He starts like humping the cart in the middle of the night. I won't play it too long.
Not
Here
too
he's gonna hump it.
long. Oh.
Oh, oh, maybe he didn't hump it. I could have sworn he humped it, but whatever. But yeah, no, that yeah, I wasn't gonna play the whole scene because obviously we're collabing. But yeah, no, man, I don't know. Like, to be honest, I genuinely want to watch that movie now because I'm feeling really emo. I felt a certain way watching that
you know, I,
because
I
I can almost
I absolutely know what you mean because I desperately needed to watch Miracle on 34th Street this Christmas. I don't know what it was. I hadn't seen the film in
yeah.
ages, and but there was something about I was just like, I need to believe in Santa for a moment, and that's the best film to believe in Santa for a moment. I was just sometimes you get those feelings, but no, I get it as well. Where sometimes like I just need to be feeling a bit emo, or I need to feel a bit loud, and
Yeah, well, it's insane because when I watch just that little portion, or when I start thinking about the Goofy movie, it's like a time capsule. It almost stimulates a part of my brain, like in my memory storage that hasn't been tapped for a while, and it releases a time capsule of memories. So like
yeah,
I just that scene made me remember all the sad things I was going through as a kid. Like it all came back to me. Um like what I was feeling when I was watching that movie. Like it brings back emotions that I used to feel while watching that movie, and it brings them back it resurfaces them. It's so weird. It's
yeah.
so nostalgic, man. It's crazy.
Wababao
And that's
doesn't
why
remember the
nostalgia is so
humping scene
powerful.
either. I don't know if it happened.
Yeah, well, there's a waterbed scene too. There's humping on the waterbed too, where I think Pete was like he popped the waterbed or something. I wish I could go back to the first time I ever watched that movie and just, oh my god, that was such a good movie. I'll be honest,
Yeah,
the second one, Goofy Movie 2, it just didn't have the same vibe. It just had a really like a money grab vibe. It just, I don't know, man. It
it
didn't give
suffered
me
from
emotions that I
sequelitis.
yeah. And that's so sad. Like, there's so many really good one hit wonder movies, and then they come out with a sequel, and it's just dog shit.
Yeah, I'm getting to that point where I am nervous that they're going to try and make sequels of films that I've loved. Although
Well,
I think most of them have been done now. Although sometimes it wasn't too bad. I must admit, I loved. Is it Fury Road? Mad Max.
oh, real quick,
So
take
sometimes they
guys,
actually
take
nail
the
it.
time to. Sorry, one second, guys.
No,
Look
go
at
for it.
this. Look at the scenery right here. Like, you see the fireflies. That's actually amazing. I like this a lot. This is like really beautiful. If the whole game had like fireflies and shit, like
Oh, you're
I
in
don't
Hope
know, man.
Forest.
Yeah, yeah. Oh my god, look at all those beautiful fireflies. That is just really humbling. Okay, back to what you're saying. I'm sorry.
I was just saying a lot of films suffer from sequelitis, and I usually hope that they don't make sequels to films. But then I remembered I kind of liked Fury Road. Uh,
Well, like
and
Lilo and Stitch. Lilo and Stitch was such a heartfelt one-hit wonder. And then the sequels I liked because I was a kid, but rewatching them as an adult, each one got a little bit worse. And then eventually you could tell it's just a cash grab. Not even the same voice actors.
mm-hmm.
It's sad. I mean, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, some movies are really good with continuing long lines of things, like Lord of the Rings. Each episode's good. Harry Potter. Each episode is pretty good. I think
Oh,
I'm an adult now. I haven't really watched them,
gonna have to be contrarian here. I
but
couldn't get into Harry Potter. I know it's an unpopular opinion. I just couldn't.
well,
I
to be
don't.
honest, my girlfriend doesn't like it. My girlfriend's daughter doesn't like it.
Yeah.
But the reason why I liked Harry Potter was because it's a nostalgia factor for me, because I
Mm,
was really young when the first one came out, and I went there in movies. I watched every single Harry Potter in the movies at like a
yeah.
grill, like a movie theater grill with my friends, and whenever it come out, it was a tradition. So me and my friends would go, we'd drink hot cocoa, eat hamburgers while watching the
Mm,
movie, and like loud sound effects everywhere. So that's why it was really good for me. But
yeah.
like, let's say you just experiencing it for the first time, you're just popping in a shitty quality DVD on a TV. It's just not the same.
I did see it in theater as well. I just.
Really,
I don't.
really,
Yeah, I was young. I saw it in the theater as well. I just don't think I was of the mind where Harry Potter was for me. And it was actually kind of 50-50 in my group of friends as well, where half of us liked it and half of
really.
us didn't.
Well, I want to say
Yeah, it
though,
was.
so that's around the time. That was also around the time when the Majora's Mask and the Oracle of Time were out for
Yeah.
the Nintendo 64, right? So
Yeah.
I remember like me and my friends were arguing. At first I didn't like Harry Potter because I was like, yeah, I don't like that kid. I said Link would beat his ass, and then they got mad, like, no, Harry would put a spell on Link, and he would turn him into like. So we got into a huge debate on who was more powerful, Harry Potter or Link from The Legend of Zelda.
Oh, Link.
I remember that argument.
Link would
It's
win.
crazy, dude. It's like
Definitely.
we're activating memories in our brains that we haven't touched in forever.
Mirror Shield. Done. There we go. Link's one. That's
Not has anybody here like had a really deep memory like that just came back to them out of nowhere, like a nostalgia feeling.
to be honest,
Because
what you just
I think
said did
that's
that
actually
to me because I remember having those same arguments with my friends as well.
yeah, but I think
All the
also
time. I
tell us about
remember
it.
we had
Tell
an
us about it.
argument of who would win, Gandalf or Jafar, after he turned into a genie.
No way,
Yeah.
dude. That's hilarious.
Yeah. So who would win, Genie, Jafar, or Gandalf? And we allowed it to be Gandalf the White as well. We had huge arguments on that one
Oh,
for a while. Because Lord of the
yeah,
Rings was around about Harry Potter as well. The kind of
yeah,
age.
yeah. It
So
was. Yeah, yeah. No,
yeah.
like honestly, there's
And we
a
were just
lot
trying to
of
think
big
of other
names back
wizards that
then.
we could think of at the time, and Jafar was like a favorite character of a lot of us. Jafar is a brilliant
Oh yeah.
antagonist. So that was one of our arguments that we had when we were kids. It's similarly to your Link versus Harry Potter, but ours was Gandalf versus Jafar.
Oh yeah. Well, you're probably maybe like 3 years older than me, so you're like upperclassman. I was an elementary schooler.
uh,
So
yeah, so I'm 19 now since I had my birthday yesterday. That's
you're 19 years old.
forever 19. I actually genuinely forget my
Yeah,
age.
me
My
too.
partner keeps telling me I should tell people my real age because I keep
No,
forgetting.
like I try to forget my age too. I have a
Mm.
birthday coming up here in February, and I'm not. I'm just gonna pretend that I'm not even. I'm gonna try not to remember it. The only time I'll remember it is if I think I'm gonna get lucky, and that's the only time I'll bring it up. But other than that, that's it.
Cossack Pat remembers watching The Ring for the first time with like 5 or 6 cousins, and afterwards one of them prank called people and said they had 7 days. Some of us thought it was funny, and some were upset and saying they're going to get the cops called on us.
That's beautiful.
That
Well,
is
see,
actually
I
quite
think
a
this is
good
awesome.
prank.
No, that is a good prank. But I mean, that says a lot. I mean, I like these conversations we're having because it's nice when we all can just share a nice little nostalgia like feeling.
Memories. Beautiful
Especially
memories.
most of us are like who play Brighter Shores are at least 30 to 40.
Yeah, I noticed it seems to
I'm
be
in
very similar age groups that I've met streaming,
Andrew doesn't
playing
trust
Bright
us to
Shores.
have our own non-filtered chat.
Well, we never grew up, I suppose. It's
No, it's true. Well, I'm pretty sure they brought that up in the Ask Me Anything, and Andrew said he's sick and tired of the erotic role play that RuneScape had, so they're trying to fight back.
Okay, okay. I must have been out of
Yeah,
RuneScape when that
Suami.
started, but
You remember? Do you know who Swami is from RS3?
no. So I left RuneScape when Slayer became a skill. I left a long,
Okay,
long, 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 long time ago. So I don't think I even played RuneScape 3. Um,
really? Well, I was just
yeah,
saying that
I
the only guy who passed the highest rank in RuneScape who passed Zezma, his name was Swami, and I guess cats and they found out he was doing ERP. Yeah, I watched a
oops.
video documentary on him.
Okay. No,
Yeah, they didn't like some of his.
left a good long time before them. I didn't. I must admit, I didn't even stick with the RuneScape community that strongly at that point as well. I am.
Did you go to World of Warcraft?
I did play a lot of World of Warcraft. I played a lot of Eve Online. I was kind of
Oh, I heard E
drifting a
was
lot of
good.
games.
Yeah.
Yeah, I played a lot of that, and but I started to kind of disconnect from MMOs quite quickly after that. It kind of cascaded into a complete detachment from them. I could never find an MMO that I was at home with. And I must admit, I came into Brighter Shores because my partner found it. She says, "Look, it's a lot like RuneScape. You used to play RuneScape. Maybe you'll like it." And I didn't know if I would. So I came into Brighter Shores actually with a rather closed mind. I thought I wasn't going to stick at this game. I really didn't think I was. But here I am.
Ooh,
Yeah. Yeah. Admittedly, I
I'm a
am
bit
still the
teased.
NPC player among probably all the streamers at this point now. I think everyone who streams Brighter Shores is much higher level than me. I am
I'm not
very
that high level
casual.
though.
Very. I think I
Yeah,
have.
me too.
I think I have. Are we friends in game? We must be. Are we?
Me and you.
I'm
We
Ponder's
might not.
Turnip.
Why? I think I've seen you at the tannery a few times.
Must have done.
Because I
It's
was like, oh my god, that guy's name is Wiener Turnip, but then I realized it wasn't Wiener, it was Wondrous.
well, Ponder's Turnip is my game character. There's a few.
Oh, I saw one. I could have sworn I saw a
Wondrous
Wondrous
Turnip
Turnip.
is my actual stream title and such, but I'm Ponder's
I saw
Turnip
a
in game.
Wondrous Turnip in game at the tannery.
It's it's probably I've met a few different turnips in game, so we get around. Myself and my brothers and
There's a
sisters.
lot of
There's
turnips
a lot of
here.
turnips.
I think
Easy growing
turnips are
vegetable.
dangerous. Yeah.
We're very lovable, very
So,
likable creatures. And
going back to your story, you said around that time of leaving RuneScape and WoW and Eve, you said
oh
that you
yeah,
sort of had a period where you turned away from MMOs. What did you turn towards instead of MMOs? Like, what did you go to?
I started to play more. I started to get like experiment in many different kinds of games. I started to work a lot harder, so I could afford buying almost every game I could get my hands on. And I did turn to console
So
gaming for
you're
a
a
little bit for
collector.
that because the console wars were at their like peak at that time. So you're talking the PS2
Yeah.
and the Xbox going on towards PS3. Nintendo GameCube was actually probably one of my favorites out of that year as well. I had a
Yeah,
Dreamcast.
I do remember that. Yeah.
I had
Yeah.
an Xbox 360. Like between me, some friends, and my brothers and stuff, we kind of I played everything. I was very fortunate, so I tried everything, and I loved everything that I played. But the games I ended up sort of falling into and playing most of were the punishing games. So Demon Souls, Dark
Punishing?
Souls, yeah,
Oh,
Demon Souls,
dude,
Dark
I love
Souls, Sekiro. I loved that game. Oh, Sekiro as
my
well, which
favorite
is more
games
modern,
are
getting a bit more recent
roguelikes.
now. But I do
Ooh.
I don't know what it is. The game that's always installed on every computer I ever have, and it's probably I play. It's always a game I go back to every now and again when I just want to play a game for like 20 minutes or half an hour. Is FTL.
What is
Like
it?
FTL. Um,
What is it?
so it's I'll type it up just in case my accent stumbles a bit. It's shorthand for faster than light, but it's a roguelike game where you command a ship with a crew and your escapee faction through space, and you upgrade the ship and you tell your crew what to man and where to go and all manners of things. It's roguelite management. Joker, blah, perfect. Yeah, that's the best
I would
description of
love
it.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really really good fun, and it's quite old now. I think actually, I don't know when it was released,
Well, I
but
would love to try it. There's another good if you like
it's
roguelike games, there's Wazhack. Wazhack is a good one.
I I think I've played Wazhack actually. I didn't stick to it. Um, I do like my roguelikes and roguelites. Played a lot of Hades. Liked Hades as well. That one was
Oh
quite
yeah, yeah,
good.
me too. I played
Yeah,
Hades too, but the thing is after you clear it the first time, it
yeah, it loses because the interesting parts is the interaction with the gods and stuff. So it's
yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, exactly. You slowly, you barely
yeah,
climb up. You get further up there, and then you're like, oh god, and it's just constantly dopamine hit. But after you sort of beat the game the first time and you
yeah,
kill Zeus, it's just completionist after that.
yeah.
Trying to
You
be
can challenge
completionist.
yourself. Yeah. Oh, FTL was 2012. It's on its
That's
12th
not too
round.
bad.
Yeah, it's doing well. It's still well played by me, and I know people that
I
play it love
genuinely
it.
hope.
So
Well, I'm gonna try that out. If I ever get to the point where I'm not allowed to be competitive in Brighter Shores anymore, or something happen, because I'm planning on playing this game for the next 50 years and trying to maintain a community. So I don't have time to play other games, unfortunately. So I genuinely hope that this game develops a side of high risk. And I don't mean just in the PvP community, but like I get this game feels super casual, but I definitely would like a high risk, high reward type
Yeah,
something or
no,
another.
people were talking about PvP, and I remember when the AMA wasn't um, released or had happened yet. I was saying I kind of hope they make an area again where it's dangerous to go in, but the reward is good.
Yes, me too.
I was hoping for that, and when it started to become no, it needs to be an agreed upon fight, I was like, I don't know if I enjoy that so much. I understand
No,
people don't
me
like
neither.
going into PvP areas, but as an example, I've spoken to Traveler about this as well. They played EVE Online as well. I was a
Well,
nullsec
I think
pilot in
I,
EVE Online. If anybody was a fan of the
well,
game, that's what I did. But nullsec is basically a lawless place where you could kill anybody freely without any repercussions from the official factions of the game. So
yeah,
that's
there's also Black Desert Online. Have you heard of
yeah,
that?
yeah. I've heard of Black Desert. I haven't played it.
Where you
But
can be a red player or you could be a regular player. A
yeah,
red player, if you kill anybody anywhere, you become a red player.
yeah, yeah. No, I like that kind of idea, and I would have liked to have seen it in somewhere, perhaps in Brighter Shores as well. But it's
I mean,
you can't
I
please
think they're playing
everybody,
very safe.
and yeah, yeah,
No.
and Brighter Shores has already proven itself to be very nice in that it's doing RuneScape things, but it's getting rid of a lot of the fluff. And I must admit to myself,
Yeah.
although I would love a PvP area that's high risk, high reward, it's a lot of fluff. It's
Yeah.
there's
Well,
so much gray area that
even if
comes with
it's
it. It's
not even if it's not PvP per se, I just would like something that's dangerous to do.
yeah,
Like it gets your heart pumping.
yeah, I would love to see more intricate boss fights and such. In fact, I kind of wished a lot more of the combat was a lot like the boss fights in this game because I
Well,
like
and
the
that's
boss
the thing
fights.
that I'm not a fan of. Like, if you die to a boss in RuneScape, oh well, oh well. You. It's not a big deal. You can get your shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I, I get. It seems like they're going for more of a casual approach, but it would be really nice, even if it's not the near future but far future, at least have some form of dangerous content, even if it's not high reward, just something that gets your blood pumping.
Yeah, yeah, a bit of risk.
Like in the wilderness as a kid, I'd be shaking in my boots.
Yeah, I like the wilderness.
How much? No, the
um,
wilderness was great. I mean, to be honest, old school did a really good job with the wilderness.
yeah,
Granted, they ruin it because there's so many things about the wilderness that, like, you can freeze somebody indefinitely to where they can never run away, and then two people can just pretty much one shot you with the void waker. Like it hits like it could hit, and it's a guaranteed hit, and it's always over 30. So you could just hit like 60-60, you're dead, and it has two spec bars.
I don't know
So
if it ever changed though. I'm sorry, I interrupted again. Keep going.
no, I'm done.
All right, because I was going to say when I was still playing RuneScape, we used to like people would pay me and a friend to take them through the wilderness, so they had numbers on their side. Like we had things like that
Yeah.
happening and stuff. I liked it because it created that player-made in-game kind of economy or work, as it
Yes.
were. It was like it was one of the best ways that
Yes.
we earned gold, and I enjoyed that. I thought that was great. And if you mucked up, like people would tell others, and you wouldn't get it again. Like if you were bad at taking people through the
Yeah.
wilderness, people wouldn't pay you for it, or you'd
Yeah,
have to start
exactly. You
lowering your
earn it. You
price.
reputation.
Yeah, it actually followed somewhat a kind of economic structure. It was fun.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like for a while, I know you didn't play old school, but for a while, there's a Rev Cave, and clans would take over all the worlds in the location, and you had to pay them for protection.
Yeah, yeah. That's actually why I played so much Eve Online, because Eve Online had that corporation structure in it, which automatically
That's why I wanted to play Eve
brought
Online, but when I
that
first
kind
downloaded it,
into it.
I didn't
So
know it's
it's
the learning curve
overwhelming.
for
Yeah,
somebody
the
who
learning
doesn't
curve
know.
is steep, very steep.
And
Yeah.
I mean, like, I'm not the dumbest person in the world, but I don't like reading layers on layers of deep, like just learning something. I,
Mm. I don't know what
I mean,
state the game is in now. I've been told that there's some early quests if you know how to find them, which is another thing that was raised to show you what the different, because you
mm,
can take on different roles in Eve Online. And I remember when I first played it, none of that existed. It was what you read in magazines that told you, or what you read on websites that told you how you would find what you're looking for in the game.
I like the aspect that you could pretty much lose. I allegedly, if this is how it really was, but you could lose everything that you've been working for
If you
and get
don't
severely
get
set
a
back.
clone that's up to your experience level, shall we say, yes, if you get popped, is what they called it. If you got popped in space, so that's when your pod actually blows up and your character dies, you could lose all of your experience, all the skills that you learned, which was time-based learning. It wasn't, oh, you did this task over and over, now you're this level. You got a skill book, you set it to train, and it took like days, weeks, months, even years to learn some of these skills. And you could lose it. You could absolutely lose it. A lot of people managed to get their clones afforded quite quickly, but even then, your ships are very expensive. You can lose implants if you popped, and implants are always very expensive as well. So there was a lot to lose by dying in Eve, and even losing your ship could set you back a long time trying to get that ship back. It was,
Yeah.
yeah, it had a lot of risk if you were in nullsec. A majority of the players actually stayed in high sec, so this is high security places. It's policed by uh, the NPCs. If you try to attack somebody there, the police will come in and blow your ship up for you. So there
Are
was
there
safe
ever
places
players
to
that
go.
try to take on the NPCs?
Oh yeah, I even did it. The smart bomb rig was usually the best one. You could rig your ship with a myriad of smart bombs, wait for them to warp in, and then just set them all off. And you could usually take a few of them out before you went down, but they just spawned more and more and more and more and more. Um,
Has there ever been like a documented history of like the longest NPC fight?
what was that? Sorry, I was starting to read the chat a little bit. I
Has
missed
there
yours.
ever been any like documented history of like the longest fight against NPCs?
I don't know. I didn't. Again, I left Eve Online so many years ago, so there might be a lot more that's happened since I've left. But back then, the biggest talk was about the Goon Corporation, because the Goon Corporation was actually told by the developers that they were to stay in nullsec. They weren't allowed in high sec
Interesting.
anymore. They became quite powerful very, very quickly. They lost that power very quickly as well as other corporations started to get bigger. But that was
Hmm.
that was one of the biggest stories. The push and pull of Eve Online is from these large alliances in the low sec and null sec space. Because I eventually became a gate camper hired by a corporation to keep other ships out. That's how we made our ISK. And
Jeez.
yeah, we could pay for our account to run for free with the money we were earning from them as well. So we didn't have to pay the subscription. We earned enough in-game currency to buy what they called like I think it was a Plex at the time or something like that, which you could
That's
use
remarkable.
to, yeah, it was an addiction. far too much time because then it became like a job. When I finished my work, I had to come home. I was like, oh man, I've got to run that gate. I've got to camp that gate for the next 5 hours.
That's remarkable.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
remarkable.
A brutal but beautiful game. A huge time investment, but again, one of those camaraderie type games. Because I was only doing that
And
with
that's
like
that's
two or three friends. Another guy from Scotland as well,
really
and a guy from London. That's what we used to do. We used to run gates for people
that's
if
amazing.
we weren't being menaces
Well,
ourselves.
yeah, I think a lot of people. I don't think there's many people who don't like having an option of doing something that's more risky.
Yeah,
I would really hope. I really hope that they would add a little bit more of a risk to this game. And I don't know. I, it
Joker. I
gives me a little
think
bit
the
more
XP
of that.
potions do work with KP.
I don't
Yes.
mean just PvP though. I mean like because PvP, to be honest, I'll be honest with you, the PvP sounds like it's going to be bland. Because if you have to give somebody consent, that's stupid. With all due respect, like I like the cutthroat, bloodthirsty.
I'm with you
You
on that
know,
one.
just
Yeah, yeah, I am. I'm
you're
with you on it.
you chose to be in a dangerous area. You're gonna get hurt.
You know what two people are going if they put out like a wilderness type thing, you know it's going to be you and me there alone. We seem to be the ones that are rooting for it.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and that's also nice because it would make it easy. It would give them more so it'd give them more streaming content. Like we could pull more players into this game by streaming if our content's really good, right?
Yeah.
And being
Yeah, no, that's
streamers,
true.
if PvP is riveting where we constantly are like camping or guarding an area and
Mhm.
growing a massive army, people are going to want to be a part of that, right?
Yeah, no, that is a good point. I did not think of that. That is a really, really
Like, I mean, let's say there's PvP somewhere and it's anything goes, right?
yeah.
And there's like a resource in the center that the longer you're there, you get passive income or something stupid, and like you guard that spot, and people kill each other to try to be in that spot to get passive like 5 silver or I don't whatever. I'm just saying like if there's a situation where we can have a massive group of people, and being streamers, we would be able to probably be well fortified with our viewers, well, flat slash family. I don't want to call them just our viewers. I mean, we've grown a
Um
family, we've grown a community, but that'd be really fun to do.
so Sea Potato said
Um,
entering the wilderness is the consent in RuneScape. I don't know how it is now, but there were quests that you could only complete in the wilderness. So it was kind of
well,
pushed
that
upon you. I
one
don't know
was
if that
very
stayed.
that was
After that.
Lost City,
Yeah.
and technically there's a way to get out. But I mean, originally OG RuneScape, you had to go through the
You had to
wilderness
go
to
through
get
the
a
wilderness
Draymond
when I was
branch.
playing it. Yeah. Um,
Yeah, yeah, well, yeah, to get the Draymond branch to complete Fairy Tale in the far future from. But yeah, no, that there was. Yeah, I think that's the main quest that was in the wilderness.
yeah. But
But
what I mean is
wait,
that kind of meant that if you were doing the quests in the game, can it really be called consent? You had to be there. You maybe didn't want to be there, but at the same time, there was ways to do it. Like you could bring people with you,
yeah, you
pay
don't wear.
people
I
to go
mean, the
with
quest,
you,
you
or
didn't wear any armor during that quest because
yeah,
you didn't enter in Trana.
the first time I didn't consider not wearing armor at all, and I went in, and that's when I started to like the PvP in RuneScape because I actually loved
Yeah,
the risk of losing my armor at the time, and I had full
yeah,
rune.
me too, dude. I'd
Man, I
wear
had
full
full rune
Gothics,
at the time. It was
and I
like,
remember I punched my computer screen and made animal like noises when I lost it as a kid.
see, this is you say full Gothics. That wasn't. I don't think it was there when I was
Yeah,
playing it.
back in RS2, full Gothics was like over a mil, and I, for
I
whatever
really don't
reason,
remember
brought it
much at
all
all.
into the wilderness. Because I'd be killing in the wilderness, and for weeks I would never get caught out because I would always escape because it was free to play. I was free to play wearing full Gothics, and I always got away because I mean it's not really hard. I mean it's in free to play you can get away pretty easy, let's be honest.
Mm-hmm.
But I went a little too deep in multi, and there was a clan of pures, and they saw me and they all started screaming Guthix, and they were freezing me, ranging me, maging me, and I died. And I remember I was screaming and I was slapping my computer monitor, and my computer monitor was like spazzing out because I was slapping the screen. And then I went and played baseball with my friends, and then I was depressed all day. Yeah. Then I cut yew trees for the next month to try to get it back.
I keep wondering if I should try RuneScape again one day. So much of it sounds like it's changed since I played it.
Well, that was old RuneScape I'm talking about. But old school, you probably would really like the wilderness.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
I want to read what Zeph said.
I played RuneScape when it was launched. I played it when it was the 2D sprite and stuff like that. It was
Yeah, well,
yeah, I
it's
watched
pretty
it turn
good.
to
Old
3D
school's
and
pretty
stuff.
good. There's definitely risky-ish content you can do. Zephyr said, as it stands, PvP sounds like it'll be opt-in anywhere. It could be exciting, risky if you can't opt out for X amount of time or some other conditions to prevent quick ins and outs. Yeah, but it's going to be interesting to implement that in general, I'm sure. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, like, I love high risk. I love high risk.
Yeah,
Oh, not high risk, but having the option.
I'm looking forward to see what they do. I was hoping for something different when they were kind of announcing it, though.
Yeah, I was hoping for something different too. It's easy confirmation. The number will pop up if you have pots. Purchasing.
I don't like. I know, like stake dueling, like you plant something like a stake that you can lose and stuff like that. I don't actually like choosing what I will lose. I prefer the fear of not knowing what it is I'm going to lose. That kind of risk I feel is far more impactful. Oh, Sea Potato didn't. I just realized I have 2 pages banked now as well. So whenever we've got a moment, I've got 2 pages of a book to read. Whenever we've got spare time.
Yeah, you can go for it now. If you prefer to do it now.
I just don't want to keep interrupting your stream if you're in your flow.
But that's what
beautiful flow.
That's what your guys are there for. Your people are there for that as well. So we want to keep your people happy too.
I know. I just
I don't.
Although I think Traveller put their page in quite a while ago. I'm sorry, Traveller. I did actually forget. So Sea Potato, thank you. Do too. But if people are sitting comfortably and they'd like to hear more of Winston in 1984, we can continue. We're actually nearly finished the book, so we're getting close. So, he had seen her. He had even spoken to her. There was no danger in it. He knew as though instinctively that they now took almost no interest in his doings. He could have arranged to meet her a second time if either of them had wanted to. Actually, it was by chance that they had met. It was in the park, on a vile, biting day in March, when the earth was like iron and all the grass seemed dead, and there was not a bud anywhere except a few crocuses which had pushed themselves up to be dismembered by the wind. He was hurrying along, with frozen hands and watering eyes, when he saw her not 10 meters away from him. It struck him at once that she had changed in some ill-defined way. They almost passed one another without a sign. Then he turned and followed her, not very eagerly. He knew that there was no danger. Nobody would take any interest in him. She did not speak. She walked obliquely away across the grass as though trying to get rid of him, then seemed to resign herself to having him at her side. Presently, they were in among a clump of ragged leafless shrubs, useless either for their concealment or any protection from the wind. They halted. It was vilely cold. The wind whistled through the twigs and fretted the occasional dirty-looking crocuses. He put his arm around her waist. There was no telescreen, but there must be hidden microphones. Besides, they could be seen. It did not matter. Nothing mattered. They could have lain down on the ground and done that if they wanted to. His flesh froze with horror at the thought of it. She made no response whatever to the clasp of his arm. She did not even try to disengage herself. He knew now what had changed in her. Her face was sallower, and there was a long scar partly hidden by the hair, across her forehead and temple. But that was not the change. It was that her waist had grown thicker, and in a surprising way had stiffened. He remembered how once, after the explosion of a rocket bomb, he had helped to drag a corpse out of some ruins, and had been astonished not only by the incredible weight of the thing, but by its rigidity and awkwardness to handle, which made it seem more like a stone than flesh. Her body felt like that. It occurred to him that the texture of her skin would be quite different from what it had once been. He did not attempt to kiss her, nor did they speak. As they walked back across the grass, she looked directly at him for the first time. It was only a momentary glance, full of contempt and dislike. He wondered whether it was a dislike that came purely out of the past, or whether it was inspired also by his bloated face and the water that the wind kept squeezing from his eyes. They sat down on 2 iron chairs side by side, but not too close together. He saw that she was about to speak. She moved her clumsy shoe a few centimeters and deliberately crushed a twig. Her feet seemed to have grown broader, he noticed. "I betrayed you," she said badly. "I betrayed you," he said in reply. She gave him another quick look of dislike. "Sometimes," she said, "they threaten you with something you can't stand up to, can't even think about. And then you say, 'Don't do it to me, do it to somebody else. Do it to so-and-so.' And perhaps you might pretend afterwards that it was only a trick and that you just said it to make them stop and didn't really mean it. But that isn't true. At the time when it happened, you do mean it. You think there's no other way of saving yourself, and you're quite ready to save yourself that way. You want it to happen to the other person. You don't give a damn that they suffer. All you care about is yourself." "All you care about is yourself," he echoed. "And after that, you don't feel the same towards the other person any longer?" "No," he said. "You don't feel the same." There did not seem to be anything more to say. The wind plastered their thin overalls against their bodies. Almost at once it became embarrassing to sit there in silence. Besides, it was too close to keep still. She said something about catching her tube, and stood up to go. "We must meet again," he said. "Yes," she said. "We must meet again." He followed irresolutely, for a little distance, half a pace behind her. They did not speak again. She did not actually try to shake him off, but walked at just such a speed as to prevent his keeping abreast of her. He had made up his mind that he would accompany her as far as the tube station, but suddenly this process of trailing along in the cold seemed pointless and unbearable. He was overwhelmed by a desire not so much to get away from Julia as to get her back to the Chestnut Tree Cafe, which had never seemed so attractive as at this moment. He had a nostalgic vision of his corner table with the newspaper and the chessboard and the ever-flowing gin. Above all, it would be warm in there. The next moment, not altogether by accident, he allowed himself to become separated from her by a small knot of people. He made a half-hearted attempt to catch up, then slowed down, turned and made off in the opposite direction. When he had gone 50 meters, he looked back. The street was not crowded, but already he could not distinguish her. Any of a dozen hurrying figures might have been hers. Perhaps her thickened, stiffened body was no longer recognizable from behind. "At the time when it happens," she had said, "you do mean it." He had meant it. He had not merely said it. He had wished it. He had wished that she had not. He should be delivered over to the... Something changed in the music that trickled from the telescreen. A cracked and jeering note, a yellow note, came into it. And then, perhaps it was not happening. Perhaps it was only a memory taking on the semblance of a sound. But a voice was singing, "Under the spreading chestnut tree, I sold you, and you sold me." Thank you, Traveller and Seed Potato, for the pages. Thank you.
Beautiful, beautiful. So wait. Joker said there's a very slight echo for Turnip and Zam's stream, but when he's reading this, it sounds pretty cool because it sounds like a narrator, the voice of Wraith or something. Was there a little bit of echo?
A little bit of reverb.
All right, buddy, said Zan. Your next spot is 53 woodcut and 48 gather. Wait, where did my thing go?
I am going to leave you to it for a moment, but I need to go get myself some fresh water.
Okay. Well, I want to ask
right
buddy
back.
something. Joker said, Zan, you have 15 gold. Damn. Did you get upgrades for gathering and woodcutting tools? Yeah, I dropped all my money on upgrading my tools. All right, buddy. So, my question is, when do I stop doing this? When I can unlock brambles? So I'm guessing I do brambles until Juniper. Okay, let me put down my notes. Okay, bramble till Juniper, and then what am I gonna do for gathering though? All right, buddy. So it says I'm gonna do Juniper, or I'm gonna be doing brambles until I unlock Juniper. Let me go back to my screenshot. All right. All right. So he said 53:48. Wait, 53. Wait, 48. Wait, Juniper. All right, Bramble, and then Juniper, Poplar. Okay, wait, 45. You mean 45? So once you're done here, work on 48 gather, and hit trees during your rotation if there's downtime. Then after 48, gather 50. Wait, are you sure it's not? Wait, 45. It's 45, not 48. Wait, Juniper's, it says 45, right? Is it 45 or 48? I could try to link you that guide. Yeah, I can link you this guide. Oh, 48 gather. Wait. Okay, so I'll be 48 and then 58 suave. So, all right, so I need to get my gather to 48. Okay. Yikes. So there's no, so I'm going to have to try to get 48 gather. Okay, so what's a good, so you said a good thing to do is leaks, which is 38 to 48. Okay.
And I'm back.
So then there's, you need to go, there's times where you need to go do them separately. Yeah, goat horns at 43 are worse XP an hour. So goat horns are garbage. Okay, so what do I do for my gathering level? Because my gathering level is only 25. Do I stay on the tang fruit? Let's see. Cracked. Clover. Do I go to clover? Wait. Bramble till juniper. This is going to be sort of like a learning curve for me. Okay, till clover. And did... What level do I need for clover? Alright, 35. So from clover, so 35 to 38, you do clovers into leagues. Okay, 38. So I need to get 35. gather. Okay, wait. So I would have to hit all of the berries in both rooms. Okay. Okay, so 8 berries. So I should say screw the tree. Alright, so I should be focusing on just the berries because the berry. Okay, gotcha. Alright, let me know on my pathing. Where's the berries at? Okay, so.
Berries.
Is there only 4 in this room? Shit.
You all good? You all gravy?
Yeah, I'm good to go. I'm good to go. They're sort of giving me advice on what I should do.
No, I was meaning. Are you good? You're doing.
Oh yeah, I'm good. I'm good in the hood. I'm trying to figure all this out. That this game could be complex at times. Well, not really complex, but there's you gotta learn the metas.
There's better ways to do certain things. Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
And I have done terribly at doing
insight.
any of them. So. Merchant is so complex. I do enjoy Merchant a lot though, Seath2. I actually quite enjoy it. I like combining it with Detective though. I like doing the investigations in Merchant at the same time. You know, because complex is not enough. I need to make it batshit crazy. But I love it. It's good. I miss Chronopolis. I nearly have the 50 alchemy I need to get this quest in Hopeport done. And I'll do the mines in Manava and I can go back to Chronopolis. But I'll probably do a short break in Chronopolis before I go to the mines as well. I was actually playing on a little laptop just before Christmas, and I had intent of mining or grinding the levels I needed for the quest in Hopeport there, and so we didn't have to do it on stream anymore. And I couldn't do it. I think I needed people to chat to. The stream made it a bit easier for me to do the grind here in Hopeport, so I ended up going to Chronopolis.
Yeah. I definitely enjoy talking to people a lot more.
Yeah, definitely. And I must admit, the 61 levels of Chef is when we kind of started doing the book reading. And I think I was level 6 when I started. That 61 levels flew by. It absolutely flew by with the book reading.
It makes a good difference. But the thing is are you able to read and oh shit? Are you able to read and do chef?
On certain skills, yes. I was reading and fishing. I was reading and doing the chef. It slows it down a little bit. Don't get me wrong, but you don't notice it. And
yeah.
I don't know how much because I'm not somebody who is racing for any of the leaderboards or grinding for anything. I don't think people generally watch my stream too much, more as listen to my stream. And I get it. I don't think mine is the stream that you need to be eyeballing the whole time. So,
well, to be fair, broader shores can be extremely redundant. Extremely redundant. So it doesn't matter, you know, even with me being decently decent, it doesn't, you know, it still can be very boring at times for people.
yeah. Yeah. So, nobody caught. Well, actually, that's a lie. People still caught me doing silly things. But.
Yeah.
What can I say? I'm just
if
not
you get stuck,
very...
giggle and I'll come running. Yeah, honestly, all right, buddy. I'm gonna be harassing you for information. I messaged Pasticio, but then he didn't respond, so I'm sad. I'm not actually sad. He probably needed to take a nap. I think he just woke up because it says he's online now. I think he literally just woke up. I caught him right when he was trying to get off. But yeah, no, it's I like this game, but I definitely sort of going back to what we were talking about before. You had to get some wah. I think it's very important that wait, did I just mess everything up? No, I'm doing good. I think it's very important that there to be a little bit more high risk, high reward, or at least more risk. And I hope, you know, there'll be like really cool dungeons that are maybe a little bit more difficult. That'd be nice.
Yeah, I would like to see something more engaging and difficult to explore and get through.
Yeah. Right now we have a lot of things for the skilling community, but there's a little bit of we're still waiting on content for the PVM community, the PvP community, the social community. But the skilling community, they're definitely getting their socks wet right now.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm clearly not part of the skilling community. That's my 691 levels. With nothing at level 100 yet.
What are you? Are you just like social community? What?
I guess I have to put myself under social. Like like the tannery is my home. Pineapple Tours is something I'm heavily enjoying and invested in as well. Lovely people. If you've not done the Pineapple Tour, we'll hook you up. It's well worth it. Pineapple Tour, yep. You can pretend you've not heard of it, but I'm sure you must have done it. So.
Wait, pineapple turnip?
Yeah, the discount code's Turnip 10. Sweet potatoes, quite right. The voucher is actually displayed on my stream, so you shout Turnip 10 in the tannery. Although it might not be in the tannery now because a lot of them have leveled out of it. But you want to meet Twisty or Graggle or Loso Lion.
I wonder why Twisty named it Graggle.
Graggle is another player who actually runs.
Why did Twisty Nips? Twisted Nips, are you in here? Why did you name him
PM Twisty?
Oh, I call him Twisted Nips.
PM Twisty isn't Graggle. Wabble Wow is Graggle. Chat. I don't know if they're still there, but.
Wait, 1 second. What'd you say, baby? What are you trying to say? You want gum? But they've been running out of. Well, I don't know. I'm collapsing. Well, how much longer are you gonna be awake? I mean, I don't know if I will be. We have 30. We have 42 people in here. Yeah. That's crazy. I'll think about it. Oh, hey, thank you for 1 second. Thank you so much for calling, Wreck Chin. or however you say your name. What'd you say, honey? If an hour or a few hours ago, maybe she has to go. All right, I'm sorry about that.
No, you're good.
What were you saying before I cut you off?
I was just talking about the pineapple tours that you can find in Chronopolis. Got an advert and everything now as well that they've got going. It's been fun. So, social aspect is probably where it must be. There's a bit of a rivalry between the kitchen and the tannery over it as well. So, it's, yeah. So, I think I have to say social. I like PvP as well, but yeah, I think I have to say social because I've just been enjoying chatting to the community and meeting people and talking to people. I still find it bizarre that I managed to meet so many people that were like high in the ranks for racing and skills and stuff like that as well. It's what is the Pineapple Tour? It's a tour in Chronopolis run by Graggle, and it has other people involved. It's brilliant. It's absolutely fantastic. Lots of fun. You get to pet a cat and tack tep on the way back as well. It's wonderful. Anything you could ever hope and dream for.
Player moderator. I like to see it giving official tours of new players.
I have had a few people that were saying they should get me to narrate the game. I think they've already got voice actors though, but they'd love to hear me relate the game.
They have a few listed.
I think they've got voice actors and such anyway. But yeah.
The voice actors, yeah. If you look in there's a
purchase kit. It's cringe. It's not cringe. It's
Isabel
fantastic.
Salazar.
It does have
Johnny
hopscotch
Hill,
too.
Joy
The hopscotch
Hill.
is my favorite part.
There's quite a few people.
Oh, fudge.
I didn't even know there was. Is there voice actors in this game?
They were in the credits, I thought. I saw them.
Yeah. Is there actually people that are talking for the quests?
It's maybe something they're implementing later, but I've always I've always wanted to give that kind of thing a go. Reading the books has been a bit fun
that'd
as
be
well.
pretty nice.
It would be fun. I definitely would enjoy it. My voice is mildly
Maybe
flexible. I can twist it in many ways if I need to, but I've
Like
never
Santa Claus?
acted. Not so much Santa Claus, unless Santa Claus somewhat sounds like me. I have tried things, like the typical ones, like Mickey Mouse and that manner of things.
Oh yeah, like Hank Hill from King of the Hill.
I can't do Hank. No, that was one that I had tried to do, but
It's hard.
It's really, really hard. Yeah, it's such an odd voice. I can, like, the moment you say Hank Hill, I can hear the voice in my head. It's iconic. It's so iconic. I can hear it in my head.
He is the best.
Yeah, I just cannot replicate it. And
I've tried myself. I've only been able to get one phrase down, but the rest I just can't. I can't. It's impossible.
yeah. Oh, I'm gonna die again. Poof.
I'd be happy just to do Bobby Hill's voice.
Bobby Hill.
You know?
It's more raspy.
Yeah.
Like raspy is difficult for me to achieve as well.
Yeah,
Although my voice has a natural tiny rasp, but it's a deep one, whereas his is higher up.
Super annoying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He's like, Dad, I want a sandwich. Well, that was actually really bad. You know what I mean?
That was more Marge Simpson, but similarly a raspy voice.
Yeah, right. I can only do God damn it, Bobby.
That's actually a lot better than I would be able to do it, yeah.
But that's all I can do. Well, even then, you gotta. God damn it, Bobby. No, man, yeah, I guess that was all right.
It's actually, yeah,
Oh,
that's actually really close. It's closer than you think.
Can you do Boomhauer?
Can we hear my Mickey? It's like, oh, gee.
Boomhauer.
Oh my gosh. I need to take off an ear cup to do Mickey. Oh my gosh.
Oh
Hot
my
dog.
god.
You want to play with my tail, Minnie?
Hey. Oh, Donald, don't touch my butt. Donald.
I got a nice pair of gold buttons. You want to paint a pretty picture with me?
I love it. You could do Donald too, right?
No, I can't do Donald Duck. No. Again, it's things that are guttural. Same with, you know how people were talking about singing a song earlier as well. I love me some metal music. I love me some alternative rock and all kinds of things as well. I was a big fan of Linkin Park when I was younger. Wished I could mimic Chester. Wished I could do that kind of roaring and guttural, but I cannot. I just cannot achieve it. I can do a bit of a shout if I really, but it's angry shouting. It's not singing shouting. So
yeah,
I can't break my voice to achieve that without hurting myself, which means I'm doing it wrong. So.
Oh, true. What
Yeah.
about Arnold Schwarzenegger?
Oh man, I used to be able to do Arnie. Oh. It's an Uzi 9mm.
Donald, get into the chopper.
I'm going to crush your head with my belly button.
No, Donald, get into the chopper.
Get into the chopper now, Donald. Donald, I've had enough of your wasting of my time.
Now, Donald.
Yes, get into the chopper.
Minnie's in danger. Minnie's in danger.
Donald's good, man.
Wait, what? Donald?
Yeah, no, yeah, it is. Donald's good.
Yeah, but I don't know how he can actually talk and do it. That's the hard
Chopper is always the word that everybody uses. But you know, you can use words like Uzi 9mm as well. I tend to keep my Uzi 9mm close at hand in case I need to blow away the bad guys.
I need to bring Ashley in here and be like, oh, you won't believe who I ran into. It's Arnold Schwarzenegger. Come say hi.
What I really like to do is I like to sit down and just chill out with a little cigar. Have some time by myself, you know. I don't always want to be picking up these heavy weights and these other actors that can't perform as well as me.
That's beautiful. No, that was actually pretty good. Yeah. With those type of people, I can only do like certain phrases. I can't actually do full-on sentences with any voice. Aside from Elmo and Mickey. But, you know, Elmo and Mickey are...
To be honest, I can talk like Arnold Schwarzenegger kind of comfortably, even as if it were my own voice. His accent is actually very close to people that I meet on a regular basis.
Austrians of some sort.
A lot of Austrians actually come to visit Scotland. So it is an accent I hear kind of a lot. But yeah, it's not the best Arnold Schwarzenegger, but I think I get quite close.
No, that's pretty good. Purchase said he sounded a little bit like
Umbe.
And I said, well, not enough emphasis on the feet admiration. Yeah.
Christopher Walken.
You hear the
Walken.
moon? Yeah. Will we wab it? Will we wab it?
Oh.
You ever watch Meat Canyon on YouTube?
Love Meat Canyon.
Dude,
my partner hates it. But my favorite, I know it's a bit of an older one now, but the pumpkin spice latte one, I just...
Yeah.
Can I get a pumpkin spice latte?
Yeah.
Like,
Oh, dude, genius, genius. It shows.
I like the noises that Meat Canyon uses
I
as well,
love.
because they're kind of noises I enjoy recreating, as disgusting as they are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but it's beautiful because it shows the disgusting part of humanity. Did you see the JoJo Siwa?
Jojo Siwa?
Did you see JoJo Siwa?
No.
You know who Meat Canyon. He did a parody of JoJo Siwa, the girl that's like, "Hi everybody, I'm JoJo Siwa."
No, I don't think
The
I've
girl
seen it.
that's like trying to.
I need to
Wait, you
see that one.
haven't? You know
No,
who?
I don't think I have.
No, no. She's like, listen. She's like, I invented gay pop. Like her new karma's a bitch. I should have known better. And he's like, hi, I'm JoJo Siwa. I invented gay pop. And like
I
people in
need
the
to look
comments
that
are like, no, gay pop's been around before you, huh? But it's like I don't know. She's I think renownedly hated by everybody because she's super conceited. I would think Elton John is the one who created gay pop. Well, I don't know. I mean, it's gone back a while.
When are you gonna come down?
Yeah, no, check it out. Sorry, I know I probably scared away a bunch of people with my JoJo Siwa impression, but check it out. JoJo Siwa on Meat Canyon.
Listen to my.
Yeah, dude,
Oh, you shouldn't have said Elton John, man. I do like me a bit of Elton. Wow.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, she's. So you already know the. Can you cut that up? So you already know the beef. How she said that she made her new song, and then literally you found out that the song was made by a different artist, and she's taking the credit for it because they bought the song. But she's pretty much trying to say she's trying to create her own genre of gay pop, and like create, but it's already been out, you know. Like, I don't know what I'm trying to say. It's like she's trying to be a revolutionary, you know? She's trying to leave like the kiddie zone and be revolutionary in her own sense, and it's sort of cringe to be honest because it feels like she's never experienced like the real world because she sort of lives in her own little bubble.
I must admit, purchase. I don't know it either. I'll need to look it up.
Alright guys, I'm gonna show a little clip on YouTube. This is JoJo Siwa of Meat Canyon. What's the first thing that pops up? JoJo Siwa Meat Canyon. Alright guys, hopefully this isn't gonna trigger anybody. JoJo Siwa. Alright, now, Siwa. This is JoJo Siwa, guys. This is her new outfit for her new song. This is JoJo Siwa. She's claiming she's inventing a new genre called gay pop, stealing it from the legends themselves. And so that's JoJo Siwa. She used to be a child actress, and now she's transitioning into like adulthood stuff. Right, so that's what she looks like.
I don't know how I never managed to hear of her. I've never, like, even when you brought up the pictures there, I don't even know her face.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Sorry, I'm not gonna like play the whole video because obviously we're stopping and stuff. But oh man, I really liked the Meat Canyon episode on JoJo Siwa. I liked it a lot. How do you even know about this kid? The reason why I know about her is because my girlfriend's daughter is 17, so JoJo was sort of like a child, like one of those, the little kids. She would have like merch. She was from Dance Moms or some shit. She became like sort of a celebrity to children. Like she's sort of what do you call it?
Did this start on YouTube or
Sort of
something,
like,
or was she TV?
she had her own. She was on a TV show called Dance Moms, and she's one of the dance kids. It was like a reality TV show, and then she slowly made a little bit of money and tried to make her own clothing brand, and she became like one of those idols kids have because like, I want to be like JoJo Siwa. But now that she's an adult and all her fan base is grown up, she's trying to transition out of the child celebrity role and try to pull a Miley Cyrus and become like famous for other things other than the child world. So now she's trying to be like super like dive head first hardcore into just being crazy. So she's pulling a Miley Cyrus.
She's trying to be a superstar.
Yeah, she's trying to transition from being a child star to an adult star.
Yeah.
So yeah.
See, I wonder if because it started in TV or something, that's probably why I haven't seen it here. It probably didn't come to the UK.
Well, I mean, she's so fake, it's crazy. Like, you listen to her interviews, she's just so unbased. She's not down to earth whatsoever. Like, she even had all of her teeth pulled and put, like, she's like 22 or some shit, and she has veneers. Like, she got all her teeth replaced. With like those fake, the fake Hollywood elite teeth. Like, it's so crazy, dude. Like, it's crazy. It's cringe. Honestly, it's cringe. Like, it's all about name brands, corporations, money, look your best, fake persona. Like, there's no, I don't know. To me, it's disgusting. So I'm not with all due respect, I'm not a JoJo Siwa. I'm sorry if you guys are. It's not that I hate her, it's just, I don't know, she just seems too artificial for my taste. And she, like, forces it. How do you even know about that? Zandefo crushing hard on this joke. No. I'm too old to like her, man. It'd be creepy. I mean, like, she's, like, in her 20s, but still. I mean, she's too kid-like, to be honest. Like, I don't know. She's sort of transitioned out of being rainbows and unicorns, and now she's more like emo. It's crazy. Like, overnight, she went from Kitty, JoJo, rainbows, unicorns, like all her outfits are rainbow unicorns, like all her clothing brand, and now all of a sudden, emo.
Like, she sounds a little bit like me. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
I hid my love of bright colors, Pokemon, rainbows through an emo phase.
Really?
Oh yeah. Honestly, I used to go so far as to tell people that my favorite color was green because I was afraid to admit that it was pink. I didn't start telling people that my favorite color was pink until I was about 30. Genuinely.
I don't know why people would like.
Nobody cared. Genuinely, nobody cared. It was one of those things where I thought about it myself. I don't think that's kind of the problem that she's going through. But yeah.
I think the thing
I had
is
immediate
she's so
and quick changes as well.
I think her mom is a bad mom. Like, her mom put her in front of the camera and reality TV since she was in diapers. Now she doesn't know how to function like a normal person.
Yeah, I was actually going to say she's now got the life of a camera child. It's the...
Yeah, she is a camera child.
Yeah.
She is, 100%. And you could tell she has like mental dissonance. Like, she doesn't live in reality. You can definitely tell when you listen to her interviews and stuff. And she's a walking marketing tool. Like, she's constantly talking about what she's promoting next, and I don't know, you could just tell she's just a money machine, and a cringe one at that, because she's also the face of her company and the face as a celebrity. She's trying to become a celebrity. Because child stars, they can't be popular forever.
No,
So
like some of them
they're
actually do quite well though. Like you talk about how you're a fan of Harry Potter and stuff.
yeah, yeah.
The actor
Well, to a certain
for
extent.
Harry,
I mean,
I
to
keep
be
forgetting
honest,
his name, but he's a lovely guy.
J.K. Rowling.
No, not J.K. Rowling, the actual actor
I'm just
for
kidding.
Harry. But
I know. I'm just kidding.
I was gonna say,
It's Rad Heathcliff or something. Randall
Paul Redcliffe. No,
Ratcliffe something Ratcliffe.
Yeah,
Come on, guys.
Radcliffe.
Chat, speak up. I'm gonna
Yeah.
activate your Harry Potter.
I can't remember his name,
guys.
but genuinely, Daniel Radcliffe.
Daniel Radcliffe. Look at that. For fuck's sake. Look at Purchase is genuinely triggered that we didn't know.
For Flying Saucer. That's how I replace the FFS. Because for some weird reason, I can't swear unless I have a script that tells me to swear. Like, if it's written in the book, I will read a swear, but I can't say FFS. So somebody said, just say for Flying Saucer. And I loved that. I stole that.
Yeah. That is beautiful. Purchase said, I can't believe you don't like Harry Potter, Lamo.
Like, you can't believe I don't like it. I thought you liked it. I mean,
no,
I don't hate it. I couldn't get it, and I'm not gonna lie. I ended up seeing like the last few films of it. I watched them through. I gave it its chance, but I just got so confused, so confused towards the end. They were like teleporting or warping this way and that, and they were chasing things and stabbing things with a tooth, and I was like, I have no idea.
Yeah,
what is going on?
It's mystical. It's supposed to be a warm but so Purchase said he's angry that he's reiterating that he doesn't like that we don't like Harry Potter. He said, I don't like it. He's mad that he
oh,
like
you
it,
know the name, but
like
you don't even like it. Yeah.
He loves it so much. Purchase loves Harry Potter. And then Caucasian Pet said, Lamo, I love Zan so much. And now
we all love Zan.
It seems like Purchase had a stroke and they are rolling stuff on their keyboard because I
gone binary.
That. Yeah, they're mad that we don't like Harry Potter. Hey, Purchase, it's okay. I sort of like it. I'm not gonna hate on you for liking Harry Potter, Purchase. It's okay. It's okay. Chill your nuts, bub.
Watch the films with subtitles and told people I read all the Harry Potters. That's
shit.
Brilliant. I might actually do that so I can tell people that I've read it, because I haven't read the books either.
Jay said, I watched the films with subtitles Harry Potter, but I also read the Purchase said, that's not what I said, bro.
I can't believe how much Purchase loves Harry Potter. I mean, we all have loves and hates.
Purchased. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much would you want to maybe be Harry Potter's lover? What, like, Purchased? Like, on a scale of 1 to 10. On a scale of 1 to 10 Purchased, how much would you want to be Harry Potter's lover? And then Brando said, Zan, weren't you and Empathetic like neck and neck? Well, yeah, we were. And then I had like a little bit of a crash. Because I got into a little bit of a fight with Ashley. And I even messaged him like, hey man, I'm going to bed because me and Ashley are not doing so hot because I'm trying to keep neck and neck with you. Unfortunate. It's just really unfortunate. Well, it's not fortunate. Good for he's grinding his butt off. Good for him. Wait, Purchase, where'd you go? I want to know about your passion. Purchase. Come on, Purchase. Oh.
Rat split.
Hopefully I didn't scare Purchase away. He's an OG. I think Purchase is upset that we don't support his love for Harry Potter. Brandon said, like, this dude is almost 3,000 and Zan's still trying to figure out how to cut trees in episode 2. Dude, it's getting close. 1 second. Let me drink this Kool-Aid water.
What level are you now? 2800.
Oh wow, he is almost 3. What the hell, dude? What the hell just happened? He just... He must be eating his Wheaties or something. That's crazy. This dude's almost 3,000 points. Dude, that's crazy. How dare he pass me? Purchase, where'd you go? Oh god.
Are you just Zan in game? I don't think I actually have you in the friends. Because I just...
Yeah, I'm just Zan on game. Okay, purchase is still in here. Good. We didn't scare him away. Good. Caucasian Pet said
Sorry,
maybe your PM threw him off and made him not sleep. He's going to be... Alright, let me add you. I figured... Very good. Ponderous Turnip.
Ponder's Turnip.
You never changed your name?
No.
Because I've seen so many different Turnip.
Yeah, Ponder's Turnip was what I named this character at the beginning. I don't usually name my character after my game tag for Twitch or anything like that, or YouTube. Not because I'm afraid of people finding me, but just I get bored and want to think of something new. So I keep it Turnip related and just change the beginning. Weirdly enough, even though it was Ponder's Turnip, people still started finding me. So I suppose if you look up Turnip in Brighter Shores, there's not many other Turnip streamers. So.
Turnips are great, yeah. They're healthy too. What was I like lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, Brando. Yeah, me and him were neck and neck for a few days. But he was getting 4 to 5. He sleeps 4 to 5 hours. He gets 4 to 5 hours sleep a day. And I was getting in trouble. I was getting in trouble with Ashley because she would need me to do chores, and I pretty much would be like, no, I can't. And then I was getting into fights with her daughter because I was like, can you please do stuff? And she's like, no. Because her daughter doesn't want to do anything. Ever. Why did I come here? Yeah, it just started a lot of drama. They said, why are you so short with us? Why are you so... I'm like, well, it's not that I'm trying to be short with you. It's just I'm trying to compete for the top spot in the world. And it's hard to have a life with family. I'm not saying Empathetic doesn't have a family. I'm sure he has a family. But it's hard to, like, keep up and, like, get 6 hours sleep, 7 hours sleep, 8 hours sleep. And then the first thing you do is hop up, stream, and play. And... but I gave him a run for his money for a few days before I got into a big fight with Ashley over it. And I'm like, okay, I need to continue I need to be sustainable. I need to get 7 to 8 hours sleep, and I need to make sure that I get my chores done, and then I'll be able to get on with it. That's why I was hoping that Brighter Shores would make it to where you're only allowed to play for 18 hours a day. That would make me happy.
I'd invite you to join my NPC club, but you're far too high a level.
What's an NPC club?
It was just something that happened when I started streaming this game. I think somebody saw Pisticio standing beside me in the game. And he was already well into the thousands, and I was level 100 or something like that. So I said, well, there's no way he'll notice me. And then somebody pointed out I must be an NPC. So from there I just said, well, I'll be the NPC. I'll be the NPC player. I've rolled with that.
I think that's beautiful. NPCs are beautiful.
We are. You know.
Yeah.
We bring the comfort. Coziness. We're reliable. We're just there. Plus, it means I do get my proper hours of sleep. Although I do stay up to ridiculous times in the morning for this side of the Atlantic. So
that's beautiful. Well, that's good. I mean, do you usually get to play more on the weekend, or do you play during the weekday, or like what's sort of your brother tour schedule?
It's a good mixture. I always get to stream from Thursday to Sunday, but sometimes I get a little bit extra during the week as well. I work seasonally, so through the winter in Scotland, I don't have a job. I just get to do nothing.
But you have enough to like survive at least.
Oh, I work my entire year's hours from April to October, so it's the end of April as
You
well.
work a lot because of it.
Yeah, they're about 15 to 16-hour days I work.
What? We're only gonna see you on the winter months.
I get days off. I didn't manage to stream too much this year, but the people that I work for are lovely. It's the first time I've had it, but it's lovely, lovely people I work for, and I should get more strung days off together. There's a limit to what I can actually be physically driving because of rules and laws and such as well. So, what a treat, Turnip and Zam together. Hello, Ron. Oh, Ron. Just for you, for Christmas. It's up on the camera. I was thinking of you while drinking this, my good friend. Proper Scotland.
That's wonderful. Very
Tin of Iron Brew for those that are in Zan stream. Yeah, the brew.
No.
Hell yeah.
We've been having a lot of fun. I mean, I'm having a lot of fun.
I'm having a lot of fun.
Him.
I love the collabs. No, I love chatting
stimulating
with people.
each other. Nostalgia factor.
Yeah, the nostalgia chat was lovely. Impersonations were good fun as well.
Yeah.
Iron Brew. Take away the O purchased. You don't put the O in. Iron Brew. But if you're in Scotland, we just call it the Brew.
Ooh.
The Brew.
The one and the only.
Battery acid. Yeah, made from girders. Brilliant stuff. Absolutely lovely. Illegal in the United States because of its food coloring.
In the United States, we allow a lot more stuff that's unhealthy for us because they like us being sick.
I think that if the story is true, I don't know if the story is 100% true, but apparently Coca-Cola filed for it to be made illegal, the food colouring that they used in Iron Brew, because Iron Brew became very, very popular in the UK very, very quickly. So they were nervous because if you come to Scotland and even northern parts of England, it's mostly Iron Brew, not Coca-Cola, that people drink. So they were nervous. So they got it banned before it could get into the States. They should be nervous.
I mean, Coca-Cola, they were corrupt for such a long time. They used to put Coke. And this isn't a meme. It's not a joke. The reason why it's Coca-Cola is they used to put low amount of Coke in there.
Cocaine. Yeah, I'd heard about that as well. Iron Brew's just as bad as Dandelion. Dandelion Burdock is a Marmite drink. I actually quite like it, but I understand a lot of people hate it. And it's the only thing that rhymes with my real name, so I have a little investment with that as well.
Mandelion.
Murdoch. My name's Murdoch.
Well, that's a cool name.
Yeah.
Murdoch or Murdoch?
Murdoch. I'll type it up. There we go. So, like we say, I'll get rid of one of the U's. So, there we go. Like the surname. You might have seen it as a surname a few times. But like we say Loch instead of Lake. So, you get that at the end of it. Murdoch. That's it.
That's beautiful.
Dandelion and Burdock. Murdoch. That's it.
Malimba said that was originally the recipe for Coke, which they were commonly used for medication back then. Interesting.
This is where people try to find Murdochs in Scotland and find out there's thousands of us.
Very interesting. We just need more habits. That's all that matters. More board games, more warm fuzzy tavern vibes. And my favorite type of vibe is a medievally tavern vibe. That's my favorite vibe. Like I wish
every pub in Scotland.
Oh, you making me, dude. I don't think I'll live in America forever. To be honest with you guys, if and when my girlfriend leaves me, I'm going to go to a different country. And I'm going to start a new life.
There is a inn in the Highlands of Scotland, and there's only 2 ways to get to it. You either take a boat and sail there, and the boat takes, I think it's 2 hours to sail there. Or you hike there, and then it takes 3 days. It takes 3 days to hike there. It's
Malimba
brilliant.
said where?
It's one of those taverny places.
I would love to try that. Yeah, I need, and I'm not even to be honest, I don't even like alcohol. I just like the vibe.
Hello, AGK. Good to see you.
But Malimba said where? I don't know. I might try out multiple places and see what place is the best.
To be honest, if you go to see Sam in England, you might actually like it there.
But also, so I get every month for the rest of my life, I get money from the government for being a disabled vet. So, a veteran, so combat vet. So, hypothetically speaking, I would like to go to a place where perhaps my money is equal or perhaps a little bit more better. My monthly income.
UK is expensive.
Yeah, I heard.
Yeah.
I heard UK is very expensive.
It's probably okay if you're an earner here, but if you're relying on outside money, people tend to send money from the UK rather than take money to it. It's
I mean, I'm sure. Who knows? I wouldn't mind maybe multitasking. Oh, is there a lot of under the table type work in overseas? I mean, not overseas, but in the UK and Scotland.
Yeah, definitely, of course. So we call it cash in hand. Don't know what you might call it. I suppose you call it under the table. We call it cash in hand because cash. You should declare it, to the tax man. But there are a good few people who just, cash in hand. The tax man can't see it.
Interesting.
So yeah, we call it cash in hand. So yeah, definitely, you definitely get it. It tends to be the tradey jobs. It tends to be labor based. So housework, or house maintenance, not housework like general housework, but joiners, brickies, stonemasons, wallers. Wallers is just somebody who builds a wall but doesn't use mortar. They do a lot of cash in hand for farmers and stuff here. Because we've got a lot of those country stone walls instead of steel fencing for our borders between fields and, for animal husbandry and crop and such. So stone wallers do a lot of cash in hand. Rumored. I don't want to start saying the taxman needs to be visiting all these professions, but yeah, we do get it.
Do you use the same currency?
Yes, but there is a Scottish pound sterling, Irish pound sterling, and there's English pound sterling. Scotland and Ireland will accept any of them. A lot of England doesn't accept the Scottish or Irish notes.
So I'm going. So is 3,000? So is 3,179 pounds sterlings reasonable to live off of
a month? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I would say if you're getting anything over £2,000 a month, you can live relatively comfortable. Everything above that we call gravy. Above that, if you're below that,
a little over 3,000.
Yeah,
I get a little over 3,100 sterlings a month.
It depends where you are, though. In Scotland, you can bring that down to like 1,000. Genuinely,
really? So
many places in Scotland you can actually live very, very cheaply. But the cities in England, in particular, the price on housing and living costs is quite steep.
Really? Yeah, I got really
Yeah, it
lucky on my house.
can be.
I got a foreclosure. I bought this house as a foreclosure and I fixed it up, so I only pay a few $100s a month on it.
Yeah.
It's very my cost of living right now is very cheap. I know I talked a little bit about my house in Texas, but I got scammed on it, and I pretty much had to foreclose because I couldn't do anything with the house. I couldn't flip it. I couldn't rent it. So I had to foreclose on it, and I took a huge hit to my bank and my credit score, and credit cards got racked up. And as of last month, I was paying like $3,000 a month, paying off the debt. And as of last month, I'm debt free. So
Oh, right. Nice.
because I
Very
refused,
nice.
yeah, for like 3 years.
Yeah.
For 3 years,
No, I've
I
been
got
there.
loans.
I know what it's like to get your head above that water. It's so good.
Oh, yeah. So now life is going to be good because from this point on I have no credit card debt. So
Yeah.
I don't like paying interest. Interest triggers me. Interest
Yeah.
triggers me. Like I'm like, you greedy sons of bitches. I
Yeah.
got scammed big time because I bought a house as a virtual buy and there was all kinds of stuff wrong with it. And obviously I'm not like some legal expert. I didn't know what I could do with legalities or whatever. And it got a VA loan home inspection. So the VA, the Veterans Affairs home inspector said, "Oh, it was good to go." And I moved in, and it was at the peak of the housing bubble here in America, and then it popped. And I found out there's foundation issues. I found out there was no insulation, and the house was just remodeled, but so many things were skipped. And there was like a sewage issue whenever you'd flush the toilet or take a shower, a pool would puddle outside the house.
Oh,
And
man.
I could not keep up with having the cost of two houses, and I ended up just saying, okay, I can't keep up anymore. And I'm like, we tried to sell it, we couldn't sell it, we couldn't rent it, and I had to give up on it. But it destroyed me, like financially, for a good few years.
Yeah, no, I can imagine.
Granted, if it was anyone else, it probably would have done worse. But I mean, in my same position, like the same income I'm getting, everything, anybody else, they would have just. But I pretty much became a cheap ass, and a really assholey cheap ass, and I just pinched down on penny pinching and throwing fits over dollars, and
Yeah.
now I'm good.
No, I've been there.
Ramen noodles.
I've been.
Yeah. Do you want to talk about your story, or is it TMI?
To be honest, mine was just the student living here in Scotland can be very, very tricky to balance. Like most of our higher education affairs tend to be near Edinburgh and Glasgow, which are naturally quite expensive places. They're the two bigger cities in Scotland, and it can be a huge strain on students. And like there was a time in Britain where banks and such were giving people these credit cards and loans and such, and they had these weird clauses with them that were huge money makers for them. They're basically charging you for everything that you did with the card. Now they came under investigation, and people could file for them, and there was these companies that started to handle those debts for you, because none of us were lawyers, like you're students and stuff like that. So you needed somebody who could try and get these money back from these banks and such. But there were so many, it was difficult to choose, and I chose a bad one. And yes, they got the money back from the banks, but they took it for themselves, and I was still left with the bad credit rating, bad credit score. And like overdraft debts weren't appealed because the money didn't come back to me to refill those overdraft debts that happened in my bank account and such. So for a long time I was chasing that. Now the overdraft was a horrible, horrible system where depending on the amount of money that you had taken over, like so going under zero in your bank balance is basically what the overdraft is. In case it's a different system elsewhere.
Yeah.
People don't have. And for each amount you accrue, there's charges. Now, the charges still to this day are very, very legal. They still do this. But we're talking thousands of pounds,
Yeah.
which for a student at a young age, thousands of pounds is a lot of money, you know. So these charges were more than I could bring in because I could only do part-time work, and I had some of my student bursary, they called it, to count towards it as well. So it just started accumulating. And so this all was happening when I was from the age of like 19 to 22, say. It was maybe 3 years of this debt accumulating before I could actually start earning money. Now, lucky for me, I'm happy somebody kind of likes working. I'm a little bit of a workaholic, so I could do multiple jobs and I did many things to get out. But I didn't manage to clear that until I was 28. It took me 5 years to clear that. But in the time, like at the very start of it, I thought, this is going to be with me for my life because it was still accruing more charges all the time. And it took such a long time. But it felt so good when I got out of it. I actually had a party. And this was quite common for people to have around that time as well, is you had I came out of the horrible student debt party.
Yeah, that should be illegal. You know, it will never be illegal. But
you know it never will be. The credit card charges that kind of started it all, the ones that sort of create this looming debt that happened to a lot. It was not just happening to me; it was happening to many, many people. That was investigated and was quite dutifully turned illegal. You cannot do this to people who are just starting off their savings and earnings for their life. So they've called it on that. But some of the companies that were investigating it were just as dodgy as the banks that were stealing it. So a lot of people were in the same position as me. I know some people who had it happen to them all that time ago, and they're still dealing with it. I was like yourself described. I became stingy. I kept my payments to a minimum. I kept my outgoings to an absolute minimum. I didn't buy much for myself. And I remember it was a huge shocker for me because before then, I had started working before I became a student. And that was when I was doing all that console purchasing and stuff. Like, I was enjoying buying all these things. And then suddenly, it just snapped. That stuff was gone. And a lot of those consoles I ended up losing. I ended up trying to sell them to keep myself above. I kept a few of my favorites, and I've been spending some of the time collecting some of that old collection back today. But a lot of that was missing, which was my hobby. It was actually... It sounds like something so stupid to get a little bit heartbroken about, but I was giving up things that I'd spent a lot of time with my friends and family and all sorts, and I was giving all this stuff up just to... Yeah, and they only ever got me things like £50. Like, you're not even talking a lot.
Yeah.
And that was like my food for the week or something like that. Or...
Jeez. Well, I mean, it's good that you are above water with that, and also it sucks. It really sucks that these banks can take advantage of people. Especially to the extent that they do. But also, I want to say thank you so much, Like the Cheese, for subscribing. He's on a 2-month subscribe streak, or whatever you want to say. Dude, thank you so much. He says he's officially starting back up today, Mr. Foe. Nice, buddy. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you so much for the sub. I didn't want to cut you off during your story.
No,
sorry. It is really exciting to be able to do that, and it's sad because you had to.
Thank you for supporting Zan Like the Cheese, because I've been having a lovely time with them.
Just turn on the light and just leave. That is so rude. Teenagers. Does that light burn your guys' eyes, or do you like the light off? Do you like the light on or off, guys?
Is that your dog I can hear in your
So,
background? I thought you can hear mine.
yeah, my daughter is in the other bedroom. So Ashley's daughter just came through the house. She was hanging out with her cousin because they had a Christmas party, and she sort of ditched her one friend who needed help to come home. And yeah, so she's home.
Someone spend can I pet that dog for me? I'm sorry. Oh yeah, I'm on yours.
Wait, where? Yeah, right now the notification or the redemptions are off because
Right.
we're doing a collab, and sometimes people play the 2-minute Crazy Frog video, and it's the whole Crazy Frog video. It's fine for me. Your call. I mean, we can. Let me see. Am I allowed to do it, or is it on pause for me too? It probably is on pause for me too. Yeah, it's on pause for me right now. Yeah, I'm sorry guys that you can't do redemptions right now. I'm trying to be respectful to the other party that I'm talking to.
I genuinely do not mind. I genuinely.
Yeah, but I won't be able to hear you, and it's blaring.
Oh right.
It's blaringly loud, and I can't adjust you and it. Oh wait, Caucasian Pet said I was talking about the light being fire. Fine. Okay, you're fine for me.
Light is fire.
Yeah, because the light's on right now. It was off, but the light's on, so I didn't know if that hurt your eyes or not. It's just polite.
Yeah, I know. I understand it's
Yes,
polite, but I don't want to steal from others as well. Because I still have my book one up, and I have been reading the book. And then, so.
Yeah, it seems like the UK and Scotland, it isn't super crazy expensive. Especially if I could somehow get a cash in hand type job on top of what I do.
Like, it's easy to navigate Britain's economy if you're living in it. It tends to be expensive when you come out from Britain here. We do get a lot of comments of people saying, I can't believe how much it costs for certain things. But my brother, like, it's bad here, but one of my brothers, he moved to Australia, and he says it's like 2 or 3 times worse there. Like, he finds that really
Australia.
expensive.
Oh, Malimba, does that mean I can't hang out with you?
Oh, Malimba's just saying the same thing. Yeah, my brother stays near, although he stays near Sydney. He like, and he visits the North Beaches quite a lot. Which, when I speak to others, they say it's so expensive.
Malimba's like, no, please come.
Because, well, my brother as well, he came from Britain, the home of the Chocky Bicky, for dipping in your teas. Yeah. So, chocolate cookie, I suppose you would say, but the chocolate biscuit. And he says chocolate biscuits in Australia is just ridiculous. He's like, I've got nothing to dunk in my tea.
Oh, yeah.
He said he couldn't believe it. It was the most shocking thing for him. But he's got his PR now. He can now be a permanent resident of Australia, so he's finding it a bit easier. He can negotiate for his pay. The chocolate biscuit is expensive, Malimba, is what he said. Chocolate biscuits, chocolate cookies is really expensive when he first moved there compared to Britain. But I suppose in Britain it's a staple to our diet, so we keep it a bit cheaper.
I just want something healthy. Like I'm sick and tired of struggling to find healthy food that I can eat whenever I want. America is so bad. Like there's like fast food places everywhere. There's not like, you know, a nice little mom and pop shop that has like a nice healthy soup or something, or I don't know.
That is something you'll miss here, and something that I wish we had more of. Like hardware stores that people's own like tackle shops and like firearm and ammo shops in Scotland and stuff like that. They're so hard to come by. It's they're so few and far between. You'll only get them in big cities. The small towns just can't run them. They don't. You don't get that so
Yes.
much here. It's really, really difficult. Our shopping streets are quite bad right now. It's
Well, so how do you survive? How do you eat? You make it sound like it's a zombie apocalypse.
but the you so I am fortunate. Like I live near farms, and there's the farm stores and stuff that you can go to. And there's
Do they
supermarkets that you
sell
can
like
get shops and
fresh?
stuff. You get Scotland gets a lot of fresh produce. England is absolutely brilliant for fresh vegetables and such, and we get a lot from there. Scotland can only
So,
grow
are
fresh
there really
veg.
good cooks? Are there like family-owned restaurants?
Yes, there are, but they're far outweighed by franchise restaurants, unfortunately. So you do have to
The
look.
Ram.
You have
Okay.
to look carefully to find them. They do exist. You do get them, but
Is it easy to be unhealthy in Scotland?
oh yeah,
Like,
it's
or
easy. It's easy to live healthy if you buy things yourself, not if you're eating out from restaurants or anything like that. Yeah. Uh,
I'm a hungry boy. I'm already. I'm hungry right now. Though. You can probably tell. I'm already thinking about food. I guess I could eat a little bit of lamb. Malimba, is there any nice food places nearby? Like healthy food places near you, or I know you're in Australia. I don't know which of where,
Steady's hungry too. I'm actually surprised that Malimba because he
Toot
did tell me that he thought it was extortionate the cost of things in Australia. Maybe we are more expensive now. He's been there a long time.
Well, I guess it depends on the location, right? That probably
Yeah,
is a huge factor.
things are a lot cheaper in England than they are in Scotland, as far as buying groceries and stuff goes. Um,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
but Scotland, our housing prices are a lot lower. It kind of balances in that way. The cost of living is balanced by the fact that
Oh.
Scotland is cheaper on its housing, England's cheaper on its produce.
You get decent quality houses. Oh, Shoreline Chronicles said we love everyone else's food. Chinese, Indian, pura pura chicken, basic British food are the main pub
Pub
grub. Oh
grub.
wait, pubs
Yeah.
have food?
Oh yeah, pub grub.
Pubs have food?
Yeah, steak pie, fish and chips. That's pub grub. The problem is people come here and they get fish and chips from a chippy and they think that's Britain's fish and chips. No. Fish and chips is pub grub. You go to a pub to get the proper British fish and chips. Um,
Mm.
like a chippy, like a chip shop, is where you get a takeaway fish and chips, and yeah, you get, and it's nice if you're somebody who enjoys that sort of thing. But pub grub stuff, yeah, Shoreline Chronicles, it's good. I'm with you on it. It's
Oh my
a
god,
steak
man.
pie pub meal with a pint. Ah, so good,
Dude, wow.
so good.
I was thinking of getting a hair transplant, but
Fish and
maybe I
chips
should
from a
just save
pub.
up to go to. Yeah.
No, like a decent chippy can give you good fish and chips, but like it's it's maybe it's because I live in Scotland and Scotland's fish and chips is chip shops are generally worse than England's, but a pub fish and chips is way better. Like if you go to a pub and get a fish, you're like the length of your arm of a fish gets put on your plate and sent out to you. If you get it from a chip shop, it's half the size. It's pathetic.
We should protest.
I'm going to war with people in your chat. I'm sorry. It's gonna
Oh
happen.
no, that's okay, man. Oh, that's okay, man. Like
And from a chip
all
shop that
that's
gets
happening is there's a
sweaty
war
in
in
the
my stomach.
bag, and they never put enough vinegar on
Oh,
it either. Ridiculous. You can even ask them for double lashings of vinegar, and they still don't get it right.
Jiminy Crickets, London fish. They have decent food and. All right, Melinda, do you live near some of the some pubs, or like are you sort of out in the woodland areas?
Are you talking to me or
You don't have
Malimba? Sorry.
Malimba, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm genuinely curious because they're like, you need to come over and visit. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna go to a different country, especially if stuff blows up here. As far as relationship stuff, like if I don't have any like attachments, I'm done. Not that I don't like America, it's just uh, it's hard to find good-hearted people these days. I don't know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
It's just it's a nice experience to go somewhere that you're just different, like something that's different,
No, absolutely.
something that I'm not used to. Because we all like different things, right? Maybe America's not my cup of tea. Maybe something I like is beach theme. Maybe there's something I like is like more old school theme, or maybe more medieval theme, or more like old school, or maybe more like some people like
Kind
new
of wrong
school.
thing.
I'm more of an old school guy. I like seeing like really old rustic shit. There's like 46,000 pubs in the UK. Holy shit.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pubs are good eating as well. To be honest, they've managed to stay kind of reasonably priced on their menus for the most part. But I will admit, purchased is kind of right in that the real fish and chips is like it's going to be half the price in a chip shop. And eating your fish and chips by the seaside is very classic British. But I
Mm-hmm.
don't. I think that's great for the people who live in Britain, and that is what we're used to. That is home. But people visiting,
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they get it. Eating your fish and chips in the pouring rain by the seaside just doesn't appeal to other people.
Getting
Warm
warm
donuts at the
donuts at the
seafront as well.
seafront.
Yes. Purchase, I'm with you on that as well. Yeah, fresh donuts
Oh,
at the
that's so
seaside. So good. So good.
I wish I could just teleport. Like I wish I could teleport somewhere and just boop. Don't even have to fly there. Just go somewhere where I'm thinking about going. Let it pin for like a month and be like, okay, your teleportation has been pending for 1 month. You are now able to teleport. I feel like if it's instantaneous, whatever you do, it just wouldn't mean as much. I don't know. I just would like to just poop. Oh, you're at the beach of Hawaii. Hey, where do I want to go today? Oh, let's go to the Great Barrier Reef. Oh, what do you want to go for lunch? Ah, well, the Great Barrier Reef is extremely expensive. Let's go to Vietnam, get a nice cheap meal, and then come back.
If you want to
Like,
go get really good
boop.
food, Malaysia.
Malaysia,
Oh
cheap too,
boy.
huh?
Their food is good. Like
Oh
probably
man,
the kings of street
I'm gonna be
food,
on
Malaysia.
I'm gonna be on 1,000 Ton Sisters. It's a Netflix document or a Hulu documentary or some shit.
I think it's one of the few
I'm
things
gonna
that
be
I and Uncle Roger agree on. Don't know if anybody else likes watching
two
Uncle
ton
Roger.
sister, the 1 ton sister show. Or wait, what are we talking about? The Greens.
I do love
All I
Spanish and
know is
Italian
food.
food. Yeah.
I love it, dude. I'm like I weigh like 500 pounds, man. I love all food.
The kitchen is my home. Like I love cooking. I love eating out as well, but I love cooking. And we're kind of lucky in Britain in that some of like the cuisine kings are on our doorstep, like France and Spain and Italy and
Yeah.
stuff like that. But I must admit, I actually like going out to like even out further east to like Germany and stuff like that, some of their foods, it's very warming. Like France, Spain, and Italy have very fresh foods, and they're very light and delicate and clever.
Mm-hmm.
But as you get to the further north and east, where it gets colder, you get like comfort, like proper warming, hearty foods that just warm
Yeah.
you from the stomach outwards. It's so good, so good.
Oh, it's beautiful. I mean, where I live, it's just McDonald's, Taco Bell, Wendy's, Arby's, Subway. It's like just corporation chains everywhere.
We got all that as
Everywhere.
well. There's a McDonald's like a few miles down the road
But
from me, and they're a few miles down the road from
really?
anyone's. Yeah,
But we
yeah.
don't
There's
have any
golden
mom and pop
arches all
shops
over
here.
Scotland as well. It's
But that's all we have. That's all we have though. That we don't like they killed off all of the like little guys. So be careful, man. In 20 years they might do the same to your area.
yeah. It's I think they are now limited to how far they can be, but like if you go to again our cities, Aberdeen, Glasgow, Edinburgh, you'll find them. So Taco Bell, KFC, McDonald's, Burger King,
Mm.
they're dime a dozen on every corner, and there's multiples thereof.
Oh,
So you'll find a McDonald's on one street round the corner. There's another McDonald's. It
and probably
is, and it's in every city in
your
the UK
McDonald's,
as well.
they're probably higher quality than American.
They do use Aberdeen Angus in Scotland, so it is good quality meat.
Yeah.
But I must
They
admit, if you
so
actually go to a family-run restaurant, the burgers are better, hands down. Like
well, I
there's no
believe
argument.
here our McDonald's use Bill Gates meat.
Bill
All they
Gates
use
meat.
this because yeah, dude, he owns like Bill Gates has the most farmland in America,
Seriously?
and yeah he owns most the lands, and yeah. So they use Bill Gates farm meat for everything, pretty much.
Oh my goodness. Is it
Yeah,
good
he pretty much
meat?
owns America. Yeah, let me Google it.
Like, are they happy cows at least?
No, no, he gives them tons of injections. He's super pro. Like I'm not against vaccines, but he gives tons of stuff to these animals. Well,
You can't say McDonald's and quality in the same sentence. No, no, you can't. They do use Aberdeen Angus in Scotland. I don't know if it
it
goes all
says
the way
Bill
down to
Gates
England
is
as
the
well, but
largest
Aberdeen Angus
private owner.
is good quality beef, at
Ooh,
least. But it has to be
I
handled the right
believe it.
way. And yeah, McDonald's don't handle it quite as well as a private restaurant does. I'm not going to go out and say I've never eaten a McDonald's before. It's ridiculous. I've had it. Like sometimes you just need something cheap, quick. Like you've had a monstrous day and you don't care what you're eating. You just need to eat it. But it's exactly like that. You don't really care what you're eating.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. But you know what? I just hope your quality is always there. Like here in America, the quality of our food is garbage lately. But
Really,
Bill
I
Gates
could.
owns
I've always
six.
heard that America's quite
Excuse me.
adventurous with its food. I thought.
No, no, it's not. They lied. They lied to you. Yeah, Bill Gates owns 269k acres of farmland.
Oh my goodness. I will agree with you. Their
Yeah,
purchase, the coffee from McDonald's actually surprised me. I drink coffee black. I don't have cappuccinos or lattes or anything like that. But I was
I
actually
do like
surprised that
McDonald's
their
coffee.
coffee is actually not. It's not bad
Palatable.
coffee. Yeah, like I
Well,
actually go
but
so
you also
far to
gotta
say as I
think.
enjoy it.
Me
I've
too. Well,
had
it's my
better.
favorite. McDonald's coffee is my
Yeah, I've
favorite.
had better, but yeah,
It is my favorite.
it's
The thing though is you can't really fuck up coffee. Like what I'm trying to say, well you can, but it's coffee is relatively cheap to get a good product. It's like there's these places like Starbucks who just overhype the value of coffee to where they make like a 200,000% profit
yeah.
margin.
I must admit,
Like
I
coffee
can't
shouldn't
go
have a
in for Starbucks. I don't know what it is about
No.
Starbucks, but like I just said, I drink straight black coffee. No milk,
Yeah,
no
you can't
cream, no
really fuck
sugar,
up
nothing
coffee.
like that. Every time I get a
Yeah.
black coffee from Starbucks, it's sweet. And I remember the last time I had it, I got a bit fed up with it. So I asked them, I was like, is there sugar in this coffee? Because it tastes kind of sweet. And the only reply they could give me was, it shouldn't. I
Dude,
was like,
some
okay,
people
that's.
just don't give a shit.
I was like,
It must have been an American worker at your Scottish Starbucks
I
because
don't
that sounds like an
think they
American.
were, and it's been different. It's been multiple Starbucks that I've tried, and it's come
Maybe it's
through
just teenage
sweet.
girls. Maybe teenage girls are
Maybe,
just like the root of all evil.
maybe, but
Like I don't know,
I just
man,
find
but
it
I never
very,
realized
very
how much.
sweet.
Oh god, dude, I hate teenage girls are the bane of my existence, man. They're so damn annoying. With all due respect, I'm sorry if you're a teenage girl and you're in this chat, but goddamn, teenage girls are so damn
Yeah,
they
practically act like one. So
they're practic. Yeah, they're
heavy. I'll
animals.
take heavy insult for them. I can't believe you just said that.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I
My
mean,
struggle
I
is
think
real.
even the I think well that's the thing. Like I don't. Yeah. It's like it's. I don't even know what I'm trying to say. I don't even know. I have nothing against teenage girls, but I just think they're all just so whiny and snobby and hormonal and aggressive and like just especially if they don't have like no, oh my god, what am I trying? You got to put the Mac down on your kids, you know. You don't. I'm not saying be it abusive, but it's harder to put a Mac down on a female than a male. You know, growing up, like if your kid's acting out of line, it's so much easier to be like, "Hey, bub," and like get him, put him in his place. But if it's a girl, it's harder. I don't know why. It's just because women, you know, they're you come across as, you know, abusive. I don't know. It's more normalized to, you know, put your son in place and, you know, yell at him like, hey, you can't do that shit. But if you do it to a girl in public, people are going to give you the eyes, you know?
Well, you probably understand. You probably understand what it is that can motivate a boy to
Yeah.
be corrected, because that would have happened to you when you were
Yeah.
younger.
Yeah,
Like,
it's true.
I absolutely have no understanding of what it would take to give some kind of punishment to a teenage girl, because I
Yeah.
have no experience of it. I had 3 brothers as well, so there was no like sisters that I could see of how it is for a teenage girl to grow up. So genuinely, I would be terrified if I was to be father of a girl, because through their teenage years, I have absolutely zero experience of what that is. I would have to completely rely on the other half for that, and just
absolutely.
stand there like the Gormless guy going, "What do I do?"
No, listen, man. Like the pure hormonal imbalance, because obviously boys go through you know, their hormonal growth or whatever, but girls, man, like they have all kinds of like different hormonal things going on. You know, they're going through their periods, they're going through, and it's like it's a lot. It's a lot, man.
Yeah.
It's a lot. It's a lot, dude.
I mean, the nitty gritty stuff I'm
they-
actually kind of fine with, because most of my friends through my teenage years were girls and stuff like that. So that kind of stuff on the
Yeah.
face value I can get. But yeah, I would have no idea how they were at home with their parents or anything like that. It's
Yeah.
so yeah.
Well, I mean,
Um,
I don't even know, man.
yeah, it's like genuinely, I think these days it's difficult to come up with something for either. Those crimes I was talking about on the buses, the knife crimes and stuff like that, they were all under the age of 16. That's why it was a huge problem.
Yeah,
They
it's
couldn't
crazy.
be taken officially by police or anything like that, because they were like, people look to
are
the
you
bus driver
allowed
as being the
to-
one that's responsible and stuff like that. But we're all
Well,
told, if there's a
so-
knife, do not get out the cab of the bus, because you will get stabbed.
Well,
So if it's
hypothetically
happening
speaking-
on the bus, you're like, So do I just leave them to get stabbed? What do I do?
Well, honestly, it's probably really complex. I mean, your legal system, I can't even begin to understand how it works because obviously I'm American. But like, what if a 13-year-old pulls out a knife and starts waving around on the bus? Like, are you allowed to pin him down, or are you going to be the one going to jail?
um, no, you're allowed to interact in a means that if it's a threat on somebody's life or health and they're in danger, of course, you can. However, you need to be really careful and be absolutely sure that
Well,
because this was mostly
yeah.
young
Well,
girls as well. This wasn't actually young boys with
oh,
knives or anything like that. And I am quite
oh God.
a large man. I am naturally quite strong. I'm not going to say I am gym strong. I am undeservedly
Yeah.
strong. It's not something I've worked out on. I just naturally
Yeah.
am. So there's always the fear that, like, we're talking a 14 or 15-year-old girl. I am twice her size, and everybody knows how that's going to go down. I don't even need to say more.
Yeah.
If you put the two pictures side by side, my mugshot and hers, and ask people who the victim is going to be, they are not pointing at my portrait. So, yeah, there is a lot of nervousness around that kind of thing around it. But if she had, like, absolutely, definitely hurt somebody, there was multiple witnesses that had seen her do it, and I had to
Well,
actually
that might not be the
throw
case.
them
Like here in
down until
America,
the police arrived, then yeah, absolutely, you don't get charged for that.
well, maybe.
Um,
There was a situation in America where this was recent. In New York, there's a guy who got on a subway or something, or like a bus, and he starts screaming, "I'm gonna kill everyone on this bus," something, something, something. So this kid, like in his 20s, former Marine, held him down until the police came, and then released him in the police custody. And I guess he died in the police custody because he suffocated, because I guess he was held down so hard. So they charged him for murder. And like they're trying so hard to get this kid locked away for the rest of his life. Granted, it a lot of people heard about his case and freaked the fuck out on the people trying to prosecute him. And the case didn't. He pretty much won the case, but that's terrifying.
yeah.
The fact that you get arrested because somebody's coming on a subway, or I don't. It might have been a bus, but saying I'm gonna kill everybody on this bus, and you hold them down, and then you go to prison.
Yeah.
Even
Like
with all
in
the
the
witnesses,
UK,
all the witnesses,
it's
you can go.
it sounds like a kind of similar process that we have here. There are different variations. I know UK does practice the both party arrest. So, like, if there's an incident involving two parties, they arrest both parties. If it's too unambiguous on whom the actual victim is, and then the trial investigates both stories. I know they do practice that. I was reading somebody said people can go to prison for defending their own property in the UK. I've heard of the cases that do that, but I've also been told that that case is a myth that they actually use in law school in the UK as a one to think on, but was never actually true. But I have heard of stories of people in the UK that were defending their home. Because I know in Scotland in particular as well, people have been hurt on other people's properties and it's been thrown out of court when they tried to charge the owners of the properties because they just said, no, you weren't supposed to be there.
That's interesting.
That'll be ridiculous. You were sneaking in their house at night and they hit you with something. Yeah, absolutely.
Definitely, it seems like there's a lot of gray area with that. Purchase said the guy with the baseball bat, LOL, well, he held the guy in chokehold for ages. I don't know much about the case. I just heard a little bits and pieces on the news that somebody was holding somebody down and then they died when they got transferred to custody, and then they tried to charge them for murder. But yeah, no, maybe it is a controversial thing, and that's the thing. There's a lot of controversy when it comes to whether something is excess or not excess. and I think that's very, very dangerous. But he sent me a link. I don't know. Oh, it's a Wikipedia. I don't know if I'll read it deeply. I actually see some of it. If you don't. Homeless man was killed after being put in a chokehold by gang.
Where was the wiki?
Yeah, he just posted something in the wiki of the case. So I guess Purchase said that the guy did excessive force. Excessive force. Read it. Yeah, right. Trader said yes. It should be made clear that it's okay to defend yourself properly if you're being robbed. Yeah, there's been a few cases where somebody's broken into a house and
It's happened in Scotland more often now. Countryside used to be such a safe place; people wouldn't lock their doors in Scotland. But even now, where I live, which is absolutely the middle of nowhere, we lock our doors because we actually get people driving up now and scoping out places. I've had it a couple of times where we've seen them do it. It's silly, but my wood axe and stuff is within a distance that I know where it is. And I know my neighbor has. What my neighbor did was he shot out the tires of the people that were trying to rob farm machinery from them, and it became a court case and actually went in my neighbor's favor. So yeah, like when I say shot out, like the weapons that we can have in Scotland are usually just hunting or culling rifles for deer and stuff like that. So you're not talking particularly powerful weaponry, but yeah, it's definitely enough to shoot out tires. So he did that to stop the vehicle from taking farm equipment away. It went in his favor and stuff like that.
really,
yes. Now, apparently, what saved him was he told them that they had to leave the vehicle first and be out of the way of his shot, which they actually did, because he was pointing a gun at them. And I suppose if somebody's pointing a gun towards you, you do tell you. So that's what actually won him the favor in the court or something like that, because they said he made sure that they were clear of his line of fire before he shot out the tires. So it wasn't a dangerous act. He wasn't shooting in their direction. He gave them a chance to clear away. So I know things like this do happen here now. It didn't used to. I'm talking this kind of stuff has been happening for like the last 10 years that I know of. Whereas before that, I never heard of it at all up around these parts of Scotland. But yeah, that one was quite a funny one. That was quite a good one. I say my neighbour. We're talking, they're like 20 miles away, but you know, it's neighborly here.
I mean, honestly, in Scotland, it seems like there's a lot of farmland. I mean, that's technically your neighbor, really.
No, Scotland isn't actually like the Central Belt South. So Perth, Stirling, Glasgow, Edinburgh. They have a lot of farmland. You get around some of the coastline near Inverness in the Highlands. That's got some good farmland out towards Aberdeen as well. But a lot of the mountains and such, no, they don't. It's also difficult for our agriculture in our winter months. Our daylight hours are very short. It can be very cold, mixed weather, freezing rain, so not even snow, which you can happily grow carrots under or something like that. So they tend to get washed out instead. So they really have to bank on the weather if they want to grow something over the winter as well. So it's not so much that. More animal husbandry. But we do have farm equipment. Farm equipment is very expensive and people do steal it. So, yeah. But no, England is far more agricultural. It's got far more farmable land than Scotland does. And Scotland...
Really? England?
Yeah. Scotland is much more mountainous. England has much more lowland and rolling hills and good farming land. Scotland does have some. Like it's not a wasteland. Like I hope I'm not selling it as a wasteland, but it is a lot less. It's a lot less. And
Well, I'm sure it's
Best.
beautiful. Here in Indiana, it's just cornfields, nonstop cornfields everywhere you go.
See, I would love to see fields as far as the eye can see. I've never had that experience. Never
Yeah,
seen them. Yeah, I've never seen them.
and that's what I'm saying. Like, we all like a nice little scenery change from time to time, something we haven't seen before.
Yeah, I get to see a lot of mountains.
I mean,
And they're not even very big
like some
mountains.
would say, why would you want to? Yeah, like let's say you're born on Mars, right? You'd be like, "Fuck, man, I wish I was in. I was. I wish I was on Earth. What the fuck?" Meanwhile, there are people that will die to go on Mars, right? I know that's been a huge topic lately. I wouldn't want to go to Mars, but there. I guess some people, to each their own. To each their
No,
own.
like the weird thing is, if we had the ability to live on Mars, we would have the ability to fix
Mhm.
the Earth. So yeah, I'd be like, why?
Exactly.
Why risk my
Exactly.
life
Yeah.
traveling that distance in space when if we had the power to
That
do
was a
it
direct
properly,
quote.
we could actually do it here.
All right. Well, question in regards to that though. Oh, what was that super genius who actually said that quote?
Oh, I think lots
Because
of
he was on
scientists have said it. Like many of the
ah
famous ones will have said it,
very
but we
very
get it taught in our schools here, in like high school.
yeah
I can remember it being my lesson in my class because it's a question that's often asked,
yeah
like, can we get to Mars? And our teachers would actually just tell us, look, if we had the technology to live on Mars, we'd have the technology to fix Earth. So yeah, why? Why do it?
no exactly. Well, but that's what I'm saying. Some people want something that I would never want. I wouldn't want to live on Mars.
It could
I
avoid
would
a
want to.
mass
Yeah, but
extinction, though. Yeah,
I guess it depends
yeah.
on like
Preservation
World War
of
Three happened.
nature would benefit from man going to
Yeah,
Mars. That is true.
yeah,
Um,
I'm not gonna crap on somebody else's dream when it comes to like yeah I personally could it doesn't move me 1 inch whether we're on Mars or not, but I could argue devil's advocate that if something happened in America where we just had so much tyranny, not America, but the world where just one day 100 years from now there's just so much tyranny that we end up killing ourselves, hypothetically speaking, with nuclear warfare, at least we would have a chance of survival as a population. Granted, you could argue, well, if you know what I'm
I don't
saying.
know. Like if it
Anything is
was like
possible.
if it was like in current technology, I think any kind of colony on Mars would still have to heavily rely on some kind of supply from Earth,
Yeah.
which again means reaping
Yes.
more
Yes.
from Earth's natural resource. Um,
Yes.
Avoiding the mass extinction is kind of a good one, but at the same time, if we had that kind of power to be able to fix the Earth, then we would be ready to go to Mars anyway, because we have the technology
Hmm.
to do that. So the argument would still be, well, let's get it to work here, then let's go there. But I mean, there's going to be arguments in both directions of it. There's the extinction one is a good one though. Like conserving a lot of nature and the bad things that are happening to nature by moving surplus human lives off. Yeah. I do like that argument. And I do like to play a devil's advocate, so I will actually think on that one as well.
Yeah.
I like that CP2.
I think the main thing probably would just probably be based off of if we have a huge threat one day with a World War IV, World War V, where we have like weapons of mass destruction that we could just pop the world.
Mm.
I guess I could see that, knowing there's an escape, or not escape, but not avoid mass extinction. Because I feel like
Would it
sometimes
not be
our
nice
world
to
gets
live where
ignored.
it's interesting, though? Like,
It would be,
instead of
yeah.
leaving it behind, I know it would be awful, and I probably would be one of the ones on the death counter, if I'm honest. I don't see myself as a survivor,
Yeah.
if I have to be completely truthful to myself, but it wouldn't be boring.
I don't know, man. I mean, I could hypothetically, I'm willing to live anywhere if you have a treadmill, healthy food, and video games.
Mm.
Like, I could live in a box. I could live in a prison cell for the next 50 years if I had a computer, healthy food, and somewhere to get a little bit of exercise.
We can't
You
prevent
know?
an asteroid killing us all off like the dinosaurs. No. No, that's
They
true.
did say the probability of an asteroid hitting us is extremely rare. They
It's
said that
extremely yeah,
actually
but
the
this is the thing. Like extremely rare is not impossible, and so science would always
yeah,
say
no, that's true.
that because it's possible, it is something to think about.
Yeah.
The problem with it though is,
No,
so let's say
exactly,
we thought
exactly.
about that now. We thought, okay, there's an asteroid going to hit Earth. Let's say 2 years from now. It gives us time to prepare and get our rockets launched to Mars. The problem is, at our current state, we wouldn't have the powers to make Mars that livable. Mars would still rely on Earth, and if Earth was destroyed by the asteroid, the people on Mars would perish as well. It doesn't sort their
Yeah.
situation exactly. There's like,
Yeah.
it's good to plan ahead. It's good to get to that goal, and people are working to that goal. The weird thing is that there's lots of heavy research in Europe, China, and the United States and Canada especially, apparently, towards this kind of
Interesting.
technology as well. Look, Canada is been working largely on these immensely powerful computer chips. They have to work at extremely cold temperatures to do it, but they have the computing power to actually keep that kind of machinery running and ticking over without too much human element that might wade it off course. Whereas Europe has been
Well,
looking at things that can, provide better warmth, moisture, and stuff to allow things to grow and stuff like that.
yeah.
It's like it's a worldwide, like the whole world's science is really chiming in on getting this kind of thing to work. But they do stipulate, it's like, look, you can't rush it. You can't rush to get there.
No,
It's exciting. Oh my goodness, it's exciting. I love it, and I do like my good old space sciences and such. But
no. Yeah.
it's important to be reserved on it as well, because when you, yeah, you making promises, making
I
it
mean, they
exciting is
call it.
fun, but um, getting hopes up or instigating it too early is dangerous.
It is. I mean, a lot of people want to potentially see us before they die. Like, yeah, obviously, a lot of stuff might be past our life expectancy, but I feel like a lot of people want to be able to witness it before we pass, right? Like
hmm.
multi-planetary human life to a certain extent.
Oh, of course, yeah, of course. But then you'd have
What
had
are you talking
people
about?
wanting to see the computer age
Yeah.
happening as well, or I think the
No,
people are
it
calling
was
it the
a
glass
the I
age or
saw
something like
like
that.
stuff leaning on it, like the guitar at one point. Yeah. What'd you say?
At the same merit, you would have had people living in every age looking forward to seeing what comes in the future as well.
Yeah,
It's
yeah, absolutely.
oh,
Yeah,
steady.
yeah.
Sorry, I banked your pages.
I've
I
always
do
been
have
the
a couple
type
of
of guy
pages
that
there.
sci-fi always scared me growing up.
I loved sci-fi. Man, watched a lot of Star Trek. I've been studying physics and stuff more recently. Not it's not what I originally studied through my college and university years, but I do enjoy it. And it is terrifying. I think everybody that goes into the thoughts of the grandeur of outer space and all that kind of things have that moment of where you suddenly
Yeah.
realize, wow, I'm insignificant. Everybody goes, I remember when I went through that moment looking into it as well, when you suddenly start
Yeah.
looking at the scale and
It's
proper. But then I can remember people, like my peers and the people, my lecturers and stuff, telling me, it's like, well, you're not insignificant. You're not insignificant because,
That's
as far as we know, we're the only people recording it. Like, we don't know if there's other life anywhere else or anything like that. So you're the only one witnessing it.
That's what's so terrifying. That's what's so terrifying to me is being so minuscule, being so. I was always terrified of the universe. I was always terrified of being so small, and like not. I guess the lack of control of my existence.
Yeah, yeah,
Like, that's what scared me.
yeah. We're on something hurtling through the cosmos so quickly, and if it hits anything,
Yeah.
it's but like the chances of it are slim. So if it does happen, if it's something that's going to come and strike the Earth, it has to be extra solar. So it has to be out with our current system, because our planets in the system have already cleared everything to this point, with a few small factors that we calculate in, and they're not going to hit us. So it has to come from out with. And as we're traveling further and further out, the next thing that we have a chance of being big to hit is another galaxy. So there's another galaxy that we're going to collide with in billions and billions and billions and billions and billions of years to come. And if they look at it, there is still only a less than 1% chance that we actually have a collision, even when that happens. So even as we come to another galaxy and start flying into that, the likelihood is this solar system, nothing happens to it. And that's us flying into another large cluster. The chances are very low, but like they say, it's never impossible. Never.
Was it not? Because I could have sworn you were here when I saw it.
No, because you didn't say anything.
Yeah, because I thought it's been broken for a while. I just mentioned.
It hasn't been broken.
Because I saw your guitar leaning on it. It had a big.
My guitar wasn't leaning against it.
Yeah, when I saw, I just thought I thought you already knew about it. I thought it's been broken.
Okay, so do you remember?
It was. I mean, I thought it's been like at least a few days to a week. I saw it a few times. So I was like, oh, that's a pity. I don't think Gab. I think it was before. It was before she came over. I think actually. One of her things in her room broke, and I think she's trying to figure out what's going on. But I'm sorry, I'm listening about the cosmos. Sorry, she came in and was asking questions.
No, we're good. We're good. I was just reading Trader Brighter Shores, thinking that of human innovation, genius, and nature. Humanity has done incredible things. I absolutely agree with you. And I've said this to other people in my streams before. I've managed to hold on to my naivety. I still believe overall humanity is good. I haven't succumbed to thinking it's all bad. And I am actually proud of the human race. I'm not ashamed to call myself one of its numbers. I don't think we're egotistical in thinking we're the only ones in the universe. The only reason they say it in such a way is just that we don't know yet. We all think and hope that there is more out there, and we would love to meet them.
Yeah.
But on the chance that there isn't, so imagine that we did categorically, Kimchi, find out that there was absolutely none. Then suddenly think of what responsibility that puts on us.
Yeah. No,
that's the tricky one. So yes, it's unlikely we're the only ones in an entire cosmos that it is to exist. But if there isn't, should we be absolutely ruining what we've done? Like, should we ignore what is there because we think, well, someone else can do it? There's going to be another life form. They'll do it. They'll have technology far in advance of our own. They can deal with it. What if they aren't there?
Yeah. Well, and there's also a
What
lot
if
of
they're
variables
not?
too. Like
It's
there's a lot of variables because I would say some of those variables is I mean, depending on what we consider the universe. I know in biblical terms they say the universe is always growing, right? And then they say aside from biblical terms, um as far as we can tell, it's so massive we don't know if there is a limit, right? But hypothetically, it depends. So that's the first variable. Like, how big is the universe? So second variable is, let's say that there is other life, right? There's a good chance that maybe if there's other life that it's not technologically evolved enough to where they know where we are yet. And if they do, then obviously they're very highly undetectable, right? If they're looking at us. But I would like to think there would be at least some worst case scenario, like some sort of germ that's developed in the right conditions, sort of like how I just there's so many variables, right? One is depending on how big the universe actually is, and then two, I mean, yeah, we have no idea, right? And if it is never ending, then yeah, there very very well may be life.
um,
I don't know, man. Like I'm very ignorant on all this stuff.
it's a huge conundrum. It's big thinking, but I think it's important thinking, and I agree with you, C Potato. We should act that we have that responsibility either way. That's the assumption that
Yeah.
scientists make, is that if we are alone, we should make it. The thing about all this time and all these things passing is, and for there to be no life is ridiculous. That's the Fermi paradox purchased. That's the Fermi paradox. It's a great one. And you're absolutely right. It's just we haven't seen it yet. That's all it is. They could be there. In all honesty, they should be there because of the amount of time that's passed. But the question is, why can't we find them? Is it because they can't communicate with us, or has something happened to them? Is there something that happens at a certain level of technology which is self-destroying that they might have went through? Like, is there certain passages of civilization which we reach in which we can annihilate ourselves or our own planets? And therefore,
we gotta be very careful.
Exactly. So it could be, yeah. It could also be the case that these advanced life forms did exist in the past of the universe's history, but they're already gone because something happened to them.
Look at most all organisms, especially microorganisms.
It's a good one
like
as
a lot
well.
of it is eat,
I do like
grow,
that one.
Eat, grow, eat, grow. Hypothetically speaking, like we can have a very selfish person or we can be very self-destructive to to us, to our ecosystem around us, based off of needs, money, or like look at the rainforest, how it's constantly being cut down.
Yeah.
And you can look from Google Maps how much we've lost of the rainforest, right? We are very self-destructive as a human species, right?
Mhm.
And like that's how most species are. Like even microorganisms, like you get a microscope and they're eating each other, and the insects are eating each other, killing each other, right? It's almost, seems to be a cycle of life that can be very self-destructive, right? So if a civilization does build to a certain point, you wonder, do you become intelligent enough to where you find peace, or do you continue to find conflict?
Yeah. Well, yeah. These are. Those are exactly what can stunt any civilization. Anything of that nature, and we always enter different ages, which brings that risk. Like the nuclear age was a big one, or the invention of the atom bomb and stuff. It's another one.
I hear there's really good things about.
There's always really good things developed out of these things as well, but I don't think anyone's assuming that we are superior beings, but the not knowing is just enough to feel the responsibility, Kimchi. So, okay, there is a
terms of, yeah.
being. They're smarter than us. They have light speed travel. It's not possible
Hmm.
with current physics, but let's just say they do. They have light speed travel. They haven't reached us yet, and they're far, far away. Great. But does that mean we just assume that they're there and then give up? No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean, we
they
have
might
a lot of
exist, and if we do meet them
invasions.
eventually, great. It's nice to know that we're not alone and there's somebody else there, and it's
Yeah,
exciting.
it'd be
But
very interesting
the
to see how their
the way
culture.
they operate from is not that okay. They could be better than us. They're superior than us, so we don't have to worry. It's more just we don't know they're there. Shouldn't we feel responsible on the basis that we might be alone? That's all that they ask. That's all that they ask.
It's definitely
Um,
a mind fudge.
it always is. Yeah, I love it. I could talk for it for hours. I hope I'm not killing off people and sending them to sleep or
We
anything
should.
like that.
Well, let
It's,
me put my phone on my charger. You can keep talking
um,
about it here in a sec, but give me one. I do want to put my phone on the charger. It's about to die.
but yeah, it's like sliding scale on both sides. We can be self-destructive, but we can also be very innovative. Yeah, like I said, I'm very naive on it. I have not lost that naivety. I'm proud of it. I still believe we are doing good. We can do good things. Bad things do happen. I'm not going to argue against that. Bad things do happen. But overall, I think we can and have been doing good, and we can do even better. I believe we can, and I will hold on to that hope, and I will believe that we can do better through thick and thin. I'm sure we can do it. It's not easy by any means, but you want physics? Listen to Brian Cox. Yeah, I've listened to a lot of Brian Cox, a lot as well. But yeah, if I'm boring people, I go stop. Just tell me. But yeah, I do. I find it very interesting conversation. I do love it. Kimchi, it's great to speculate. Honestly, like asking the questions is the best part because and there's always an argument for and against. Like I cast my views. Believe me, there's many who cast the same views as what everybody has put up in chat. It's worth discussing. It's I'm not a scientist. I'm not fully qualified as a scientist. I have a strong interest in the sciences, and there'll be people that can describe it far more eloquently and with far more resource of information behind their backs. But I do take an interest in it, and I do enjoy it. Brian Cox and Neil deGrasse Tyson. Yeah, I've listened to them. I've watched a lot of their shows. I've read a couple of their books as well. It's good. I do love that stuff. Brian Cox does admit himself though. It's like yes, people keep coming to him about astrophysics, but it's not his main specialty. But he does like to talk about it a lot. It's particle physics is more his specialty, but it's always interesting. Well, I mean, particle physics is important in astrophysics as well, but you know, it's more niche. Into depth discussion how alien technology is possible, and we've reversed engineered it. However, we lack the materials in order to fuel it. Humans operate off the pulley method, but the advanced beings operate off the thrust method. Yeah, I would need to look that up. I'm not sure what that means.
All right. Sorry about that. I'm back. One of the, I guess her daughter's thing broke. And now
What's your favorite doomsday apocalypse type movie? Ooh. Ooh, I don't know. You know, I quite like the viral outbreak ones. Can I pick a TV show instead and a computer game and just say The Last of Us? If we're going Doomsday or Apocalypse. Can I pick that instead, Trader? I think Cordyceps is genuinely terrifying a prospect. I don't know if it could work. I don't know much. I know very little about biology, actually. I don't think they are capable of anything as complicated as a human being. But I think they're in like other kinds of like small insects and certain spiders and birds. I think can be affected by certain cordyceps, but I don't think anything as large as like a dog or something has ever been affected. But I'm a huge fan of like zombie apocalypse games. I'm a huge fan of the Last of Us game as well, and I love the TV show. And I think the story of the world coming to an apocalypse of that measure really interesting. But yeah, that's my favorite. If I can change it to a game and a TV show instead of a movie. I'd go for I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. I don't think I know that one.
Is that something?
Joker's Choice, I think, for the Apocalypse thing. I couldn't tell you how to spell cordyceps either. Steady, don't worry. I think it has a T in somewhere as well. It's one of those words. Contagion is good. Oh, Joker. It's a book game where people destroy themselves with AI, and the best AI takes over the world and tortures the same 5 humans in unimaginable ways. That does sound interesting. When you say it's a book game, like... I have... What was it called again? It does sound dark, Kimchi. I kind of like it. I have no mouth and I must scream. I'm sorry, I need
So you
to...
said the game? Book and a game?
Yeah, it sounds really... Oh, it's the first thing that comes up as well. How have I not heard of this?
That's really interesting.
It was published in 1967. Oh, I'm looking that up. Thank you, Joker. I do like the idea of an AI apocalypse as well. I don't think it will come to that, but it's another interesting one. I think I kind of like the apocalypse stories that are mankind's fault. The Last of Us is nature pushing back. I am banking your pages, by the way, Steady, and I do apologize if I don't get to read them tonight, but I will read them, and I will bank them. So I am noting them in case you feel it's going ignored. I've not ignored them. But yeah, I think I like considering I'm somebody who's very positive and think mankind will do good and pull through. I do like the apocalypse stories where man has gone wrong and mucked up.
Yeah, because it's a nice little underdog story where you're trying to build from the ground up, and it's,
Yeah.
I don't know.
It always
fun
like brings up that story as well. Like, if a zombie apocalypse happened, what would you do? I don't know if you have ever. Like, what would you do, Zan? Like, if I was to ask you, if a zombie apocalypse happened, what would you do? Do you think?
I suppose, like typically how everybody would, like find other survivors. If there's still zombies, obviously try to fend off the zombies, and it would be a huge change in just social dynamic. And I honestly, I think people would get a lot closer, and they'd come together. People come together on if there's a common enemy, right? So I think a lot of people will come together where they haven't before. And I don't know. I think building things sounds fun. Granted, I'm not a crazy good engineer,
Yeah.
but no, I like watching zombie type shows because I like watching the development of how they rebuild from it. I like seeing progression. Like, I think that's why I used to watch Minecraft videos from time to time. Is I liked watching people slowly watch their base how it got better and better and better. But yeah, no, it's interesting.
Yeah.
You watch them like, okay, this is how we get food. That's how they grow food. They're going to build a new structure. You know, they're slowly building a new city. Like, I don't know. That's just really cool. Like the like, have you watch anime by chance?
I popped my anime cherry last year, and I haven't looked back. I love it. I've not watched a lot, but I've started watching as much as I can when I can. I do.
So you probably haven't seen That Time I Was Reincarnated as a Slime.
No, but it is on my recommended list. As somebody in my chat last year actually told me to watch it, so it is on my list to watch. So
the whimsical of it is the guy is literally a slime, and you're watching the growth into the development from nothing into something great, and that's what I like. I like watching these stories where there's nothing, and they start building stuff that's amazing. And obviously, I'm not giving away, I'm not spoiling
plot points or
that's
anything.
what I like about it so much. Is there's a lot of growth. There's a lot of community growth, character growth, and it's like I like seeing it. It's like watching, Kenichi the Mightiest Disciple, or a shitty character and they're just garbage and they slowly become badass.
Yeah.
It's just something beautiful in a Cinderella story. I'm gonna put this away.
My answer is always so much simpler when it's a zombie apocalypse thing. I always just say, I have terrible cardio. I am not good at running away. I am going to be a zombie in a zombie apocalypse. I will have to go out to get food at some point, and I'm going to get caught. That's what I usually say. I am not a survivalist. Oh, I'm good at disappearing into the country side. I could maybe disappear into the mountains for a while, but I'd have to come down at some point. But yeah, the countryside is probably the best bet. I already live in the countryside in Scotland, and I know there's places I can get food for a time, but yeah. But saying that, Scotland has a different problem as well that we noticed in COVID as well. Everybody came here as soon as that was breaking out. Because Scotland's quite quiet, I think everybody thinks it's going to be a very safe place to go. So there's going to be crowds of people that come here if a zombie apocalypse happens. It could actually become quite a terrifying place. I wonder if anybody's ever made a tourist zombie apocalypse story. That would be very Scottish.
All right.
In fact, with no wilderness like real wilderness or weapons. Yeah, I went. We headed down to England for a short trip after the summer this year, and I hadn't actually been in a little while. I was surprised at how urbanized England's become. It was crazy. because I had memories of it being so much more wild, but it's I did notice that purchased, it was gone.
So it's just slow. Like I don't know much about the England lore or the UK lore or whatever, but I never knew there was a wilderness or forests or what.
England had beautiful wild forests and such. Scotland, less so. Most of Scotland's forests were all planted. It's not actually a great place to grow trees unless they're in big abundance to shield themselves from the wind. But no, England, yeah, through its history had beautiful wildernesses. It was famous for it in its history. But they are largely gone now. It's very urbanized. I was kind of shocked. I didn't believe people when they said it. I thought they kind of got rid of all of it. But it did seem like it. Hardly any trees in Caithness. I haven't been to Caithness in a while. Caithness is a lovely place. It's actually not bad. Caithness. Yeah, they keep building over the countryside. Yeah, I was actually really shocked. And what I was looking forward to as well when I was down in England was the beautiful red brick houses. You know, the jolly old England. I was ready for it. And there's none of it. There was, well, I mean, there was a few of the original red brick houses that you see about the place. But when you're driving through the country, it's all, I don't know, like packed and packaged housing. The same house for endless rows. It was actually quite. It's actually quite upsetting. England's a beautiful country, and I was actually quite shocked. We're hoping to see a lot of it, but it wasn't there anymore. It was disturbing. Yeah, it was disturbing. But I didn't think England would do that too. Well, England's always been quite proud of it as well. It's always been quite proud of its countryside and the country living. I did find it very shocking.
That's crazy. We're just growing so dang quick as a human race, I suppose.
I mean, England is tight for landmass to actually build upon. Scotland has a lot of free landmass, but nobody wants to live here.
True.
It's like they'll come up, they'll try live here. The first winter, they're gone because Scotland's weather just really takes its toll. But thank Boris Johnson for that. Well, yeah, a lot of things were sold out during the last powers that be, I suppose. I don't want to get too political, especially with someone else's stream as well. But yeah.
I don't know anything about really UK policies anyway. Like,
it's becoming dangerously a two-party country, in not the most pleasant way. In fact, it pretty much is now, and it's not even the devil you know and the devil you don't thing anymore. It's both are the devils you don't. So what do you choose? It's become a little bit exasperated.
Yeah.
At that point.
There's always a shark wing that eats the paycheck.
Malamba.
The little fishies never can bring home food, you know. I'm not good with analogies, but I guess like if it's not one shark, it's a different shark. If it's not a bank overcharging you with interest, or it's a cell phone company bumping up their prices, or medical, like here in America, maybe not in UK or Scotland, but medical bills up the woo-ha.
Yeah,
medicine.
the UK has medical issues. It's different from the States' medical troubles right now, though. But
Yeah.
I'm not going to tell you that ours are better than yours. They're both.
Well, I hear there's
Um,
certain waiting lists for some
yeah,
things.
they're both in need of a good looking at. I think.
Yeah.
Good and
Well,
thorough
I
eyeballing and
maybe
see what can be done.
correct me if I'm wrong. Okay. Well, correct me if I'm wrong. I assume in the UK, if you need a heart transplant, you're SOL. But if you're in America, you need a heart transplant, your pocket's SOL.
Yeah, yeah.
Perhaps. Perhaps.
No, waiting lists
It's
in the
hard
UK
to.
are huge. They are
Hmm.
extremely huge.
Yeah. No, it's sad. It's sad. We have free health care. People get paid from government to not work. Homeless is out of control. Drug
druggies and
use,
drunks.
drugs.
Yeah, yeah. The homelessness is a big issue. Um,
It's almost like it's like, do they? Why do they allow it? Well, what I'm trying to say is like, do they not see that's it's incentivizing this behavior? Or I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's just an insider threat to all of America and Europe and like the UK. I mean, maybe China is putting. I'm just kidding. I'm getting conspiracy,
oh,
like
there'll be
because it doesn't make
plenty
sense
of
for
conspiracy theories as to why or how, but
like
Occam's razor
because I mean,
will just say, it was mucked up on our own part,
you would
largely.
think we have like the most intelligent people in the world running the country, right? Or like behind the scenes, right? But we make stupid decisions that actually affect us in a negative way. I mean, hypothetically speaking, can't you just ask an advanced AI, be like, "Hey, how could we reduce homelessness while like giving incentive for working or like something stupid?" And just
Yeah, the
I'm sure we
problem
can get
with having an AI do that right now is the AI is learning everything from human input, to the
yeah,
point where it's making
yeah,
now its own
exactly.
mistakes as well, which is
Well,
equally
the thing is we
hilarious.
have stupid humans. We have stupid humans making these rules instead of listen to 1,000 humans that may have a solution. Granted, I'm not saying AI is the solution. I just think that we should learn from our mistakes and like learn from our examples. But like, okay, maybe this isn't the best thing. But again, I mean, I don't know. I don't know shit about shit. So I mean, who am I to say anything? It's just sometimes I feel like we're so stupid that it doesn't make sense.
And the AI can
And
lack empathy. Yeah, yeah. There's no human element in
question.
it as well.
Oh yeah, yeah. The AI definitely lack empathy, but I definitely use AI a lot just to sort of not take what it says, but to look at what it provides and be like, okay, so this is what this could be a solution. This could be a solution. Okay, let's add a twist of human empathy into it. You know, yeah. Well, also human. I mean, it's sort of like there's a spectrum. Like too much human emotion is dangerous, and not enough human emotion is dangerous. It's hard to have like a good equilibrium on anything. Well, I know that's a very controversial statement. Very, very
I
dangerous. Very
mean,
dangerous.
how many emotions did Margaret Thatcher have? These arguments were against that as well. uh,
I mean, everybody has. I would say there's always somebody, man. I mean, too much emotions are bad, and too little emotions are bad. Like empathy is good, but there is a point of where empathy is dangerous because you need to be able to identify somebody who actually deserves your empathy, or somebody who you know you're going to give empathy to, and they're going to use it just to ruin their life more. That's why a lot of people say, well, let people hit rock bottom before you pick them back up, because they're going to make the same mistakes over and over again. You know, you can't make somebody do better in life. You can lead a camel to water, you can't make them drink from it. But I don't even know anymore, man.
Believe in equality in opportunity, but not equality in outcome. But what if that equality in opportunity required an outcome? That doesn't actually work. Like, to give everybody the equal opportunity to begin with required that to be created as an outcome. So you're giving people equal outcome. And then where do you stop that? At what point do you create that equal opportunity? At what point do you say that's the beginning of that opportunity? Because the people don't have equal opportunity. If you say you believe in equal opportunity, but not equal quality and outcome, then the start of the equal opportunity must have been derived as an outcome. Therefore, you are giving them an equal outcome. Otherwise, there was nowhere that they could start. Yeah, but then that opportunity had to start at 50-50 men and women as well, so the statement is then redundant. Hiring for the sake of a statistic, yeah, is bad. But it's not even at that level. Like, nobody is filling it out 50-50 men and women. There's been no evidence of that happening either.
I think there's also a lot of factors. It's one of those things there's never a win in those type of conversations, because on both sides there's always a lot of variables, a lot of factors to consider.
Yeah, absolutely.
So many. I know one side says, well, women tend to be more empathetic, so they tend to take more jobs like healthcare work, which they get screwed over because you don't get paid nearly as much for the work that you put in. Whereas men, they'll do more engineering-based things or join the military, get higher pay in that regard. Or it's like there's a lot of balancing and a lot of guessing and also men tend to be more likely to push the envelope on requesting a pay raise, and women tend to be more passive and not ask for a pay raise. So sometimes there's so many variables, and I think it's always dangerous for me to bring up that topic either. I don't know the answer. I just know that America is better than a third world country.
It's
right? I mean,
no, the point that you made is absolutely valid, because the opportunity has been created. The imbalance also is in the factor that not many of them have actually applied. I mean, you actually look through the numbers, statistically, they haven't actually just been hiring people for the sake of their statistics, because they haven't actually had it there to be statistically filled. They haven't, even if they opened up the opportunity, they haven't got to it. Because like you said, the mentality is still there for people to go to the jobs more associated from what their gender has created in the past. And the ones that are out with that are outliers and are still outliers. Like, the experiment was created, the opportunities were made, however, the outcome remained the same and didn't actually change much at all. And it's unfortunate, because that means it is largely down to stigma in the end. It's just because people believe that's where they should be, that's where they have ended up. It's actually quite tragic. It's quite tragic.
It is. I think the best solution for all the solutions, from my uneducated opinion, is instead of us fighting these never-ending controversial battles, is us learning to find common ground, come together, and love each other regardless of our differences, and then maybe that love can make us be willing to look at each other's side and be like, okay, maybe I can push the boulder a little bit more on what you want, and then you push the boulder a little bit more on what I want. Maybe we can somewhat find a middle ground within
Yeah,
something that there is no middle ground.
yeah,
Because there's extremists on both sides,
exactly.
and there's
Yeah,
in the middle, the middle man is getting is disappearing, you know, and
yeah,
I think society is pushing us away from each other, and we need to come together, whether you're left or right, and just love each other and be like, okay, I might not fully agree with your what you want, but at the end of the day, we all want human survival, right? We all want
yeah.
people to be ethically treated in an ethical manner. Like there's like
There's the
commonalities that we
common
can find.
ground between the two that, if they actually put their minds to, could actually be
I
bettered
think people are putting
on
too
their
much effort
agreement.
into
Yeah,
something, too much emotion and effort into things that you're not going to make. You're not going to make a path, right? They're trying to cut down a forest instead of cut the grass, right? I mean, you need to find a better path to insert your agenda, right? Instead of trying to try to get the community to come together and like look more at our similarities than our differences, and then from there we can have a emotionless debate without getting offended,
yeah.
and maybe you can actually change people's opinion one way. It's like having a conversation with your mom or dad without it
It's
being heated.
You
I
don't
mean,
even
depending
need
on your parents. I know some
to
parents,
change
yeah,
people's opinion. Like,
just
want their people just want their opinion to be heard. Um, it's like
yeah. Well, and
everybody,
also
like, a lot of them
when
become quite quick to point out other people's opinions which differ from their own, and they'll blame them for being loud or wanting
yeah, each
their
side
stories
will
told, or their feelings. They'll use catchphrases like "have their feelings heard" or "have their story told," or those kinds of things. But it's not
yeah,
so
those are the
much
ones that
that,
you
both of them mean the same thing. And at the end of the day, if they're commenting on people wanting that, then they're kind of doing it themselves as well. And you're absolutely right. If
yeah.
both of them just stopped for that brief moment, realized that what they both wanted has some common ground, like you said, it's really not
Mm-hmm.
too. Like, honestly, you can actually make a middle ground. It's possible. You can find a place where you'd be happy living side by side, and it's not upsetting at all. It's actually rather lovely. And then you'll discover some rather beautiful things about those people that you didn't think so much about a little while earlier. Because
Well,
it's
you
good to
kind
be
of always
passionate
have.
about something. It's good. People will tell them, oh, they're just angry and they're upset and um, they are, but it's out of passion. Like, they believe in something, they're passionate about it, and they like to let people know about it. There's nothing wrong with being
Well, also
passionate
when you
about
find a
that.
common group that believe the same thing as you, it's nice to feel like you're a
It's
part of
nice,
something that you're
yeah,
all about.
absolutely. Like, when you saw pictures of
But
a
both,
pubby clubby place where you could play games, it looked wonderful. You could find
yeah,
people that are akin to you. It's the same
that'd be
idea.
cool.
You find people similarly minded. A lot of people like to play computer games and talk nonsense online for hours and hours on end. It's a lovely feeling. It's great.
Yeah, yeah. No,
Because even just the fact of wanting to shout out at the top of your lungs can be shared between people as something that they share, but they just sometimes
hmm
need to look beyond their voices a little bit. It's
Well, I think the thing is both sides they go for the jugular, and what I mean that is they talk about their fighting against the most extreme of the other side. Like
mm-hmm.
not everybody on each side has the same extreme
Yeah.
type of view, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not going to say any of my views on abortion because I think that is so controversial. I stay away with that. I will never touch that because do I want to put energy into that? Not really. But for instance, one side on they might be like, okay, well, we believe a baby should be aborted up to this month, and then another person might be like, well, the second you're pregnant, or like there's like time frames, right? So there's a spectrum of that, even, right? Some people who fight for women's rights to choose, they only go so far. Some might be like, okay, you can abort it up till birth, right? Some might be like, hey, you can abort it up till like whatever trimester, right? So there's even within a certain controversial sphere or whatever, there's still like a spectrum of people from extreme to just more
It's
middle-ish.
yeah, that's I think some people were talking about some discussions other people were having on like a show or something like that. You can have people that just have a good conversation about it, like, and that's a good way to approach it. You know, you can you get those that will just shout it and shout it and shout it, like you said. They're regarded as extremists. I prefer to call them the passionate, because that's what they are. Nobody says they have extreme politics. You say extreme when you're doing a sport which can break your leg. They have passionate views on something.
There are people on both sides that would want to physically make the other party dead. Like there are people on both sides that wish the other side was dead. That's what I'm saying. It goes from being extreme to passionate to like I'm saying there are bad eggs on both sides.
Yeah,
that make no sense. That make no sense.
Yeah,
but then there are passionate people,
and then
slowly gets closer to the middle.
Then you get the ones that just have a warm conversation over it. And
I'm like, open-minded. I'm willing to listen to both sides.
Well,
to
be honest, luckily, like for the most part, most of these decisions are ending up discussed more warmly, and although the loud ones are the ones that you see more because people death scroll through social media. It's like it gets worse or doom scroll, through social media, and it gets worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. And you're like, okay, there's definitely loud people there, but take a step back, read the books that people are putting on it, check out the news articles that people put out on it from both sides. Don't just check the ones that are your favorite. Check the news articles from both sides. You'll see that there's people that are cordially talking about it in a nice manner, and you'll see that its discussion is making progress, but like with everything, it just needs time. Time will get through it. Decisions will be made. You might not like the outcome. That's the other thing that people have to understand. You might not like the outcome. Whatever the decision is, you might not like that outcome. If it's a discussion which has a yes or a no answer to it. So like with yours, pro-abortion, anti-abortion. There's only going to be one answer to it, and you will either like that answer or you won't like that answer. It's
that's something
unfortunate if it doesn't go your way, but but you're going to wake up one day, the decision's going to be made, and you will like that decision or you won't like it. Now,
I just
can you keep fighting that decision? Absolutely. Politics allows you to keep fighting that decision, but prepare yourself for it to go the way that you don't want it to go. And don't be shouty about the way that it's going to go because it didn't go the way you liked it. Just take it in, try to find out why it didn't go the way you wanted it to go, and then discuss it again. And it'll keep on going. It'll persist for all time, these kinds of politics. until the third option that nobody ever thought could ever exist might have been discovered. Who knows? It's
Yeah.
yeah, it's an approach I've always taken on matters. I've always been a sort of devil's advocate. I kind of like arguing with people. I'm probably quite
To a
awful
certain
to
extent, yeah,
sort of
to a
thing,
certain
but
extent. And I get both sides have like good stories, sometimes backing up why they feel the way they feel. Like I think there's a good example. When I was in the military, there was a time where some of the soldiers were talking about abortion. One soldier said, you know, my family didn't believe in it, and my cousin who was 14 was great, and she would she didn't want to have the baby, but the parents made her have the baby. But the baby ended up being amazing, which she's actually probably in her
Mhm.
20s now, and she's been amazing. Blah 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 blah, and she's glad she kept him. But then the other soldier said, well, don't we believe in freedom, like in America? Like my view on this is what he said, not what I'm saying. He said my view on abortion is I think women should be able to if they want to, because I mean, isn't that the whole point of living in America, having the most freedoms that you can actually have, like making the choice to do something without there being repercussions of somebody else? So, like, on one hand, you had somebody saying, well, you kept this beautiful baby with a bad situation, and, they're an amazing part of the family now. From my understanding, they have a makeup line, and they're actually doing really good at a young age. But then the other hand, the other person said, well, we want to have freedom to make these decisions without the government being involved. So it's like there's always really good. There's both sides can have good stories, and then both sides also have specific outcomes, right? Like you might have a very passionate mother who got knocked up and the dude took off and never was a part of the kids' lives, and you're like, well, how come this random guy has choice over my blah blah blah? And then you might have it flipped around where there's another story where there's a guy who loves his girl, loves his baby so much, begging her to keep the baby, begging her, and she does it anyway. So there's like two sides of a coin, right? Like
Yeah,
there's
there
this
always
really
is.
far spectrum.
Yeah.
Yeah, so but we always think of the story that resonates with us the most, whereas there's such a massive spectrum.
See, I
And
don't know if I'm
that's
maybe
why I
just
stay away from it. I I stay away from
yeah, like it's good to step back. I think where my interest in the politics and even on matters that is I do get accused of it quite a lot. I sit on the fence quite a lot. Um,
it. Yeah.
my discussion is usually from a neutral standpoint on all of them. I will argue for somebody who isn't there, the devil's advocate kind of thing.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean
Yeah, it's
I
important
don't
to look at it
appreciate
both
the
ways.
points of the people that are there at the time. But the thing that I notice when I am sitting on the fence, as it were, indecisive, as I'm often commented to be, and proud of it, I must say, is that I can
Mhm.
see the good and the right in both arguments. And that's what makes those
Yeah.
kinds of matters very,
I also
very difficult because you can see good and
Whereas a
right
lot of
in
people,
both
like you
arguments.
said, you could see good in both sides. There's a lot of people that see the evil in both sides. Right?
Yeah.
Like there are some people that they can only see the bad, the most extreme version, right?
Hmm.
And then it's a really hard topic.
It
This is
is.
why I actually I don't really have a strong view on that
Hmm.
subject matter, because there's no winning and there's no losing. It's a never-ending battle that I do not want to be a part of. I'm not willing to carry that flag in the battle. Okay, abortion is way out of my league, way out of my mental state, right? Because I, I mean, I have family both on left and right, because my grandpa had 8 kids
It's bound to
on my
happen.
mom's
Yeah.
side, and on my
It's
grandma's side 8 kids.
bound to
I
happen.
have
Yeah.
I have hundreds of aunts and uncles, and I have from liberal to conservative to I I have no way to be able to actually choose a side without cutting out a majority of my family. So I will always try to find the common ground with things, but yeah, definitely try if you do have discourse, try your best to find common ground on it.
Yeah, find common ground on it first, and then discuss on that common ground. There's always
Yeah,
going to be
we
disagreements.
don't want
Like
y'all to hate each other.
yeah, human history is replete with people having these disagreements, and you can see where it's gone wrong. And it always comes down to somebody not liking somebody else's idea, and you should just be very, very careful that you're not repeating that, because that's the part where it gets worse and it goes wrong. It's yeah. Yeah. Should probably steer away from politics for now.
And
Things
obviously
get a bit
this
hot.
is why most. Yeah, this is why most streams don't talk like usually have a no.
They
political
usually
tolerance.
do. I must admit I'm quite open to let people voice themselves on mine. I
I
don't
would
know about
say
yourself
I'm
as
pretty.
well.
That's where
Um,
my shortcoming is I definitely want people to voice their opinions.
Yeah.
Granted,
No, I'm with you on
definitely
that.
make sure it's civil and respectful.
Yeah.
Definitely civil and respectful. But I get it. Yeah. It's one of those topics that you can't win. Can't win.
No, exactly.
If you're one side, you'll never get your side across the other. It's a lose-lose situation. I just what I think, how I feel about that is, I'm not going to really dwell on what other people will do. Yeah, I don't want to dwell on what other people will do. I will just dwell on what I would do, right?
Yeah.
I'm not going to let what other people do affect me, because there's going to be good people, there's going to be bad people, there's going to be a huge diverse amount of political views, and I'm just going to do what I think is right for myself and my family. And that's it. That's it. Like yeah. Yeah, but we should probably lay off the political stuff, guys, in the chat. I know it.
Yeah.
And you swore you would.
In Zan's defense, Zan was just discussing about the discussion of politics, and only used it as an example. But yeah,
I was just trying to say, like, it's really hard to be a middleman.
To change the topic. Yeah, change the topic. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah. Yeah, we were talking about outer space stuff, and the outer space stuff became political, because sustainability and blah 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 blah. So we were talking about outer space shit, and somehow it caveated into the realm of political.
It changed over.
But because I didn't want to be rude to the wondrous Turnip. That's why the clap. What, do you want bacon sandwich or something? So space sport, no. I'm ignorant. I don't want to talk about anything that I'm super ignorant in. I don't know much about Space Force. There's a lot of stuff I don't know much about. That I just, yeah. I just want everybody to love each other, man. Everybody love each other, and that love will prevail. You know, we all like video games. We all like taverns and bar food. Let's go back to bar food. Come on, bar food.
I know. Bar food was good. I liked talking about that as well. I liked talking about the space stuff, but yeah, okay. Get away from that as well.
Well, I mean,
I know. I was like, it's something I studied, so yeah.
Something happened to. Something broke in Ashley's daughter's room, and now they're heated about it, and now they're gonna suck it into a battle, and I'm not in the mood for it.
Oh, Kels, I do make mean bacon pancakes. If I can so boast myself.
Bacon pancakes. Yeah, Kels, you came in at such a bad time. I'm so sorry.
Bacon pancakes, making bacon pancakes.
Yeah.
Take the bacon and put it in the pancake. Grab the bacon and that's what you're
see,
gonna
he's
make.
singing for
Bacon
you.
pancakes.
See, you wanted
There we
him to
go.
do that, guy.
He doesn't have the sound alert. I'll do it for you. There you go.
That was actually pretty amazing. Well, the thing is yeah, nobody can hear you if my sound alerts are going off. Well, I promise we
I
will
can try and
be.
mimic them. I don't know the chicken song so much the chicken attack.
What is? Oh, it's
Um,
yo. I can't yodel.
yeah, I can't remember the
Yo.
chicken attack song so much, but I can do the bacon pancakes.
Bacon pancakes, Ian. Bacon pancakes.
Bacon pancakes.
Guys, I'm so
making
scared.
bacon
I'm scared to go to
pancakes.
bed because actually her daughter's pissed off and she's in a bad mood and they're gonna take it out on me. Damn it. Come in here and try
To fart 4 times.
Yeah, I disabled this stuff. I didn't want to be. Oh, sexual harassment's working, I guess. Oh my God.
And it makes the headlines in newspapers. As an employee, what do you need to know about it?
Oh my God.
First, sexual harassment is against the law. And it's
Can you
against
hear
your
that, Turnip?
company's
I
policy.
can hear it on your side through you, not.
You are doing a fine job here.
Oh, well, thank you, Steve.
But you know, you might try dressing a little sexier at work.
I'm sorry?
I mean, we're talking about you. Maybe physical harassment. Wow. You really can't.
Ow, Bill!
Sorry.
How long is it? My goodness.
A minute.
A minute.
In some instances, harassment may be wrong. Word around the office says you've got a fat cock. Yes, I do. I've got a fat cock too. Maybe we should rub our fat cocks together sometime.
Oh God.
Together.
I think people were right when they said. Oh man, I get embarrassed at swear words even when they're not from myself. It's so no. I envy it. My partner can swear the air blue, and I am envious of it. I cannot do it. She can swear until the end of times, and I just can't do it myself. I don't know what it is. It's not something my parents ingrained in me. I don't remember my school. Well, most of my friends from school do.
It's unprofessional.
Yeah, but I've never regarded myself as a professional person. I don't know what it is because I've always diverted it. Like when somebody put FFS in the chat and I had to say for flying saucers. I can't bring myself to... It's one of those things that I look upon other people and think, oh, I wish I could do that. Ah.
Oh my giblets.
Swearing is not posh. Oh, the posh swear. Are you kidding me? The posh swear very, very aggressively. Absolutely, they do. They maybe have their own words for doing it, but they definitely swear. Maybe not in a professional setting, exactly like Zan said, actually. It's not very professional. You definitely wouldn't have had the royal family swearing on camera or something like that.
I learned of the word pish posh today, or excuse me, I learned of the word posh today, and it reminded me of the word pish posh. I don't even know what pish posh means.
Pish posh is a line of disagreement. So say you told me, oh Turnip, I heard people said you had fabulous hair. I would go, oh pish posh, because that's nonsense, because I don't have any hair. That's kind of what pish posh is.
Gotcha.
It'd be, oh pish posh, they're telling you fibs. That kind of thing. That's what pish posh is. Yeah. I'd love to hear some fancy luxurious swear words. I wish I knew them all. I don't roll with those circles, unfortunately. I don't have their wealth. I am not a landowner. I am not a baron or anything in Britain. but
Well,
they are, or it's moreover that I can't repeat it. It's not that I haven't heard it. I just can't make myself repeat it. I find it very difficult. At the limits of my frustration, I swear. Yeah, but it has to be my limits.
Well, I will say you're the Duke of Scotland. Is that what you said?
The Duke of Scotland. Oh, you can't
Yeah.
do that. You've got the right idea, but you can't be the Duke of Scotland because Scotland is a country. But you can be a Duke of a province or town, moreover, in Scotland. So you could be like the Duke of Peebles or the Duke. You can have a dukedom. Duke of Carlisle is a famous one.
The can of Pringles. Pringles.
If there was there is a place called Pringles. So yes, you can be the Duke of Pringles. There is a place called Pringles.
Like Pringles, the chip brand.
It won't be you are the Duke of the chips, but you can call yourself the Duke of Pringles and call it Big Boy. Thank you for the raid. Thank you very much. Hello, hello,
Dude,
welcome,
heck yeah,
welcome.
man.
How are you doing?
Now we're cooking with Diddy oil. Oh geez, I probably shouldn't have said that. I gotta be more careful what comes out of my mouth.
Hello.
Big Boy. Big Boy's a lot of fun. We were hanging out with Big Boy earlier. I don't know if that was today. Was that today? Or was it yes? I don't even know. My brain is like so I'm getting days are mixing together in my head. I just cannot know anything. Kimji said that was a fad though. I wonder if they sold out or just shut down.
You can buy an inch of land in Scotland and become a baron. Yes, you can do that, Malamba. That was a gift people bought each other for a while as well.
But God, I can only imagine how the government's like, this is so damn dumb. Now, now if they want to take over a large plot of land, they gotta like contact like 50 people.
No, it's a different problem. Scotland is the worst country in the world for having the fewest landowners per acre of land. It actually needs people to be purchasing its land.
Even though they are virtual and they'll never step foot on it.
It's not actually virtual. You actually have that piece of land in Scotland if you purchase the land in Scotland.
But if it's like literally a foot, you can barely just stand in it, right?
Yeah, it's nothing. But it's enough to call yourself a baron. You just are a landowner. It's hilarious. Big
So
boy,
wait, I can
thank
buy,
you for the
like,
follow.
Maybe I should buy like a tiny little like enough to have a shack.
Well, this is the trickier part. You can buy land in Scotland, but construction in Scotland is prohibited. So
so
even if
like-
you own the land
like-
yourself, you can't just say, I'm building on that land. They can tell you you're not. Because Scotland is
So
largely a
hypothetically,
wilderness, and it is a
can-
protected wilderness as well. So you can own the land.
So hypothetically,
Hypothetically, you
can
could, but there's a lot of barriers in the way. It's very difficult to build in Scotland. Very,
well, I
very
have an
difficult.
idea. Well, can you put a tent up?
Put a what on it, sorry?
Can you pitch a tent?
This is even more brilliant. So, because so many people can purchase the land in Scotland, and because that land is owned by people, and Scotland is a place where a lot of hikers like to go. I'm a hiker myself. I like to explore Scotland. We have something called the right to roam. So the right to roam means you can cross on anyone's land regardless of the landowner. It's not classed as trespassing. That includes pitching a tent. You don't even have to buy the land to pitch the tent. You can just pitch the tent there anyway. Provided it's not
So I can
within
just-
their garden. So, like, everybody is allowed, let's just call it an acre. I think it's actually smaller than that, but you have an amount of land that you can hold private that people aren't allowed in, because privacy is important, you know. If you want to sunbathe, if there's ever sun in Scotland, you need that freedom. But it doesn't matter who owns the land, you can just camp there. There's rules behind it. You can't litter it. If you leave junk and rubbish there, They will probably kick you out of the country, actually, in fact, if you don't come from here. If you do live here, you're going to get heavy fines. Really hefty fines for damaging it. But you'll notice if you actually go through the Highlands of Scotland, there's very little litter. It's quite well looked after, and there's no houses, nothing built.
Can you camp anywhere? So you're saying you don't need to buy land to camp
No.
anywhere you want to camp?
In Scotland. So this doesn't go over the border to England. I think there's some limited bits in Ireland. Don't hold me to that. But England and Wales, as far as I'm aware, doesn't have any. England has a rite of passage to get you to camping places where you can cross land to get there. But it's not in the same freedom as Scotland where you can just camp anywhere.
Hypothetically speaking, I could be homeless and just
no, because part of the right to roam rules is that you have to rotate your placement so as not to kill off any of the grass life or anything that you're camping on as well. So you will need to move on from that campsite within a certain number of days. And you'll think there's nobody there keeping monitor, but there's someone there. There are people who look after the lands and stuff, and they'll see you camping, and they'll monitor how long you're camping there for. So you wouldn't be able to squat, because squatting is a law that you can get around, but you aren't allowed to squat in Scotland. Being a hobo with your tent in the same place. Although someone did try it on the A9, but he kept moving his camping spot up and down the road. He was a protester, it was...
Okay, so I have another idea. So let's say you buy 2 plots of land. One plot of land is a 6x6, 6 foot by 6 foot. And another plot of land, like half a mile away, that's another 6x6. Can you just one day sleep on one plot of land and then rotate to the other plot of land if it's your land?
Oh... I don't know. I think that would
technically,
technically you are rotating.
You're rotating, and it's your land.
It's your land. I don't know if that would get by it, because that structure is there so frequently it'll be classed as an abode, and therefore it's illegal because that would have needed planning permission.
Okay, what about 3 locations? So this way there's more of a rotation period.
You've got it right. At some point there will be a limit to a number of locations where you could pull it off. But it's going to have to be much more than 3
because if it's
or
not
4.
That expensive, if it's not that expensive,
The question I would ask though is, why purchase it when you can do it for free? Because that 4 locations could be done for free without you purchasing it. You'd be buying, other than being able to give your name Baron Zan of the 4 camping plots of Scotland.
But hypothetically speaking, though, wouldn't it be easier just to buy? I'm sure it'd be very cheap to just buy a tiny little plot of land.
It's not cheap for a plot of land. It's cheap for... So the one that Malamba was talking about is you're literally buying an inch. And I don't think it was even a square inch. The land in Scotland is still very expensive. Because just by owning the land, you'll be earning a lot of money from it, mostly from tourism. Yeah.
1 inch in Scotland is $171.
Yeah. So
an average. Wait, what? Am I looking at this right?
No, that sounds about right. So the 1 inch buy thing was it was about £100 back at the time. £150, which would probably be about $170 now or something.
Wait, no, this is whiskey. What?
Oh, you can buy, right now. So we've moved on from land, and you can actually now buy whiskey in its barrel, and it will probably make money in the future because whiskey is going through a boom right now. So many countries are enjoying whiskey.
What about the land?
You can buy square foot. You can buy as much as you want. There's still an agreement of sale to be made. You need to still purchase it from the current landowner. But yeah, it was done quite a lot. There's quite a lot of barons of certain areas of Scotland because they could purchase this bit of land. It was a huge thing. It's a lot quieter now. People don't do it nearly as much now because they find out that the land is largely useless. Yeah, it's a novelty item. There's it was
okay. It said so Wiki AI said a 7 by 7 foot plot of land in Scotland would likely cost between €100 to €200.
Yeah, it was a novelty thing. It was
So
so
I can get a 7 by 7.
you could, so if you're
For
starting to do larger
$200.
land purchase, yeah, then it becomes a purchase agreement with the landowner, and it's doable. Scotland is looking for people to do these kind of things, but there's so much law in protecting Scotland's wilderness. So few people want to do it because, like, let's take a larger scale business. Let's take Amazon, for example, because Amazon keeps trying to move into Scotland in many ways, but Scotland's not particularly a fan. Let's say they bought a huge plot of land, the North Highlands of Scotland. There's lots of land there. It's not developed. It's undeveloped land. They buy the land. They're like, okay, we're building a factory there. Scotland will just say no. No. And they'll be like, oh, but we purchased this land. And they're like, yep, but if you look at all the laws surrounding the land ownership in Scotland, you're not allowed to construct it. And there's nothing you can do about it. It's all heavily protected. And it's got a lot of world law backing of it as well, because it's like a nature reserve almost. There's a lot of wildlife that's protected there. So you can buy as much land as you can agree with someone with. They'll try and charge you a fortune for it because they kind of want rid of it. Because the people that own it right now can't do much with it because they can't build on it either. So you'll find it's very, very doable.
We're getting raided by another 27 people.
Wow, nice. Oh, it's Vorpal. Hi, Vorpal.
Vorpal, hey.
I do like to meet Vorpal.
Holy
I like
cow,
to chat
dude.
to Vorpal.
That's insane. That's some big numbers. Dang, dude. Thank you. We're gonna have to raid Vorpal back in the future because I believe in eye for an eye. Dude, that's awesome. Kimchi. Dude, that's awesome. Yeah, we were just talking about I'm trying to figure out how to live in Scotland with a tent.
Zan's trying to become a lord and baron of an area of Scotland because they found out.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to buy 4 different plots of 7 by 7. I'm 6'4", so it should probably be 7 foot because I want to be able to lay down and have comfort.
It doesn't matter if you go over the edge because the right to roam allows you to camp on the other bit of land. So just get the bit that you need.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Wait, yo. Yeah, I usually don't get a chance to raid you because I think we stream at the same time. Finally had a chance. Okay, well, maybe if I ever in my streaming, if you're still streaming, I'll raid you back. I think that'd be an eye for an eye because I don't believe in just free handouts. We definitely love it here. Yeah, I'm learning about Scotland. Don't be unpatriotic. Wait, what? Eye for an eye. Yeah. No, it's not that I hate USA. It's just I really like, I want to be somewhere different sometimes. And, if and when my girlfriend leaves me, I'm going to probably leave the States.
I, of course, am very biased towards Scotland. I'll tell you, it's a wonderful place to live.
Oh, yeah.
Make sure that tent is like the best level of waterproof you can get as well, by the way. Just
Oh, yeah. No, I learned there's a book called How to Make a Tent Out of Pickle Skins.
Oh, nice.
It's going to be my goal. Hey,
Pickle skin tent. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, pickle skin tent. Yeah, have you ever Yeah, you can make a pickle skin pin.
Except for that one mountain that lots of tourists die on. Ben Nevis. Yeah, yeah. You wouldn't want to camp on Ben Nevis anyway, Ice Melt, because it's got a lot of tourists on it that are dying there. So.
Yeah, dude. No, everything's great. Everything's all right. No, things are perfect. I'm just saying, like, you never know what might happen in the future. I definitely will go somewhere else though. Death tortoises sounds like free food to me. No.
Free food. Mmm.
Yeah. You never know. I mean, her daughter drives me freaking crazy. So I mean, like, I think we might have maybe we might get into a fight in the future, and it might lead into something. But yeah, dude, I can only handle so much belly aching, man. I'm sorry. Always got to have the time and backup plan. Well, I would like to travel and see different things. And, granted, I gotta figure out how to bring brighter shoulders. I'll probably bring like a laptop and stream off my laptop.
I actually had this running on a tablet the other day.
Really?
Yeah, it's not that bad. It was slower than running it on something a bit more powerful, of course, but it was running. It doesn't actually need that much, really. So I just attached a keyboard and a Bluetooth mouse to that tablet, and away it went. It's kind of fine.
Oh shoot! Wait, Kenji said, I think you should join me and GF in the world of aviation. Free flights wherever you go. Like, you mean work with aviation? Zan streaming shores in the local club in Thailand would be content. Yeah, dude, I'll be like OK Mike. If you guys know who OK Mike is. I just recently found him, so I don't really know if he has a political background, but he seems pretty freaking awesome. I'll premium you once Buddy passes. Oh, really? Wait. Wait. He said. Wait. I'll PM you once Buddy passes are available. Oh wait, there's a Buddy pass. What's a Buddy pass?
I think a pilot can have people travel on their planes that are associated with them.
Her and I can get 14 days off each month at a minimum, so I work about 6 months each. That's actually really cool. That's really cool, being able to have access to flying around like that. That's amazing. Wow. Thank you again, Warpole. I'll definitely. I believe in an eye for an eye, so I'll return the favor. I'm being too loud. I'm sorry. How much? What time is it for you, Turnip?
It is 3:45 a.m.
Dang, dude, that's how late do you usually stay up?
It varies. Sometimes 1, 2, 3, or 4 a.m. So yeah, I will probably be heading off soon. Yeah, I'll probably be heading off soon. So.
Oh no, dude. We'll have to collab more often.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Because
it's been fun.
This has definitely been one of my more. I really enjoyed this. This is a lot of fun. I've been having a lot of fun with this conversation. It makes my grind so much easier as well. But also, I want to make sure that's not ruining your stream as well. Collabing more often.
Oh no! To be honest, I just chat a lot anyway. The book reading is fun, and I will still be doing it. And
absolutely,
we're not always streaming at the same time, so. And I've no doubt we'll be collabing with other people at moments as well. So it doesn't affect me too greatly. I always ask the crowd. I was having a particularly well, not particularly quiet, but I was having a quiet night anyway. So I was enjoying the invite. It must
Well,
be
I mean,
honest.
I
So
think maybe
it's always fun.
maybe I enjoyed it more than you did.
Malamba,
because
thank you for the follow. I'm not going to be able to get all my pages read because now we've got like 8 banked for the next time I'm streaming, but I will honor it and give them those pages on the next time I stream. But
Holy cow, man, that's so many pages. Is that like, is there that many pages in the book even?
I don't think there's that many pages left.
Great.
Actually, if I'm honest, I think we'll be finished the book with, and they'll be getting new pages of a new book when we decide what that new book's going to be.
Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets.
Well, this is the thing. It has to be in public domain because I technically do go out on YouTube as well. So, so yeah, I just, but there's so many books in public domain. It's not like we're ruined for choice. We have plenty of books to choose from. So.
Yeah, Kimchi said I can gift 10 buddy passes per year, 50% confirmed tickets, or if you travel with me, it's free. Just pay taxes and airport fees. That's genius. Yeah, dude, I'd definitely be willing to try that to visit some of the other homies around the world. Because I really want to meet a lot of these people. God, imagine
Yeah, actually,
sort of like
reading Trader Brighter Shore's message. If you are doing your Thailand stream, do you mind if I don't collab on that one? If it's like their $5 thing.
Wait, you don't like Thailand?
No, it's not that I don't like Thailand. It's if whatever's happening on that $5 massage you're being offered. I don't know if I want to hear that.
Oh wait, there's a $5. Wait, Dan streaming local club Thailand content. Oh wait, do they have $5 back? Wait, ultimate.
Oh, you've got them excited now. I don't think they're thinking in the same filthy minds that we have, Trader.
Massage and syrup. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. I think nobody wants to. Maybe not. I think $5. I would like to get. Oh, is there a cheaper? I would like to. I'd probably get more tattoos. But I would like to see their work. I hear they have some really good realism. Oh my god.
I have tattoos. I got cartoony tattoos though. It's a big rubber duck and a big tap on my shoulder.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is it your profile picture?
No, it's a rubber duck. Because a nickname I had because my name is Murdoch and duck sounds like the second part of it sometimes. So it was a nickname I had a little bit.
That's awesome.
So I used to wear bandanas a lot to hide the fact that I was bald, as if that would actually hide that fact. You know, when you're more judgmental on yourself than the world around you. So I wore bandanas for a while. So I have a rubber duck on my arm with a bandana on, and then I've got a drain or a plug hole on my wrist and a tap on my shoulder, or faucet on my shoulder, whichever you prefer.
Do you grow any hair whatsoever?
On the top of my head, yeah, I get this sort of half moon shape, or the horseshoe shape. But I prefer to shave it.
Have you tried? No, usually people they shave. But do you think if you tried really hard, you could be bald with a mullet?
Oh, I mean, I don't think I'd even have to try that hard. I think I could be capable of doing it, but.
Dude, just be bald with a thick ass
mullet.
Skullet. So cool.
I like that. I smell a skullet.
If I was bald, I would grow a mullet and I'd braid it. I'd be like Lee Sin from League of Legends.
Like I used to do some ridiculous things. I started becoming bald at a really young age. It was rather depressing. So I thought it would be quite cool to, shave patterns into my sideburns or mutton chops or whatever in a beard to, I don't know, be cool, whatever. I don't know what I was thinking. I found pictures of myself back then. They are horrendous. It's so bad. I think some of them are even worse than the skillet. Or what the skillet could potentially be. Because at least if you were just growing your hair out, then it's just like, it's just a bald man who's growing his hair out. But the fact that I shaved this into my beard and stuff shows that I thought I was doing something cool. So basically, you know those people that got that great detailing in their hairstyles? Like that actual stuff that's genuinely cool and looks good. I was trying to do that in my facial hair whilst lacking any head hair.
I think that's amazing.
Oh no, it looked awful. Because I did it myself. I didn't get a professional to do it in a barber or anything like that. I did it myself. Like, I'm sure a barber could pull it off. But I certainly could not.
I don't even think there is good barbers here where I live, here in Indiana, man, because I do everything on my own, and I've had a few barbers and they just jack it up. We have a lack of talent.
Don't worry, Prince William also lost his hair young. Being posh is hard. I wish I was posh. See, in Britain, no one would call me posh. It's quite weird being called posh. If I sound a little bit defensive about it, it's not so much that I actually wish I was posh, because then it would be an excuse for the manner in which I speak. It's just, I'm just not. I wish I was. I think I think they've started calling it the Sandy Toxic problem. Posh voice, no money. That's the. It's such a shame.
You ever consider being a hair transplant?
No, I've actually through all the ridiculousness and through all my rebelling against my body's natural progression through life, I suddenly discovered that I actually preferred how I looked without hair. So I decided not to do anything more about it. So I've never thought about a hair transplant, and it gets to the point now where, because I just need to shave it because I'm bald, it's low maintenance. You know, every week give it a shave and then leave it. That's it, done. I don't need to pay for a barber. I don't need to style it when I go out. I don't need to do any of that stuff. I just need to shave it regularly. It's so low maintenance, and I'll just call myself fabulous despite what the world thinks. It's
yeah, dude, that's crazy. I mean, I'm about to get a hair transplant because I'm going bald.
It's like I think if I was younger at the time I was panicking about it, I probably would have done it. But I've all the people that I've met in the past I've spoken about it since said, "Oh no, you suit being bald. You actually looked worse when you had hair."
Yeah.
So at that point, I realized I was being the one that was a bit daft about it. So I suit it, but yeah, no, it's. I mean, our looks are important to us. Yeah, we always think about these things. I just went a little bit weird with it. It was like another journey of discovery. You know, you go through your teenage years trying to discover who you are and stuff like that. You kind of discover your look or your clique or whatever you fall into. I just had to do it a second time. That was kind of it.
Yeah. That's true. But I mean, oh my god, how you did mention that
I look like Krillin.
you started going bald earlier in life. How old were you?
19. 19. Yeah, I was 19 when I started going bald. It wasn't as if it was something I wasn't expecting. My father was bald. There's been other members of my family who were bald as well. Weirdly, though, none of my brothers went bald.
Well, you have so Kimchi said, "Be blessed that you have a round head." I learned the hard way. I don't. So if I go bald, it's a bad thing because my mom used to press the soft spot in my head like a bunch. So now if I go bald, I'm gonna have like a giant indent in my
Oh,
head.
you've got the indent in the skull, right? Okay. I mean, I have the
Yeah, my
little
mom was
indent,
trying
which
to.
I think which a lot of people naturally have, but yeah, it's not a large one. It's largely unnoticeable. So.
My mom was trying to neutralize my brain cells so she could get Social Security for me.
Oh, jeez, genuinely?
Yes. Yeah, my mom kept pressing my soft spot in my head when I was a baby, hoping something would happen. And it did. I probably would have been a lot smarter. But I have a huge indent in my head. I look like a reverse Ninja Turtle shell. Instead of it circling out, it circles back on in. So yeah, man, I can't go bald. Everybody will see my discrepancies in my brain. Reverse reverse Ninja Turtle shell.
Van Dien broke a fish tank with their dome. Jeez, how fast? Like, fish tanks are not fragile, are they? Usually? That must have hurt
I'm
like
sure they can be.
hell. Sorry, the way I said that word, I just struggled to get out.
No, it's okay. It's okay. What kind of hair transplant would you want? Well, I don't know how hair transplants work, to be honest with you. I was just
Is it?
gonna like save up some money since I'm debt free, and then go be like, hey, I want some extra hair follicles in my hair, maybe even my beard. I might fill out my beard some more.
Is it from a donor? Or is it not usually from another part of your body or something like that?
I think they take it from you. I think you're
Yeah.
like they take.
I mean, if you've got a fuzzy
Wait,
bottom, you
Fred,
can get a
talking
bit
very
of
confident.
curlies, bottom curls on the top.
How did sea bums turned out? Kimchi. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Mr. Turnip.
No, no, go for it.
See, my donut ball. Oh, jeez,
Expert.
expert. Like, what kind of ball is it? Like that doesn't make any sense. Balls don't have hair. Like ball, as in like bowling ball.
No, I think they mean
Oh,
like
okay, gotcha. Sorry,
they're vegetables.
dude. Yeah, see, somebody told me I looked like sea bum, and I'm like, no way, man. I don't look that cool. I had like two people tell me since I started streaming I look like sea bum. I'm like, there's no way in hell, man. Like, I do not look like a sea bum, but just during off season.
I need to look up
literally,
a
dude. That's what people.
picture of Sebum.
I'm not nearly as big as sea bum. I wish I was, but God, he's such a good looking dude. We all can donate some nut skin hairs like
Holy
blues,
moly.
honestly. Well, I mean, that's what the holiday event hats are for, right? You don't need to get any of that. Oh, wait. Oh, I want to make sure everybody's okay here. One second. Okay, everybody's good. Everybody's happy. Yeah, man. There's some good. Say you'd probably get a lot of people that would get like their skin stuck in a zipper. That probably would, because that's more common than you think. You gotta be very careful, and you gotta be very careful with that, with the zipper. They programmed my Christmas tree to be cursed. That's unfortunate. So Kimchi says, I'm Korean. Okay, did you ever apply for the Squid Games? Emma said, stuck in the pool jet. Uncharted territories for me. I don't even know what Korean is.
Stuck in the pool jet. Like...
Oh, I get it now. Oh, that thing.
I didn't
Dude,
notice that was put up there
teenage
until you
boys
said
are
it, and then I
cool.
read about it stuck in the pool. Oh
I
my
did not think about what it meant. But now I know because I'm pretty sure a majority of teenage boys have tried it. I'm not saying I
Do
did.
not lump me in those numbers. Thank you very
No,
much.
you were definitely. I never tried that. Oh, well,
I never tried it either. I smell. Can't think of anything more
No.
terrifying.
I've used to be a lifeguard in uni, and I had to tell people in hot tubs that it was family pool, not family making pool. What's it? Rip. Rip. Well,
you don't
we
gotta
had
lie to kick it.
experiences. What Wondrous Turnip was telling me when he was a bus driver that people would be making noises in the back of the bus.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. You can hear everything in the cab or the bus. It's,
You gotta be very careful. Man. I like the way you say that, Zan. Wait, uni? Uni?
uni, like university.
University.
Yeah,
Wait,
uni.
I'm so confused what's going on right now.
It's like when you were saying uni, university.
Oh, geez. Pound. The wheels on the bus go pound,
Pound
for
and
pound.
pound.
What's that mean? Pound, pound for pound.
Like I don't like.
Heavyweight
I can't
champion.
believe
Oh my God.
you're telling me about the stories of the military, and you can't tell me your mind is still innocent to not catch these things straight away. Because I'm finding it funny that
Pound
you.
for pound.
Yeah. San, you're killing me.
I love these collabs, man. These collabs are amazing. I gotta behave. My best friend Melinda's in here. I can't say nothing too bad.
Well, to be honest, you're being the perfect picture of innocence, so I don't think anyone would be cross with you at all. So it's beautiful.
Pound for pound.
I thought I was quite innocent in most. Actually, no, I'm filthy
would like to
minded. I'm awful.
So he's talking about pound. Like he said, the wheels on the bus go pound for pound. What kind of meat
No.
are we talking?
It's
Like here, do the meat? Does the butcher drive? Does the butcher? Is that how you transport like meat to Walmart or something? And like, what is it like like prime rib or something? Like, what kind of meat are we talking?
please,
sorta
I'm
hungry.
sore. Oh my god!
I'm getting sort of hungry right now. We're talking about pound for pound. Ice Melt said it could be ribbed. That sounds good.
I can't see the screen. I'm in tears. Please.
Oh wait, there are people say they can't breathe in chat. There's
I
something going
can't
on,
breathe
man.
either. I'm dying here. You have
I
to
don't know.
stop analyzing it, please. Just.
Onid said eye of round. Can it be? Well, it would have to be raw, right? Because it would, I mean, you wouldn't want to eat a non-raw steak, right?
Please. Please stop analyzing
Imagine
this.
Ben having to talk with his kids when they're of age. No, we would be talking about you gotta stay away from Arby's. They have the meats.
Actually, I'm in pain. I am so sore.
OGs. A good way to get a Pyron disease. Yeah, no, too much meat is never a good thing.
God, please. Please,
I
can we
don't know
stop
how
talking
many- I
about
don't know how much
meat
meat I could take.
in the relation to pound
Yeah.
to pound on the bus? I'm gonna faint.
Well, I don't know.
The blood
because-
has actually left
to
my
be honest-
skull. I can't grow my skillet now because there's no blood to fuel it. It's
Shit. Sorry. Sorry.
You don't have to apologize. No, it's
I don't know how
hilarious.
I could.
It's hilarious. It's
To be
so
honest,
good.
I don't know
It's...
how I could handle all that meat. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll be quiet, Mr. Red Rocky Man. Oh, talk quiet. We're talking. The wheels on the bus go pound for pound.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So
be quiet. Are you trying to sleep, Red Rocky? Are you trying to sleep? I'm assuming Zan is not vegan. No, but I only could take so much meat. Leave that one alone now. Wait. No, I'm not vegan. You are Wait, you are dead.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Am I in trouble? Sorry, that's somebody in the other room. You are. I'm being too loud. Okay, I'll be quiet. I'm sorry. No. They live with me. Red Rocky lives with me.
Okay.
Red Rocky lives with me. I think.
Okay.
I gotta be quiet. It can be unhealthy to consume meat every day. I don't know, man. I take meat every day. Like I cook it. I had lamb. Like I took some meat today from out of the fridge and I cut up some lamb. I even gave some to Ashley. She really liked it. The lamb. It was only $7 a pound. Why are we all whispering? I'm also whispering as I type this.
Yeah, I must admit, it makes me feel like I should be whispering as well.
No. She didn't like. I sort of had to force it to be. She doesn't like.
Okay,
She wasn't happy. I gave
you
her the
must
meat.
be winding me up
But,
now because this is just.
It was too hot. It was too hot for her. I had to microwave it. I had to microwave the meat. So she tried. When she tried to put it in her mouth, it was too hot. So we had to blow on it a little bit to cool off the meat, the lamb.
Goodness.
But I gave her a little bit because we were planning on getting Amazing Joe's hamburgers. Okay. Am I still being too loud? Am I still being too loud? Bro, the way you put emphasis on the word meat. Am I being too... Ashley, is this okay?
Delicious.
Is this okay?
Is
this okay?
I don't think I can actually laugh anymore.
Wait. You're telling me a shush, but you're not telling me if it's better. I think it's an alternative account.
Oh. I'm burning up.
Understand? Okay. No, they love you. They love you. Everybody loves you. Your missus telling you to shush. I can't be super loud. You came in at me at a bad time. I was really enjoying our conversation about the different types of meat and like what the bus was delivering. Who was the one who said that? Respect Ashley if you want to live. Hey Ashley, are you here? Ashley. So, Kimchi said that they fly airplanes and shit, and that like we can get buddy passes and get discounts if we want to go to a different country. Are you not in here anymore? Are you just here to? Okay, they're ignoring it. They're not in here anymore. They're probably not. If you want to fly 50% off to me, and then we can go anywhere for free, Zan. Yes, let's do it. Ashley, do you see that? Ashley. Do you see that? Do I have to screenshot it and send it to you in text? I don't even have my phone. She has my phone. That's why she's... Way to give away my spy account, Ashley. Damn it!
We do
Now
offer
everybody knows what
10%
my spy
discounts on
account
pineapple
looks like.
tours. That's true.
Dare you? Turnip gives 10%. Oh, you already read that. I think. Oh my god, this sucks, man. So what were we talking about before the wheels on the bus go pound for pound?
I'm in so much pain.
I want to get back. I want to
actually know.
underail myself. I don't even know how the pound. How did that even originate? Were we talking about how it hurts
You were
when we
ta-
get our skin stuck in the zipper?
You were talking about when I was discussing the relative noises I could hear as a bus driver. Then somebody said the wheels on the bus go pound and pound, and then I couldn't contain myself with everything you said post that time.
I take my friends to vegan all the time. I cover Sorry, people keep asking them if I'm vegan, so this is the first thing that popped up in my head. They should, you know how they made the really cool animated series Avatar: The Last Airbender? They should make a movie called Avatar: The Lost Vegans or some shit. I'd watch a movie that's called The Lost Vegan, like a Nickelodeon special. Avatar: The Lost Vegan. Vegan leprechauns? Wait. There were some normal vegan leprechaun in here earlier. Zan called him vegan. Damn it, Zan got me saying. Yeah, dude, the word Vegas looks like vegan. Because they have all the same letters. And the S is just rotated on its back. It's like on its side. Like that S, if you flip it around, it turns into an N. You see that? Vegan. You flip the S around and it becomes an N. Just a really handicap looking N. Because it's like sort of squiggly and not straight. But how many hats you got? Let's see. I think I have 120 hats. We might need to count. Yeah, I don't know. It seems like it a little bit. We know you're chiseled, Zan. Chiseled? Chiseled? I'm just gonna say chiseled. I'm not chiseled, man. I got a beer belly. Oh, dyslexic. I thought you were telling me I was chiseled, bro. Where did Turnip go? Is Turnip, you still here, Turnip?
Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I could hear you. Were you like not talking?
I think my OBS disconnected and it kind of booted me or something.
Oh no, dude! Did you miss all the fun?
No, I can hear you, but the shared chat disappeared from mine, so I wasn't actually sure what was going on. Yeah. Oh, it's connected.
I can hear you now.
You can hear me.
I can hear you now. Yeah. I was like, dang, you're being really quiet.
I was actually just silently listening for a little bit, because I think the shared chat went down on mine as well. So.
Oh no.
Yeah.
No.
I don't know. I missed what people were saying. Yeah.
It's back up. It's back up. No, they're telling me that I was chiseled, and they said there's a guy in here named Vegan Leprechaun earlier, and I called him Vegan Leprechaun. He smelt it backwards. Every 2 seconds, just say like 1, 2, 3 or something, so we know not like, or maybe just hi or
1, 2, 3.
whatever's not like.
Hello, hello.
Yeah. Okay. There we go. Yeah. You're still good. You're still good.
Magical, darling.
Yeah. Ashley came in here, man. Oh, man.
We hear you. Perfect.
Just be like the alien from Rick and Morty that randomly makes a giggle noise every few seconds. Is that the one that had the three weird, well, the three, you know what I'm saying?
It was the one that was the guard when Rick was captured by an alternative evil self, and he kept making these zingers that he thought the alien enjoyed. It turns out it just was an alien that giggled every few seconds.
That's awesome. I've only watched up to like season 4 or 5. I need to catch up.
Yeah, I need to catch up with them as well. I've not watched them in a while. It got kind of difficult to watch in the UK for a bit. It moved to Channel 4 that we had, but Channel 4 never announced it. So every time it came out, I missed it.
Do you have Netflix?
Yeah, we've got Netflix now. We kind of rotate who we subscribe to for a while because it was getting ridiculous how much we were spending on subscriptions. So we got rid of Netflix for a little bit, but we've got it back for a bit now as we stopped watching something else. So I don't know about you, but the subscriptions we were paying for, it ended up being like over £100 a month. And half of them we never were watching at the time because we were watching some other show from one of the others or something like that. So,
yeah,
we started
to watch BoJack Horseman. I heard it's pretty popular.
Oh, that's another one I've been meaning to watch. Yeah.
If you don't have Rick and Morty on Netflix, you can use a proxy and change where you live. And
yeah, I do that. I think it is on our Netflix, but yeah.
Yeah, because right now I have to go to UK to Cambridge to be able to watch Rick and Morty.
Yeah, I'm in the UK, so we've got it. But
yeah, it's bullshit. They should just give me Rick and Morty. Like, YouTube has been pretty. YouTube has been really rebellious to my ad blocker lately. They've been like, we know you're using an ad blocker. If you don't disable, you'll be in big trouble. And I'm like, I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
I mean, where are they going to
be honest, their ads are getting worse and worse. And I don't know how their algorithm works, but it throws up some absolute dog nonsense adverts to myself. So if they can convince me they can fix it, then I'll turn off my ad blocker. But they haven't, so I won't.
Yeah, I also use the ad blocker. Oh, poor YouTube is angry that we don't want to watch their ads.
Mm-hmm.
No, thank you.
To be honest, it wasn't so bad when their ads were only like 10 seconds long. Then I wasn't so worried about it. But now they're like 5-minute ads for a 2-minute video.
Oh, yeah.
No, thank you.
All these companies are getting more and more greedy. Like Hulu used to have like really short ads, and now they're fucking like 10 minutes long. Unless you pay for like the premium. I use
To be honest, I might actually be going back to Firefox Malamba because Chrome is getting very annoying as well.
Yeah, honestly, Chrome. Yeah, dude. Anything that Google is just being bad lately.
Yeah.
Google, they're getting cocky, man. They've taken everything over, and now they're just out of control. Oh yeah, Chrome is ridiculous. All these big mega corporations, man. I'm not trying to hate too bad, but I mean they're just taking so much of our data. Firefox is OG. Unfortunately, Google holds me hostage because they store a majority of my passwords, and the quality of life is insane when it comes to trying to log into something I haven't logged in a year. That's probably the only thing that's keeping me hostage is the save settings. Why is Chrome desperate right now? Are they not making enough money?
I don't think it's so much they're not
They
making money. It's they have all these companies. They have unrealistic goals that they have to beat targets every single year, and because they have stonking profits each year, beating that target is ridiculously more and more difficult. And in their process of trying to beat those targets each year, it's getting worse. So they panic as if it's not making enough money.
Dude, the investor system is flawed
Yeah.
for that shit.
Yeah, it's
Honestly, the investor system is the reason why there's corruption.
well. The thing is, like, I don't think they're too fussed because they'll have money in the pots of other things. I've no doubt Google will have money in the pots of Firefox anyway. So it's it's bizarre.
Well, it's also a way not to pay taxes.
Yeah. The weird thing is as well is to get the subscription to not have ads for them is more expensive than some. Well, ad blocker is cheap, but I always give them a little. I give them their minimum donation. But to pay for YouTube is more expensive than that minimum donation. So that alone is ridiculous. Why would I pick theirs over the cheaper option? It's... Oh, do the premium accounts have ads now? Oh well, even then, absolutely. Then if I pay, I still get ads. Then ad blocker can have my $5. It suits me.
What do you get? What do you get from YouTube Premium though? What do you get out of it?
It
You can
must
watch videos.
only be the premium content made by the content creators, surely. Then
Interesting.
you can watch videos, music videos while the screen is locked. You can actually do that without it as well. You can just download an app on Android to allow that to happen. So you don't have to pay for that either.
I'm a cheap ass. I mean, me and Wondrous, we've lived in poverty before, so we understand what it's like to not want to spend money on YouTube.
The option's
Especially
not on
when I have no
iPhones.
issues.
Oh right, I didn't know. Sorry, Kimchi, didn't know.
As long as I don't know what I was gonna say.
Used to be ad free, but it has a lot of content. But they're also put on ads and premium.
Oh,
To be honest, I tend to watch
about ad
content
blocker.
usually weeks out of date anyway. It's I'm so behind the loop.
Yeah. I saw that Asmongold watched the Mr. Beast stream live on his Twitch. That'd be good. I think that's cool when I didn't know streamers can watch content on the side of their viewers. I think that's really cool. There has to be a catch, right? You have to like call them out if you do that. Oh no, are you still Wondrous? Did you disconnect?
No. Or can you not hear me anymore?
Well, I can hear you now.
I was just silent for a moment. I know it's rare that I'm silent. I do apologize.
Yeah. Usually you
You know,
not
it's
silent.
when you started whispering, I just intrinsically felt I had to be quieter. It was.
Yeah.
It's
all Ash's fault,
infectious. It's infectious. The whispers.
What did they say?
I
They're
think
even
I am
whispering.
speaking audibly quieter as well because of it. It's
We were
it's
having
like
such
yawning.
a good time talking about meat, and now we gotta be quiet. It's such a killjoy. They're now at Eastern Australia. I was watching preview last night with my daughter, and there was ads at the start. Really? Honestly, I think we should fire YouTube and.
I find myself using YouTube less and less. Anyway, it's just seems to like I still
like watching
use it,
guides
but it's
for games.
definitely nowhere near to the amount of hours that I used to watch.
Oh yeah.
Especially when I started streaming on Twitch myself, I started watching more people on Twitch more often, and YouTube a lot less.
Interesting. Oh, Kimchi said that YouTube is now jipping landscape content creators with ad revenue down immensely. So they moved onto other personal platforms. Huh. Interesting. So ad revenue's down, or what are you trying to say? YouTube is jipping them and not paying them as much, or
It's probably a bit of
just less people
both.
watching ads?
It's probably ad revenue is down and they're chipping off as well. It's
Interesting. Probably because everybody uses ad blockers. I've gotten threatens from YouTube saying, please remove your ad blocker or else. And I never did, and nothing happened.
yeah, the only system I have the ad blocker on is actually the computer I'm on right now. And I must admit, I've rarely watched. In fact, I can't remember the last time I watched YouTube on the system. It's normally something I cast to the TV screen or something like that. At which point I can't avoid the ads anyway, and they do try to sell me premium. But then I just take to the old style of watching TV, where an advert pops up, I go make a cup of tea. Or go do
That's
something
true.
else. Or what's more often happened now is I've cast it onto the TV. They've had so many adverts on it that I thought, you know what? And I pull out my phone and start watching Twitch, and then the TV goes off, and I stop watching the YouTube channel. That's what's been happening to me now. So it's not even the ad blocker that's pushing me away from them. It's just so frustrating. You're watching a video that's so short, and they've got these. Some of the adverts that pop up are 5 minutes long, and they need to show 2 adverts, so it becomes 10 minutes long for this advert. And I'm only watching something that's maybe 7 minutes long or something like that. So I have to spend nearly 20 minutes to watch a 7-minute video, at which point I just... I'll just go watch something else. It's fine. The video wasn't that important anyway. It was probably cats doing silly things. Who knows?
I think that's unacceptable. That's some bull hockey. But I mean, YouTube, like Kimchi says, they demonetize you so easy. Like PewDiePie, he's been demonetized since day one. A majority watch Outdoor Boys and van life videos. What's a van life? You mean Zan life videos? Videos about me?
Zan life. Yeah.
I wonder if I'm being quiet enough. I feel like she has such good ears. And all I asked for Christmas was a soundproofing blanket to hang on the wall, and she said no. It was like $30. I'm really angry about it.
Let's go for a self-Christmas present.
Well, I already bought myself a Christmas present.
Alright. Fair enough.
It was 49 pounds of beef jerky. I'm just kidding.
Do it the money saving way. I think I saw people do it with egg boxes. You know, grab the egg boxes, staple them to the wall. Paint them black.
Really?
Well, I mean, they're dampening. I doubt it'd be as good as professional soundproofing equipment, but it will actually,
Hey,
yeah,
well, I want to send something to you
they'll
guys.
be
Let me know if
anechoic.
this is. I'm gonna put this in the chat. Let me know if this looks good. Oh wait, where the hell is my? Oh, maybe I didn't save it. Uh-oh. Maybe I put it in the different folder. Maybe I put it in the brighter shore. Nope. Alright, I'm just gonna read Google it.
Oh, I actually got the 50 alchemy. Oh my goodness. I might be done with Hope soon. I think I'm pretty much ready to the quest unless it's some kind of combat level that I don't have yet, but
Yeah, dude.
I will have to
I
see.
think you're doing a great job with it. Wait, discreetly buy a pair of AirPod Max with her. She won't be able to hear herself think. Here, check this out. Oh my god, that's a huge Amazon thing. But would that work if I hung that on the wall, or do you think that would not be enough? Because she said there's no way that would work. God, that's huge. It takes up the whole damn screen. No, that won't work. Kimchi said that's not going to work. You'll have to seal the door too. Frick. I can't just like hang that on the wall.
You'll need to get yourself a booth, like a booth that sits in the room that you can enter, like some kind of shuttle or something.
Oh, that sounds awful.
No, if it's a really cool and comfy booth with like a fridge and.
What I would recommend is getting cubicle walls.
Oh, the hearing test box. I'm not usually claustrophobic, but I find the hearing test boxes very claustrophobic. They are terrifying. That is awful.
It'd be nice to sleep in it.
The hearing test boxes.
I have to sleep with it. Yeah.
Ah, really? Do you like it in there? Do you find it
You could.
cozy?
Oh, it said something went wrong. Wait, what? Wait, the link you sent me. The link here. This is what happens. Looks like my dog.
Right. Okay, I am approaching 4:30 in the morning, so I think I'm going to have to raid poo my lot to you and call it a night. Zan.
Wait, you said you're going to bed?
Yeah, it's 4:30 in the morning for
Oh.
me, so I do have to get
Well,
some
at least
shut
that's how you know you had a good time. At least you had a good time. Did you have fun? Did you enjoy hanging out?
I did. It was great. I'd happily do it again.
Yeah. Yeah, we can talk
Uh,
about meat tomorrow or
oh,
maybe the next
please.
day.
I'm still recovering from the last bout of laughter. I
Yeah.
actually had to undress. I was getting hot.
Oh, from all the meat talk?
Oh yeah, it was so hot and bothered. It was too much for me.
Wait, what? What's up with the cubicles?
But
Wait,
I
you
need to
said
do a passive. Let's
ringing would probably make me go insane.
let's do Chronoplus.
Wait, so cubes work? Interesting. But my wall is very
Lonely Alpaca.
I
Total
what if I
level
just
698. I've got 2 levels to go till 700. I am
Dude,
a very casual player though, Alpaca.
me too, man, dude. I'm sucking, man. I cannot keep up with these guys. I'm gonna have to be up like all night again just to like sustain myself.
Yeah, but you're over 2,000 levels higher than me.
Oh,
I am
that's casual,
really
right?
the tortoise.
For now. Why am I cutting the trees down? Oh yeah, I need to cut the trees down. Yeah, I don't even know anymore, dude. I think I'm going insane in the membrane.
Insane in the membrane.
I mean, if you do go off, we can double raid somebody. We can raid somebody at the same time. So this way I don't get yelled at by Ashley.
Oh,
I want to,
oh. Um,
let's see. I do want to look around and see. Oh, shoot.
I
I
think you're
want to see
carrying
who's
the weight, or
online.
you're most likely carrying the weight. You definitely are carrying the weight,
No, we
so I'll
both
put it on
are.
your
It's a
choice.
pretty 50-50.
You
It's
are very
pretty
kind,
50.
sir. But I actually
Uh,
keep my viewer count on now. I didn't used to. I'm getting more brave. I am getting more brave. But
I keep it on too because it gets me hot and bothered.
I used to turn it off because
Um,
I thought it would make me nervous. But I turned it off today, and I must admit, it didn't bother me as much as I thought it would.
Really, there's really not many people streaming on Brighter Shores, to be honest with you. Oh, who's Cosmic Condition? Wait, what? Oh, Cosmic Condition. I feel like we've met him before. Wait, should we do Cosmic Condition? Oh, wait. Impel. You guys,
Impaler is
how about you
on.
guys pick?
Uh,
Yeah, you guys can pick. Oh, who's Impaler? Who's Impaler? I think mainly.
I think I was with. I think I've been in a collab with them before, although there was multiple people. It wasn't just themselves. I must admit,
Splat.
I know
We
Ratsplat.
love Rat.
Uh, I don't know if they're talking or anything yet. I think it was
I don't think they have a microphone yet.
no.
And I'm not trying to. Um. I'm not trying to be uninclusive to the people who don't have microphones. It's just for now I want to sort of help. Well, I don't know. I just
Ratsplat is a lovely
I want my
person, and I have rated them a couple, many, actually, a
yeah.
good
Rat
many
Splat is a
times. So
I like Rat Splat
um,
is a good guy.
yeah,
But so well, how about you guys? Do you want Impaler, Rat Splat? You guys pick. What do you guys want? Both chats because I saw a few for
Malamba thinks
Impaler and
mainly
one for
Ratsplat as well.
what did
Impaler
he
is
say?
very chill. Like I've collabed with Impaler before. They are.
Yeah. Okay. So do we want so people in the chat, y'all want? Okay, I'm thinking. Well, here's the thing. I've never rated Impale. So this is my train of thought right now. So you know where my head's at. I'm thinking I want to rate Impaler because I don't know him. I know Rasp. I know everybody else, and I love them. But I think it would start a new potential relationship with another guy. That's how I see it.
That sounds good.
Is like extending, yeah, to network to somebody who I don't know yet. Especially since yeah, if he, because you never know who's going to be successful a year from now. And, if you're in good terms with everybody, and you're, loyal and you back each other up, maybe 10 years from now when somebody explodes, they'll still look, they might hold out their hand and help you up too.
Oh yeah. When I've got my 1,000 viewer count per stream, it'll be glorious.
Yeah, no,
6 months,
exactly.
I think that's my plan.
Yeah. Yeah, I think a year from now we're gonna be number one on Brighter Shores.
Beautiful.
It might even be sooner, to be honest. I think, especially if we can synchronize, like I think our collab was pretty cool because we synchronized really well. You've been doing good with viewers. I sometimes I'll look at your stream and you'll have like 20 people.
Oh, I've had some lovely streams on Brighter Shores. Definitely, definitely.
Yeah.
Oh, hello, Dumpy Smith.
I just want to make
Okay.
sure that like I'm not pulling you down when
Oh,
we
that's it.
stream when we collab together. I don't want to pull you down because some people
See.
like
This is the weird thing. When people collab with me, I always feel like they're pulling me up. So
good,
we're
good,
being
good.
two polite people that are probably far too polite for our own good. So absolutely, if you want to collab, give me a shout. I should instigate collabs more often, but like I said, I keep
Well,
feeling
no,
like
just
I'm
collab
the
with
one pulling
me.
other people down. So
Oh, just collab with me because I think we synchronize well together. No,
yeah.
no, you can obviously collab with whoever you want, but I really, to be honest, this is probably this collab has been my most enjoy. I've enjoyed this collab the most out of all the collabs I've done, and I'm not hating on all the other people, but I really enjoyed this collab. It was a lot of fun. This was my favorite one so far.
Oh really?
Yeah, yeah, this was my favorite collab so far. Yeah.
Oh thank you.
I enjoyed this. It actually, I really, this is something I could look forward to be honest. Yeah,
Oh well, I do
especially
appreciate
David.
that because it has been fun,
Yeah,
and I would
yeah,
definitely
no,
do it
I
again.
really like collabing with Captain. Captain's also really high up there. I like collabing with him.
Olorin is the perfect host. I've been saying this to other people as well. That man should host a game show.
Yeah,
He's
I know.
just
No,
very good at engaging other people and putting the
yeah, he
spotlight on
is.
other
Yeah,
people as well. Olorin is
he's
absolutely lovely at that.
highly intelligent. He's so
Hmm.
smart. He's so intelligent.
Yeah, I know you're saying they speak highly of me, but I would have I would have poked the limelight in his direction instead. But yeah, I do have plenty of time for Olorin as well. Which I keep saying I will collab with them again, but we've just missed each other on streams, I think. So
Yeah. Well, I guess we'll keep an eye on we'll just keep an eye on everybody and see what happens. But yeah, I'm thinking I'm gonna I think let's both, and so I have to rate them, and I think you also have to rate them separate. Like we both gotta manually rate them,
yeah,
but
and it
let's
was
rate
Impaler.
Impaler because
Okay, yeah,
yeah,
no,
let's do
Impaler
that
sounds good.
now. Well, unless you want to stream a little bit longer. I know you're getting tired, so
I am tired. I have laughing
okay.
fits to recover from as well. So I am good. I
Yeah,
am good.
no, it's
Uh, I need to.
yeah, yeah. We well this way I don't get beat up by Ashley. But yeah, if you're okay with it, we can raid Impaler right now. We can meet up maybe tomorrow or the next day whenever we just happen to see each other.
Yeah, it's like I'm usually on around these times of day. So if you see me,
Oh
go
God,
for it.
you just pulled all nighter.
Oh, I do that. Genuinely, if you ask anybody who has watched me stream before, this is quite normal for me. Um,
Really? Well,
yeah,
you get some sleep.
well, I'll sleep a bit through the day. It's kind of what I do. People in Britain don't like to listen to me as much because they hear a voice like mine all the time. But people from further afield
Yeah,
prefer it
same,
better.
same. I feel like most of my viewers are from different countries because I feel like they're like,
Yeah,
oh, that's that guy.
yeah. It's I can't find Impaler. Why can't I find them?
I literally thought the same thing the other day. I'm like, I feel like Americans don't like listening to me because they sound autistic as hell. But I feel like people from other countries like listening to me because I have that dialect difference. Can we add
Okay,
some
I found them.
oil before you goes in? Chat seems to need it. Maybe, maybe we will. Maybe we will.
So, okay, I am good. I have found Impaler. I can be ready to raid them as well.
Okay, you're ready. You're ready. You said.
I am ready to raid. Yes. Yes, I am.
All right, I'm going in. All right, here we go. I'm starting the load, the preload.
I keep forgetting there's the 10-second thing as well. Yep.
Yeah, I'm at. Oh God, it's loading. It's loading. Oh, it's loading. Okay, you. Oh, let's double raid.
Okay.
want to see this guy's reaction. No, I have to add. I can't see his reaction.
Oh, went to advert. Yeah, got that as well.
Dude, I can't see his damn reaction, dude. What the freak? It's so dumb.
Yeah.
Really? They're gonna do that? Are you kidding me?
Oh my goodness, their AI is actually really good for what our channels do.
I'm gonna giggle at him. All right, hey, I'll see you, Wondrous. I'm gonna hop off.
Yeah, I'm gonna hop off as well. Thank you so much for
All
tonight.
right.
It was fun. I'll
Yeah,
speak
dude,
to
I
you
had a
again
lot of
soon.
fun. Thank you too. I really enjoyed it.
Take care, man.
All right, see ya.